And the 2024 Clash Royale season all comes down to this. One more golden ticket, the CRL points leaderboard trip to World Finals, all that and cash on the line today for your August monthly final. Hello and welcome, I'm Rich Slayton, joined as always by Andrew Guy, Joshua, AC Sharon, and Jackson Juicy J Wall for your fifth and last monthly final of the 2024 season, where, Andrew, there is a ton on the line.
Yeah, I know, it's so sad when you say it that way. We are done with the monthly finals for the year, but there are more golden tickets to be given out, which we've been talking about relentlessly in our Discord. There are so many spots still kind of up in the air, and there's a lot on the line for sub today. I'm really excited to be here, man. I cannot wait to see how our final monthly final goes.
It's going to be a blast. Josh, you have some of your favorite players in this one today. Are we going to see a golden ticket given away by one of our two previous holders, Mohamed Light or Ta, or is someone else taking the crown?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like it's the last one. Something crazy is going to happen. I have to say it's going to be someone taking the crown, not it given to them.
Jackson, we have two golden tickets today, plus, of course, the community one still available. More on that later. We have, I'll make you pick one. We have two spots. Who's getting one of those today?
I really think that Ryley is going to be getting a golden ticket today, whether it's winning it himself or maybe being given it by Mohamed Light or Ta. I think that's definitely something I think is going to happen. He's been grinding recently. He performed really well in one of the monthly finals as well, and I think he's definitely one of my favorites.
Well, that would certainly make a lot of our viewers at home very, very happy. I know the Ryley squad is always big in the chat. Andrew, how did Ryley and his 7 competitors get here today?
Well, you guys got to get in that top 1,000 on the Path of Legends, which there's actually a little bit more on that in just a little bit. We'll talk about it as we get farther along with our leaderboard points and all that. But Path of Legends, top 1,000. Then you get to our monthly qualifier. You got a double eliminate and double elimination. You get brought down to 8 players, which get us to exactly where we are here today in our monthly finals, Juicy.
Yeah, looking at the format overview here, we have 8 players in a double elimination bracket. It's best of 3 duels. The duels is not normal duels like you do in Clan Wars, though. It's out-of-game duels where you're going to be able to switch decks, switch your cards in between matches, which puts a lot of work on those analysts as they make decks in between games. And of course, the winner is winning a golden ticket to make it to the grand finals, the world finals. Josh, let me talk to me about the prizing here. Who is going to be winning this top prize?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. $17,000 up front if you are able to win it all. But it's not just that. This is your last chance, your last opportunity to make it to the World Finals. You want to go out there and grab it. Second place walking away with $11,000. Third and fourth, $8,000 and $5,000. And hey, let's say you're not making it to World Finals. You're not doing anything. You go 0-4 on the day. You're still walking away with $1,500. That's nothing to scoff at. All these players are walking away with a decent chunk of change, no matter what.
That's absolutely right. And speaking of a decent chunk of change, Josh, when we talk about what's happened so far this year, we of course have given away 4 golden tickets through our monthly finals here. 2 more between the monthly final and the points leaderboard, but also we've given away 1 golden ticket to our Chinese champion. Josh, take a look for us at our current golden ticket holders.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Mohamed Light was going to be there. He was able to lock it up in April. Ta in the May monthly final. Cal Pedro in June monthly final. And Lucas, he was able to go out there, get it himself in the July monthly final. And you see that in the bottom right corner, Chinese qualifier, LCOP making it to the World Finals. What is this, his 5th, 6th? I think his 6th World Finals, maybe just his 5th. And even just saying just his 5th is crazy to think about. It is incredible that he was able to qualify out of all of them. And I mean, August monthly final, we're gonna find out today, the CRL point leaderboard community tournament. Still a few golden tickets up for grabs. I mean, my heart is racing. I'm sure all these competitors out there right now just are ready to go. They don't even want to see this show right now. They just want to start playing.
Well, it is very exciting. Also, keep in mind, LCOP, 2018 CRL World Champion with Nova Esports. So now we have two players in the mix who both could join Mugi as two-time world champions, which is going to be very big once we reach World Finals in a little bit. But right now, we have more in front of us. And to set that up, let's talk about what we just saw last month, where we finally had a golden ticket winner who didn't get given their ticket by Mohamed Light. Let's take a look at a recap from our July monthly finals, where we had Lucas take out the crown. CRL 2024 continues our road towards World Finals.
Second RG down. Lucas gonna go with the straight victory. 2 up, 2 down, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And Morton gets the reverse sweep against Mohamed Light and stays alive in the upper bracket.
No, it doesn't. Is there one more spell for Clown? No, there isn't. The poison gets it done. No, the firecracker hits! The firecracker hits! Clown steals it with no time left. Unbelievable!
And if he loses and is sent down to the lower bracket, you can bet your bottom dollar he is most likely not going to lose again. Morton and Lucas. Next match is the match for the golden ticket. One of our OGs will be back at World Finals. Really exciting stuff here for Morton and Lucas. Great position to be in. You know, once Morton took Mohamed Light out, I mean, that is exactly what I think Sub, Lucas, everyone wanted in that upper bracket.
He needs to get a poison on top of the tower. The Evo Zap gonna go in with a minor. Can he get the poison down in time? Ghost going to hit it.
The Phoenix. Wait, the Phoenix explosion. Oh no, but Lucas takes the win by like 20 HP and gets the 2-0 sweep.
But that's not enough. Morton tries to go Demolisher in the pocket. Goblin Barrel not going to be able to make this thing happen. And Mohamed Light stole this one back from Morton and has gifted Lucas a golden ticket trip to World Finals.
He's just looking to tower trade, but I don't think he has enough time.
No, and I think Mohamed Light knows that it's GG there. Yep, he has the poison.
Wow.
And here comes the bracket reset, folks. Run it back. Best of 3 to see if anybody can stop Mohamed Light from the reign of terror.
Zap stunning the Evo Archers to retarget the Evo Archers away from the Sparky. I thought there was a chance that maybe that Sparky just doesn't hit tower because of the Evo Archers DPS, and that's over.
Mohamed Light wants to get one more drill down. Not going to be able to
back to the
poison
bomber
here. Oh, he can't
Lucas
do it.
Did it.
Lucas
Lucas did it.
Oh my word.
Lucas is the July monthly finals champion, the only person to beat Mo all 2024, and he knows it. Feeling himself, you love to see it.
I've been having a pretty good year, pretty solid year. Time after time, getting closer and closer to this objective, and I'm pretty happy that I could finally pull it off because I think I deserved it, and I'm pretty happy for what I achieved so far this year. Thank you, everyone. Love you all.
And let's take a look at the leaderboard points as they stand for Clash Royale League right now. Juicy, take us away.
Adriel is #1 on this leaderboard right now, but we know that Sub is in the mix in this monthly finals. If he does get to 4th place with all of the multiple different tiebreakers in tow here, Sub will be taking this community leaderboard. Let's look at the community points leaderboard as well. Mohamed Light, Lucas already have golden tickets, so Ryley is technically on the top of this one, has a good chance to win the community leaderboard, but we do have one more community event to be played as well, so all of these players have a chance to win. Of course, Ryley, if he gets the golden ticket today as well, then Ali actually will end up being the next up for the community leaderboard.
And that would certainly throw things into chaos, as the points on that side are a lot tighter. Speaking of tight, Andrew, not a lot of chances today. You get 2 lives to make it to our championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy what you see with what can happen with our top 4 in the community leaderboard points. What's also crazy is we were just talking about how well Sub has done this year, showing up to almost every single monthly final, but it's all about where can he land today. As Juicy was just talking about, 4th or better is where he wants to go. And considering that maybe, you know, 2 of the best players in Mo Light and Ta already have tickets, that doesn't feel like that far of a stretch. But obviously we have to start in round 1 to get all the way to our grand finals. Mo Light and Agony, Sandbox and Ryley, Ta and LordSeb have Sub and Guriko, a lot of repeat customers here, a lot of famous names from over the years. Really excited to see what Mo is going to do today, how he's going to bounce back after last month's loss to Lucas, who is also on the same team there as Sandbox in the OS clan.
And you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to play along with us, to follow the action, and of course, make your own picks to win in-game rewards. Hope you've been doing that all year and getting your fun stuff in. Speaking of fun, we have a lot of fun here in the Caster's booth with our predictions. Let's take a look at what we got. All four of us picking the Pharaoh, no questions there. Everyone on board for Ta, but a couple of deviations here. Me and Juicy going with Ryley, Sandbox to pick for Andrew and Josh, and then Joshua AC Sharon.
Yeah.
The only one picking Guriko here. Josh, tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually pretty shocked that I'm the only one choosing Guriko. He was one of the guys. He alongside Mugi, it was those players that nobody really knew about. Can they show up in these competitions? Obviously, Mugi has done that and then some. Guriko hasn't had a ton of success, but his talent, I mean, he doesn't stand alone because he's there with Mohamed Light and Lucas and all of them. But he is a phenomenal player. I would not be shocked if he is able to have himself a run, get himself a top 2, top 4, maybe even a number 1 finish. I'm shocked that I'm by myself on this one, actually.
Well, we'll have to wait a little bit later today to see if he ends up being the one who comes out on top over Sub and goes deep, because we are getting close to jumping in to our first matchup of the day. We're going to have Mohamed Light and Agony King, and one of those fun ones. And Juicy, I'm going to throw this one to you because I know that Josh and I are taking this match here in a couple of moments. There's not a lot of players who, at this stage in Clash Royale, are consistently still good at Sparky. Yes, we had kind of a Sparky revival last year, if you will, but this is one of those guys who has been one of the most effective players and maybe affecting the meta with Sparky of anybody in the game.
Yeah, Agony King, he's the best Sparky Tornado player on ladder. Every time I play against him on ladder, I lose from a crazy Sparky Tornado lineup onto my tower. He's really good. I'm sure he used Sparky a little bit to make it to where we are today. The question is, can he beat Mohamed Light? Mohamed Light is known to lose in the first round due to some nerves, but I'm not sure Agony's deck pool is versatile enough to be able to take down Mo, who can literally play anything rich.
Well, that is certainly the truth about Mohamed Light. Of course, had a little interview with him on my own channel this last week where we talked about it. And Josh, Mo said one thing, that he feels like everyone approaches him like he is some untouchable, different kind of being. He doesn't see himself that way. Do you think that's part of the strength of Mohamed Light, or do you think that that's maybe the opening that other players should recognize?
You know, I really think I think what it is that he downplays his strengths. Like, yes, people are going in there and expecting to lose, and I'm sure it does affect how they play. They're going to get nervous. I mean, we see it right here. 83% of the viewers back home think that Mohamed Light is going to be able to beat Agony, and I'm shocked that it's not 90%, 95%. He should be the clear favorite, but it feels like Mohamed Light is a very humble man, and it almost feels like he doesn't recognize that he just is by far and away the GOAT of this game, and you know, people should be terrified when they get into a match against him.
When we do talk about Agony King, he does have a very important win over one of our golden ticket winners that helped him get here. Juicy was talking about those NATO Sparky plays. That was one of the plays that ended up knocking out Lucas in the group stage and put Agony King through to get here. So I expect that we will see some NATO Sparky. The big question is, when do we see it? And Josh, when we're talking about that deck picking, that deck order, obviously it's been really phenomenal for Mohamed Light this year. Working with Julesy, one of the greats, and Agony King, I don't actually know if he's working with somebody, and if so, who he is working with. But if you're talking about Agony King's side, do you go with the Sparky in game number 1? And if not, what are you looking for in game 1 or game 2 to be out to set up Sparky for a later opportunity?
Yeah, personally, Sparky is just so difficult. When other people, even something like Lava Hound, where technically you can build a deck that has Inferno Tower instead of Bomb Tower, or Executioner instead of Archers, you can counter Lava and then still lose because Lava can overwhelm. Sparky, it's really difficult to build a deck that can get past a snipe. If you're going against Miner, Quick Cycle, Rocket, the Rockets are constantly getting cycled on top of the Sparkies. So I really hope he doesn't pull it out in game number 1. I'm okay with game 2 or game 3, but personally, if I'm Agony, I don't use it at all in set number 1. I'm here to show everybody that I don't need Sparky to win.
And Agony is working with Victor as his coach and analyst for this one. We'll see what they have cooked up so far. A slow start. Mohamed Light cycling his rage spell, and Agony King just throwing out what you have to imagine was the emote that made him most excited of any when it finally made it into the pool.
Yeah, for sure. I really like that he's throwing that emote out there. You have to assume that he's not playing Sparky in game number 1 because otherwise I think he wouldn't even play into that. And there we go. We do see the Valk and the Night Witch. Still technically could be a Sparky deck, but I wouldn't assume so at this point.
Night Witch and Baby Dragon going to go ahead and meet the guards on the left-hand side. Fisherman, see, that's a nice setup here to eventually pull that Golem, although the Night Witch maybe gets in front. No, not quite. Lightning to clear the Fish Boy. Rage behind the Golem and the Baby Dragon. That's going to be a lot of damage early. Wizard goes to town on the right-hand side, but that's going to be a nice early salvo. Not quite an Elixir lead for Agony King as the Evo Wizard is out and working for Mohamed, who now gets the King Tower activation. But still, the early lead all important here for the CRL monthly final newbie.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that he is running the Dagger Duchess. You can tell by the way he plays this match where he gets overly aggressive. He can lightning on offense and allow the Wizard to just walk back because the Dagger Duchess is going to be able to take out the Wizard quickly. I don't think we saw it at all last month, and we're already seeing it in game number 1 here.
And take a look at this time, a slight adjustment as the Golem gets pushed to the outside lane, making just enough room for the Night Witch to sneak out and be the one picked up by the Fisherman. And you can see Mohamed's reaction here, knowing that barring something insane, that's going to be a GG, and there you go. The Lightning easily finishes things off, and no Sparky, no problem. Game number 1 for Agony King.
I was going to say no smiles, but I see a little smile creeping up on his face. A brilliant game number 1 from Agony King, and I just love the aggression. It feels like we really haven't totally seen that recently just because the Dagger Duchess got nerfed so heavily as it did. But Dagger Duchess really allows you to play aggressive. You don't have to worry about that 8 elixir push. He had a guards and Evo Wizard coming down the left lane with, I think, about 45 seconds to go. He bar barrels it and then just ignores it completely. If you had a princess, you would have had to bar barrel, maybe put the golem high so that way it tanks for the wizard. Dagger Duchess, it's crazy to think this after 9 months of only seeing Dagger Duchess, but it's refreshing to see it back in the meta.
Well, it creates an interesting question, right? Where we kind of gotten used to there's really just one tower that gets played in any given meta. But Agony King just showed us the power of a little bit of unpredictability, right? Going with this, as you said, this more aggressive golem deck, using the Dagger Duchess. Dollars to donuts here that neither Mo nor Julesy were anticipating the idea of a Dagger Duchess being played by Agony King.
Yeah, 100%. And it really, really worked out well for him. I mean, Golem, Lightning, Valk, he set himself up well. He's still, but there is now no NATO in Agony King's hand. So it does free up a lot of options for Mohamed Light because you do need that NATO for Agony King if you're running Sparky. So it's great that he was able to get this game number 1. I'm just so excited to see what Agony is going to pull out in game 2 and then a game 3 if we do get there.
So taking a look at the decks early on, Fish Boy is out for Mohamed Light, NATO out for Agony King. That's 2 key control cards. No buildings used for Mohamed, and Log, Zap, Lots of spell stuff still available, and Rage on the side of Mohamed Light with this Royal Giant does leave some openings. On Agony King side, as you mentioned, the NATO being gone, the Valk being gone, lots of control here. You know, you don't expect Agony to go a cycle really ever, and you don't expect him to go cycle for cycle with Mohamed Light. But do you think he tries to get unpredictable here and does something a little faster to get around against the Pharaoh?
I think what he tries to pull off is as predictable, or as hopefully not as predictable as possible, as unpredictable as possible, while not using cycle, while still remaining heavy in the deck selection. I don't think he has enough experience to be able to beat Mohamed Light in a cycle versus cycle. I think you need to stay with the heavy decks, and that's going to be just your most effective method of being able to beat him in a best of 3.
Well, looking at some of the decks that he's been practicing as of the last day or so, I see some bait here for Agony King. I see some Giant Miner, although he ran Night Witch in that deck. I see a little P.E.K.K.A bridge spam with Ram. So lots of different interesting options here for Agony King as Mohamed Light pulls out the log for game 2.
And Agony King, again, going with a Dagger Duchess. He sees something in the meta that a lot of other pros are missing. Potentially, we're going to have to see if he's able to pull off this best of 3 victory against Mohamed Light.
And Mo looking like he's going a little bit faster than he did last game with the RG deck. And Agony King just happy to bide his time and let this knight come to his side. Miner for Mo, no big surprises here. Will the bowler get the King Tower activation? Almost, and you see Agony a little annoyed, maybe living his name for a moment as he didn't quite get that timing and placement right.
I've played against Agony King 1,000 times. I've seen him for 4 years now. Never connected the dots with Agony being a thing that you could make a comment about.
Well, that's why I'm here, Josh. And little bowler piercing to get on damage. Lead from Mohamed Light, about 300 HP, maybe a little less.
Sending the Miner down low. The Ewa's on top will be able to take it out with 0 shots, I believe, from the Miner. Yeah, there we go. Tower able to take it out. But this constant pressure, I mean, that's the reason why we're not seeing Dagger Duchess. You have the Knight in front to, I mean, it's crazy, but a Knight doesn't even need to be Evo, but a Knight bridge, Miner in the back of the tower, it is so difficult to limit the damage from just that 6 elixir push.
And notice how right out the gate, Josh, that Mohamed Light varying Miner position has not gone to the safe spot yet in his first 2 exchanges, knowing that NATO is out. Now we're talking about the graveyard counters for Mohamed Light. What are the keys for stopping graveyard?
Yeah, well, I believe he probably should have Poison as his last card right there, and that's a very nice Evo Bomber. If it can get the second shot, it does. Able to get a little bit of chip damage on top of the tower. We're going to have to see what the last card is for Mohamed Light. He's not going to need the Poison just yet, but I would assume Poison is going to be his last card, and that should be able to effectively defend.
Yeah, defended very nicely here. As time goes on, we'll see some of these bigger pushes develop from Agony King. Do you expect at some point, Josh, that Agony will make the calculation, given how heavy his deck is, right? Bomber is the smallest card. Most of his cards are pretty thick, that he'll choose to eat a Miner to stack up for a bridge push?
Yeah, I would assume so, but the great thing about Agony King is that a lot of the time you can't even really predict his gameplay. He plays with such an aggressive style that you kind of just have to sit back and appreciate. And now granted, we're commentators, so we can't really do that. But his gameplay, it's so wild and out there that sometimes it's hard to really know what his thought process is and what he believes is the most. Oh my goodness, a massive error. And that's pretty much just game right there. A 400 HP deficit, King Tower activated. This game could already be over.
And Agony a little confused, it seems, by that situation, as he sets up again the opposite direction. Thoughts on going opposite lane versus same lane choice for Agony?
Yeah, usually I see the heavier deck going same lane. It's kind of surprising to see that. And every single time, it's forcing out the Inferno Dragon plus another troop, whether it be a bomber, an E-Wiz, even the arrows. He's not able to get really these super great pushes because he's going opposite lane. It's really shocking to see him continue to do that.
Inferno Dragon goes back to the middle again one more time. Miner. And now, once again, we see Agony splitting his elixir lane for lane. E-Wiz and the Inferno Dragon going left, Giant Bowler going right, Arrows taking the Goblins off the board, and now some dual lane pressure. Poison out defensively at the bridge for Mohamed. And we'll see, but again, with nothing really tanking that King Tower, these Graveyards not able to get much damage.
Yeah, I mean, 17 seconds left. It's clear that Agony King is just trying to get one Evo Bomber onto the tower. He gets almost to the tower, but not quite. With the help of the Poison on defense, that's going to be game 2 going to Mohamed Light. Clean defense. As soon as the King Tower was activated, it was game over just like that. Mohamed Light, way too strong to allow any mistake of that caliber to not just eliminate your chances of winning a game against him.
And kind of a fairly surprising outcome here. And you can see Mohamed certainly not happy with the, with the arrows for the Goblins and the Poison really being the only phenomenal counter here. It felt like there were some openings for Agony King to really blow this one wide open. But once that King Tower activation happened, that, as you said, Josh, was a wrap. And now we go to a game 3 where Agony probably has to start really thinking about, what tricks do I have left to go up against Mohamed?
Yeah, Mohamed Light, it really felt like he was in his element that entire game. Miner just awakens him for, it just feels like he rarely makes mistakes, always just making the right play after the right play. Miner, especially on top of the tower, just by itself, it's consistently getting 400 HP worth of damage, and even 200 or 300 HP worth of damage with the Inferno Dragon defending. It just felt a little too simple for Mohamed Light the entire game. Agony King really never had a response to a lone Miner on the tower.
So all tied up 1-1. Game number 1 for Agony King was the win with the Golem deck. Here, he takes the L with Giant Bowler Graveyard, and Mohamed Light ties things up. Mohamed Light, though, has really burned with this deck, triple spell here. So now Fireball, Poison, Log, and Delivery all gone. What do you think that opens up for Agony here? Does he have a Pigs deck that he feels comfortable with? Would that be the right move, or do you suddenly see Bowler, Bomb Tower, that sort of thing coming from Mohamed?
Yeah, so you really only have Zap and Arrows if you're Mohamed Light. So we could easily, and we still can see Void. So he still has a few options for small spells or cheap spells overall. So I don't think it totally limits Mohamed Light. I think it looks worse than it is. But even just having the option of going Void plus Zap or Zap plus Arrows, it still opens up a lot of doors for Mohamed Light. I really don't know what I would do if I was in Agony's shoes. You said that he was practicing log bait a little bit. I could see log bait being a decent idea, but it definitely does get scary, especially just because Evo Zap and Arrows still in play for Mohamed Light.
Well, that's one of the interesting things I think we don't talk about enough about Void, right? Is that for so long there was this real limitation on spells where you kind of were able to really nail somebody down, and how much the addition of more spells, Void in particular, has opened up the ability to. We saw a triple spell here, and as you said, Mohamed's not as handcuffed as he might have been a year ago.
Yeah, and right there, Rage on defense. Learning a few interactions right there. Rage plus the Dagger Duchess still giving up 0 shots to this day.
And is full-on Dagger Day for Agony. So maybe some bridge spam here from Agony King.
Yeah,
mentioned earlier he had been playing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Royal Recruits plus the Ghost But Mohamed Light, in response, you never want to see the bomb tower when you're running recruits. But an RG, wow.
RG recruits, although they don't break up the Inferno Dragon, Void plus Electro Spirit to clear it off. So Void Rage with this RG deck for Agony King.
Yeah, and he was really low right there, just kind of biding his time. And Mohamed Light, great timing right there, even with the rage. Wow, okay. I feel like there had to have been a timing, maybe a second, like 1.2 seconds earlier, where had he gone in with a Goblin Barrel, the Ghost wouldn't have been able to help, and there wouldn't have been enough daggers left in the Duchess's hands. But right there, Agony King able to clean it up very nicely. Could have been a lot worse for him.
Almost getting into our double elixir time. So far, Mohamed Light untouched, and this princess is going to get more and more annoying as the game goes on.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that last card from Agony King. Right there, Inferno Dragon, not necessarily wasted, gets a little bit of value, but this is really good for Agony King. He can now set up with the Recruits RG. No bomb tower to protect him. This could be a nice little push going, but the Evo Valk plus the bomb tower, I mean, he just cycles so quickly. It's going to be tough for Agony to get past this.
And no champion either for Agony King for cycle, so that also changes some of it. So far, no champion shown by Mohamed Light either. Evo Valk really doing its work there despite the fish boy pulling her across the bridge.
Yeah, and I mean, since the dawn of time with Logbait, the best way to play it, just protect your princess and you win. And so far, that's exactly what Mohamed Light is doing, consistently getting at least one princess on the board. Now there's two, plus the Evo Barrel. This is definite trouble for Agony King.
Inferno Dragon at the bridge, that princess staying on there so long, she might have a cot somewhere on the board. And now RG in with a pretty big push. Bomb tower, two princesses, and really just nothing that Agony can do about them.
Another Evo Valk. And yeah, I mean, at this point, Agony King is just trying to make it to the tower once.
This has been shut down city so far as we approach the final 80 seconds. And there's been two princesses on the board pretty consistently throughout this game.
Yeah, Agony King, he doesn't cycle quickly enough to, I mean, really give the princesses any problems whatsoever. Mohamed Light, he can kind of choose how he wants to approach this game. If he just wants to defend for the rest of the game, he's going to be fine. I mean, there's no wrong answer for Mohamed Light at this point.
80% win rate with Princess in CRL this year for Mohamed Light, although, you know, you put that in context, he might just have an 80% plus win rate. He might have an 85% win rate, and that actually lowers his numbers. You know, that's how crazy it's been with him this year. And look at that bomb tower right back around. And Evo Valk, the fish boy, actually, in some ways, hurting the Royal Giants' ability to get to tower.
Yeah, even with the rage helping out, Agony King not able to make it to the tower, but the Ghost is going to be a little something, getting the tower down to 2095. He's got one last opportunity, three princesses on the board for Mohamed Light.
Agony King experiencing something that many a CRL pro has felt, and that's the frustration of knowing that Mohamed Light has outmaneuvered you and shut you down.
And one thing to know is that these guys have definitely played each other, I don't know, 15 times a month for the past 24 months. So there was a little bit of gamesmanship going on before the games, trying to figure out, you know, will this guy pull out something that he's pulled out before? Has he been practicing? And it definitely felt like, even after game one, it really felt like Mohamed Light was in total control, not really worried. And I loved seeing the variety. I loved seeing Dagger Duchess back on the board, but I think it definitely needs to be retired right now. It just is not good enough.
Well, you know, let's go back to that game 2 here for a moment, though, right? And here's some highlights from game 3. I think Agony's going to look back at this match and go, and look at that mistake with the zap or the opposite lane versus same lane play, and really look back at game 2 and go, that was my game to win. I should have beat Mohamed in round number 1. And then finding himself in the hardest of hard counters in game 3. I think he's going to maybe have some nightmares going into his next matchup about what happened in that game too.
Yeah, that absolutely could be the case. I honestly had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. But you're right. We don't know what the end result would have been after that game number 2. And it obviously would have been quite different. Even though Mohamed Light had the poison, had the goblins, they're okay answers. They're never great answers to the graveyard. So there was definitely an opportunity, and it really felt like he was trying to set himself up with a split lane push, double giants, one on the left side, one on the right side, Eagle Bomber left, graveyard right. He definitely had the opportunity. And you're right. Yeah, he just definitely has to use what he learned in this first set overall and make sure that he learns from it. And yeah, I could see that happening. I was still fairly impressed with his gameplay in that first set.
And you kind of do have to wonder what Agony was putting Mohamed Light on here in this third and final game. And you see this, Mo covering Royal Giant perfectly, covering Royal Pigs, covering Royal Hogs perfectly as well. So this one covered a lot of items. And so you have to be kind of thinking about what Victor and Agony King were cooking up here and what they anticipated as the matchup, as they went into one that was pretty brutal for them. Mohamed Light winning in the first round, not his usual vibes. So a nice step forward for Mohamed Light, as Agony will drop into the lower bracket. More on that in a minute. Let's go ahead and bring a third on here. Andrew. A tough outing for Agony King after a match he probably should have won in 2.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny because you guys kind of set the whole thing up talking about like how great Mohamed Light is and when you play against him. And, you know, you have to imagine when you look at a match like what we just saw that, you know, the Mohamed Light effect is real. Whether it's the coach or the player, there was macro mistakes made in those games. The biggest one is in game number 2, right? We don't need to beat it to death here. We don't need to, you know, kick a dog while it's down. But in the sense of there was a very clear change that needed to happen. Or as Josh has said, like, what's the worst that happens if you're losing a game and you change lanes, right? At least try it. You know, if you have a deck with that much HP, I really think that you would have had the opportunity to overwhelm Mo and then maybe make him switch towers. I mean, it's a lot easier said than done. And then game number 3 was just, again, you talk about macro understanding of dual mode, and that deck covered everything. It was absolutely beautifully constructed by Mohamed Light and Julesy, which is why he's moving on to our match number 7 in our upper semis. I'm going to be casting this next match. I think it's with you, Rich. I'm not 100% sure, with Sandbox and Ryley. Then we're going Ta, Seb, Sub, Guriko, as Agony King sits down in that lower bracket. And yeah, you know, I have to admit with what Josh was saying, I do think he played pretty well. I just don't know if Dagger Duchess in 3 games is the correct way to go. Cannoneer and Princess Tower are both pretty strong right now. I think Princess Tower has got to be at least in one of your 3 games. So those are some of the things that I would have maybe changed if I was Agony King, but still a very impressive game number 1 win.
A great one indeed. Josh, any thoughts on our next matchup as we're getting ready to transition here? We have Sandbox, who I believe you picked Sandbox for this one. I know that you've been predicting, you called him last month as the guy who would win the next golden ticket. Thoughts on him against the Goblin?
Yeah, on a bit of a hot streak right now, feeling pretty good. And yeah, I mean, Sandbox, he's been one of the best players in the world for the last 3 years. His live presence, second to none. He's definitely, once he steps up on the stage, I mean, that is not a man you want to mess with. He is so cold, so calculated. And I mean, I think it was his gameplay where I called it boring at the World Finals, and to this day it's like one of my favorite things that I've ever said as a commentator, because his gameplay, it's just so exact. Everything he does when he plays the RG, he doesn't make mistakes. I never thought that there would be a better player with RG than Ruben, and then Sandbox showed up and proved me wrong. So I am just insanely excited for this match because I'm saying all these great things about Sandbox, and then I'm also equally excited for Ryley. Ryley, obviously one of the biggest YouTube content creators out there right now, tons of fans, thousands of fans, and I mean, he is brilliant with a bunch of cycle decks, just any deck. I alongside Ryley, I watch him and Ian almost every day. It's been so long since I've been watching YouTube Clash Royale content like that, but both of them are so brilliant, and Ryley is a joy to watch for sure.
And this would certainly be an interesting one, Andrew, if Ryley, you talk about that Ian-Ryley rivalry, if Ryley's able to make it to World Finals, does that put the kibosh on that conversation?
I mean, definitely, I think so. They both showed up in our monthly finals throughout the year, but I think obviously whoever has the best success by the end of the year is the one that'll be remembered. That's how it always is in every sport. You know, no one ever remembers second place. Unless you're a 49ers fan, the Super Bowl last year. But sorry, Josh, I had to do that to both of us.
That's immediately what I thought of.
But that being said, I do love both of them. I love their content. I am actually not as familiar with Ryley as most people out there. I don't watch a lot of his content. I haven't seen a ton of his gameplay other than at our monthly finals. So I'm really excited to see how he does here. The other thing that was really interesting when Josh was talking is like talking about that stage presence, but right now they're still fighting for their lives. There's this level of desperation, if you will, on both sides where they don't have this sewn up. They're not going to World Finals. This is basically feeling like their last chance, and I like this. Sandbox starts off with some bait against the bait master himself.
And Ryley forced to fireball a princess, take the negative trade, although he'll get a little bit back elixir-wise with the Electro Spirit lead. Well, not the lead.
Wow.
Keep in mind here, we're seeing Cannoneer for Sandbox. So while he's untouched, more HP still remains on both towers for Ryley, even despite all that damage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of surprises. Ryley's going with RG. Sandbox is going with bait. Sandbox has the Suspicious Bush, which I was not sure we were going to see at all today. Suspicious Bush and the Evo Goblin Cage. I'm very curious to see if we'll see played. But yeah, I'm happy to see it. Evo Valk was the other thing that I wanted to talk about from that last match, and Momo's ability to always have that Evo Valken cycle when he didn't have any other options available defensively was absolutely brutal to watch as an Agony King fan, or great to watch if you're a Mo fan.
Suspicious Bush, maybe the funniest card introduced to Clash Royale since Fisherman.
And the timing of it is so odd. Like, it takes so long to get to your tower, and then when it feels like it's on your tower, it's like another couple of seconds before it actually pops, and then the goblins come out. So a really unique card, the Suspicious Bush. I don't think that it needs defensive capabilities, because then I think it would be too strong, but it is missing something. And we'll see if Sandbox has maybe figured that out here. But in terms of like having a card in your deck that you cannot use at all defensively, there aren't many like that in the game.
Well, you know, I'd say a card that for many reasons brings up similar thoughts on its introduction as the Wall Breakers, right? That they're, although they're able to distract in a way Suspicious Bush can't, the Wall Breakers, when first introduced, people just didn't really figure it out until we finally saw minor Wall Breakers played right before they got reduced from 3 to 2 elixir.
Yeah,
and
Tommy,
it's sort of
right?
Tommy, very similar feeling.
And this Evo Valk putting in some work on that left-hand side for Sandbox, who has just done a great job. And this is what's so great about the Suspicious Bush. It is so cheap, and the relentless pressure can be so frustrating. And then if you're always baiting things out, like that Rage or like the Fireball or anything to distract it, it's just making your offense that much harder to put together. And yeah, Evo Valk has just been putting in work here. 619, 23, 35, Princess on the right-hand side with the Bush, and Ryley has just kind of got his back up against the wall here, Rich.
Yeah, I think one thing we're seeing here with this bait bush combination is, we've seen Goblin Barrel plus Wall Breakers before, but they both pace similarly. And you could see Ryley just getting kind of frustrated with the awkward pacing of the bush, but then the fast pace. This is like, it's like a car where someone keeps hitting the gas and hitting the brakes back and forth. You know what to do. And that was a nice, tricky, strange performance for the win there from Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, a frustrating one if you're Ryley, right? I mean, your pacing is the perfect word to use because it felt like he was just off pace that entire game because Sandbox was just pushing it. And, you know, that whole game from when it started, I was like, all right, that Evo Valk is going to be so great defensively. It was so brutal offensively for Sandbox. And, you know, this I don't think is very representative of their two skill levels. But when you talk about competitive experience at the highest level, Sandbox has that in spades over Ryley. And we just saw that in a beautiful game number one. He doesn't go to his comfort deck. He plays against his comfort, which I always am a little surprised. Like, you know, just because you know your opponent plays Royal Giant, they also know how to defend against Royal Giant, right? If you play a one win condition, you know the most frustrating ways for someone to deal with your win conditions. So a very fascinating game number one here for Sandbox.
Absolutely fascinating one for Sandbox. And as we take a look at our first one, on paper, a lot of similarities between the numbers for these two decks, although you see while the card cycle was pretty similar, the average cost very, very different. Rather able to get around quickly, but not able to get around quickly enough to find defensive uses for this one. And as we mentioned, you know, you talk about that suspicious bush, nothing able to target it, nothing really, you know, the everything you spend against it is kind of expensive except for that Electro Spirit. And Ryley was probably sitting there going, I really want to find a chance to get on some sort of realistic offense. But then every time he does, hey, there's an Evo Valk, there's a Bomber, there's just so much there getting in his way. And you can see Ryley here setting up for the left-hand lane with the Royal Giant. But look at the flood on the board. He's forced to spend so much on the right-hand side. And then, of course, back on the left-hand side, he has to get back and do it again, and still being forced to just the pressure. Hey, look, there's a Dark Goblin on my left-hand tower. I have to pick it up, but there's also a Princess on my right-hand tower. What do I even do with this? This kind of feels a lot like how Classic Bait felt 4 or 5 years ago, but now, as we talked about, with just that stop-start, ridiculous amount of pressure that just forced Ryley into tough decision making in real time.
Yeah, and I think it was very indicative. I mean, the beginning, the starting hand was really tough, but I just don't know if fireballing the Princess was the absolute best way to start the game. I mean, if your opening hand is that bad and you have to cycle and you see that that's the best way to stop the bleeding, you know, sometimes we just have a bad game, right? Sometimes your opening hand against what your opponent plays and the situation that comes right after it, it's just like you're already set up for such a bad start. But that wasn't the only thing. It was also just that there was literally no way for Ryley to get any sort of offensive pressure because there was so much. And, you know, you talk about that bush once again, which I'm so glad we get to talk about the suspicious bush because I didn't think we were going to talk about it. There's only the rage. Only the rage is a positive trade there. And, you know, as much as you'd like the E-Spirit or, you know, your Wizard to be able to do it, it's like you need them to chain on top of it off of something else, which is really hard to set up. And conversely, that is one of the few times that you can actually use the Suspicious Bush defensively, is like if you know that splash damage is coming and you can drop it right in there, whether it's like, you know, a Wizard hit, a Valkyrie hit, an RG hit. Like, obviously none of those are ideal because it'll probably kill the goblins. I'm trying to remember the situation that I had the other day. I think it was like a Princess was shooting at a knight of mine and I dropped a Suspicious Bush on top of it to help defend, you know. So there are unique places you can do it, but it is very difficult.
Here we go, game number 2, and some minor cycle with the Archer Queen for Ryley, and Sandbox gonna have to throw the late fireball there, eat a lot of damage early. And notice that Sandbox varying his towers this game. We saw last match that it was just, hey, I'm playing Dagger Duchess all day. But we saw Sandbox go Cannoneer and now go back to the Princess Tower for game number 2. So maybe a little bit more thought on the tower play from Sandbox.
Yeah, and what a great start here for Ryley. You know, just as similar as it was last game. And Archer Queen is really interesting right now because a lot of people aren't playing Lightning. You know, you're not seeing a whole lot of Rocket, and if you are playing against Rocket, you can usually try to avoid it with your AQ. But with Void and Arrows being so popular, Archer Queens have started to show up just a little bit more. I mean, you know, oh wow, yeah, what a great play with that Miner. Wow. And this is what you want to see out of Ryley, and he should be able to get the King Tower. Oh no, just the one half step late. That would have been beautiful for Sandbox.
I mean, that couldn't have been a better play for Ryley.
No.
Great job distracting the fisherman, getting tons of damage, and then the fisherman made it long enough so that for the Valk not to activate. I mean, that could not have gone better for Ryley.
No, just an absolutely beautiful miner to the inside. Opposite lane, like you said, distracts that fish boy, and really, really nice heads-up play here. And what's cool is you look at both these first matches, and you go to game number 2, and you're looking at Ryley and Mohamed Light go, okay, game number 1 got away from me. Let me just get back to the basics. Let me get a miner, a poison, and a Tesla, and see what kind of damage I can do.
Archer Queen going to work on the Monk, but the Monk does get the reflection in. RG, though, not going to break through here as we go to the final 15 seconds of regulation time. It's been all Ryley all the way.
You know, as AC said, though, Sandbox just needs one good push, and he got a pretty good string together of predictions there on Ryley's defense, but that Archer Queen is going to be really tough to deal with.
I love seeing this defensive miner from Ryley going to just shut down and lock down the win here. Archer Queen goes into her cloak, gets a ton of damage, and this is just a rock and a hard place for Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Archer Queen now out of cycle, but he should be able to get back to another Tesla if he needs, and then there's the Evo Valk. Evo Valk is just always around, but you have an interesting push on this right-hand side. High Evo Tesla. Evo Tesla's still really, really strong.
I don't even know if Ryley needed the Evo Valk there. The log seems to have retargeted that Royal Giant well. This is certainly helpful for Sandbox in the final 75 seconds, the King Tower activation, but he needs to find a way to break through for that King Tower defensive help to be of any value.
And I really like this. It's just, all right, let's wait for Sandbox to make the move. Let me set up my best defensive cards in that same lane. Yes, there's the Monk, but the Monk is going to, you know, the Arch Queen, he should be able to get back around to one if he needs, but there's also just so much DPS, a second Tesla, so much control here by Ryley. Really great game number 2 deck. And it's also demoralizing if you're Sandbox, right? You're playing your best win con and you're just getting absolutely bodied.
Destroyed, and Royal Giant has had a tough day today overall. Here we go, final 30 seconds. Sandbox does have one RG down. This is the chance for him to go double RG, and here he goes, opposite lane. But will Tesla be right back? Fishboy pulls the Valk back away. Evo RG to the left-hand lane. Wizard gets behind. RG's gonna get a couple, but that's not gonna be anywhere near enough, and we are gonna be going to a game number 3.
This is the second time now where we've seen the Fishboy do its wielder dirty because of the Evo Valk. I mean, we just saw there on the right-hand side, Sandbox could have maybe gotten a couple more shots in with that RG. In general, he was pretty much out of time. I don't think there was any way for him to come back. But pulling that Fishboy to the right-hand side, or I mean, pulling that Valk to the right-hand side after it had already done damage on the left, literally let it defend both lanes.
And people got to figure out the math on that one, as so far Valk is 2 for 2 on the day, undefeated alongside the Suspicious Bush, which is also in our undefeated category for the weekend. And gosh, I hope that we see it again. That was a lot of fun to watch. All tied up 1-1, and we look at what Ryley has played so far. We of course had the RG game deck in game number 1. We have this minor deck here in game number 2, which probably means that we're not going to be seeing bait in game 2. Of course, the deck that Sandbox played for bait didn't have a log either, so there is some possibility here we could see Ryley do something creative.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say where someone's going to go right now because the meta is all over the place. There's so many good decks right now in the meta that, you know, I feel like you have to be able to be good with all of them. There's a lot of really heavy beatdown decks. Bait's out there. Mortar is back out there. You know, Drill. We haven't seen any Drill yet today, which has actually been really surprising with how dominant it has been. But I'm really excited for this game number 3. It's fascinating because game 1 and game 2 were so dominant in different directions. So then you gotta be able, if you're Sandbox, to take the momentum out of what just happened and then reset best of 1. You know, give it your best shot.
And, you know, I'm not sure there really was anything for Sandbox to do here, but that opening didn't help, right? He plays the Monk to the far side, and then the Archer Queen has a free path to the tower. Fireball has to come out and be a mid-level counter. And then, of course, this just ended the game early. You don't get the King Tower activation. You give up a ton more damage. There's now dual lane pressure. That was just a... Yes, a good matchup for Ryley, but don't discount the brilliant performance from him in this one.
I'd like to see like a graveyard freeze or something. Like when you look at Valkyrie being out, Evo Tesla being out, Log, Poison being out for Ryley, he also doesn't have E-Spirit or Guards or Wizard. Like I feel like there's a good way to get like a graveyard freeze deck right now. They're not super popular, but they have been showing up, and I think in a dual mode it could be really, really strong. You know, we got Tato, we got Freeze, we got Bowler, you know, we've got Inferno. There's a lot of really good pieces there to put it together. And then the other thing, when you look at big spell power with Poison, Log, Fireball all out for Ryley, like, and Rage, he'll probably go to Void. You know, he might go to one of the big guys, like a Lightning or a Rocket, but I'd probably see more of like a Void. So I don't know. I actually kind of like that for Sandbox if he was to play some Graveyard.
Well, this is interesting, right? Sandbox has Fireball out, and Graveyard looks like a good option here. Does that make Mother Witch feel like an interesting choice here for Ryley?
I mean,
definitely put something together.
Yeah, I mean, I think also because Mother Witch can cover a lot of different things that are popular in the meta right now, right? There's a lot of spammy cards. Night Witch is showing up a lot, you know, so Mother Witch has obviously the bats to turn into piggies there. So I think there's a lot of I mean, we are doing what they are doing right now off of broadcast, right? You and I are literally talking through all the different things that you can do. And, you know, obviously Mohamed Light, the best to ever do it. When you go back to that game number 3 deck, I mean, that was a pure Frankenstein creation that was just perfect for where he had found himself in game number 3. And I think that's really what you have to do, right? Like I'm saying Graveyard Freeze, but it cannot be the most traditional version of Graveyard Freeze. You know, again, you go back to that deck that Mo had. He had Evo Valk for defense. He had Snowball for Hog. He had Rocket for Sparky. He had Inferno Dragon for Royal Giant. He had Bomb Tower for Hogs. Like, it's brilliant, right? There's so many pieces of it that work well together. And if it was just regular Hog Rider, Snowball plus Skeletons, you know? So I think that that's what you have to do in this game right now. And these guys are definitely taking their time. I wonder, World Finals, yeah, you might get a penalty at this point. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a fascinating one. And of course, the winner here goes on to face Mohamed Light in the next round. So
yeah,
you picked up one of the most difficult first round matchups, and you'll go into the most difficult matchup in the bracket if you're able to get past this one here. And Sandbox going Mortar, and Bandit gets right on top of it, and this might be Mortar GY.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be 2 hits. Wow. And then the Bowler, Rich. I mean, you could be correct because this, starting off, it's the deck that we're used to seeing on ladder, which is Arrows, Bomber, Skeleton Dragons, Miner. And I think it still must be, right now that we see the Miner come out, it probably isn't GY, but the Bowler definitely made me feel like it could be for a moment. Still could be. But definitely, but this is also what I was just talking about of like, all right, you need to make a Frankenstein creation of what's working in the meta right now, and both these guys have done that. Ram Rider also really popular.
Yeah, I mean, Mortar, Bowler, Miner, GY feels like a 2018 one of my decks, so...
I'm actually surprised.
Probably not the case here.
I guess at the highest level, P.E.K.K.A is really not that good because she is so easily distractible. But there you go. Ryley did bust out the Void, just like I was thinking. So hopefully Sandbox was able to figure out what exactly he wanted. Wow, MK. Yeah, and it almost feels like MK. What I was just about to say is that we haven't seen anyone play P.E.K.K.A, and P.E.K.K.A is super popular. Bridge spam is super popular, but P.E.K.K.A is just so controllable at the highest level, I think. So I actually kind of like the MK call. MK a little bit less easy to control.
And definitely here in this recruits matchup, you got to be happy to have MK over the P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, definitely.
And here we go.
That would be almost GG right there.
This Bowler, though, certainly creating problems for Ryley's Ram Riders. It does get a little connection there, but does not take the lead back. 23-50 on Sandbox's right-hand tower, 22-23 in the same lane for Ryley as we go into double elixir time.
Yeah, and this is such an interesting push here on the left-hand side. I mean, really one of the biggest things about this deck, I mean, obviously, like I said, a little bit different than what's popular right now, but the Skeleton Dragons, because Void is so popular, Skeleton Dragons have really kind of screamed back into the meta because they're one of the few cards that make it just a little bit easier to defend against that Void, or it doesn't feel as brutal when your Skeleton Dragons get taken out by a Void, whereas like an Inferno Dragon or an Archer Queen or a Wizard, it is a lot more impactful.
You have to be careful about those Inferno Dragons playing the Cannoneer. We saw that sizzle start to creep up a little bit in that last moment. Recruits to cover, but that Zappy just in range of the big mitts of that Mega Knight. One mortar connection does get through on the right, and a big push trying to get on tower on the left.
I'm actually shocked at what happened with that push on the left-hand side. It looked like Ryley would not be able to defend one of those sides well enough. And, you know, it's probably still GG with the amount of control that Sandbox has and the ability to get miners on the top of the tower. The other thing is, like, there's just no way to deal with all of his cards. Literally, you can void the Skeleton Dragons off the board, but, like, the Zappies, the Bowler, the Skeleton King, the Mortar, all of it, it's just so impossible for Ryley to have any spell power.
And Void trying to do something here for Ryley. That's absolutely shut down, and now he's down to 5 elixir. But he's facing, a dozen on the board right now, and this is just brutal. Brutal for Ryley, and a huge first round performance for Sandbox, who's going to take this one and move on to face Mohamed Light in round 2.
And you know, I gotta say, when you look back at these matches that we've had, which, you know, obviously we're very early on in the day, those game 3 decks, Rich, have been insane on all sides. When you look at the one in match number 1, Agony King's deck, also all over the place. I mean, a little bit more traditionally, I guess, in terms of like, recruits and Royal Giant. But you don't really see a lot of that right now. But, you know, again, Mo's deck being able to pick that apart. Then you go to game number 3 here with Sandbox. I mean, what a perfect deck call. Like I said, you know, if you're setting up for this game and you look at the spells that have been used and that are available, it's almost a 90% pull on Void. And then you come out with a deck with Skeleton Dragons, Zappies, Skeleton King recruits. Yeah, brutal, man. Absolutely brutal stuff. Love what we saw from Sandbox here.
And, you know, I love that you're talking about here in game 3, because we've, in the history of dual mode now, right? This is our 4th season of dual mode being the primary version of CRL. And we've always talked about where game 3 is where the money gets made, not only because you're getting the win there, but also because that's when you have the most information for deck picking. But today, I think we're really seeing the promise of the premise. And maybe it's the addition of some more cards. Maybe it's just where we are in the history of the game. And maybe it's just a luck factor of today. But I really do feel like so far we're 2 for 2 on game 3s, and both of them, the deck picking on game 3 has been fascinating.
Yeah, and you know, this is like what I dream about at World Finals. You know, I know we've teased it. You know, someone at Supercell is probably gonna get mad that I'm bringing it up right now. But like the ability to listen to the coaches and the players talk in between games would be one of the coolest things ever in Clash Royale, because you look at the way these decks were constructed and it's just brilliant. Like, I just love to hear that conversation between the players and the coaches, you know, because not only would it be great for us on broadcast, but imagine all the other people out there that want to be professionals and they have never had that type of conversation with the highest levels of coaches. But once again, you look at this beautiful deck choice from Sandbox. I love that he went Cannoneer. I love how heavy his deck was. I like that he used a champion in there for 3-card cycle. So many things done right. And again, Miner, right? Like, Miner still to this day, in my opinion, top 3 cards. It's so hard to keep him off the tower. There's so many other win conditions where you get late in the game and it's so hard for him or for them to break on through. Miner always can get there.
And we're gonna get Juicy J back in here. And Juicy, I saw you in our group chat here talking about how much you were really enjoying the deck picking aspect today. And Andrew and I are talking about game 3. What really stood out to you? What did you love as you were kind of commenting on that to us privately?
Honestly, I've been able to sit back and watch all the games so far. It's really cool to see every single tower troop be viable and have at least one win so far today. It does look like Cannoneer is undefeated on the day. Shout out to Sandbox getting 2 wins with the Cannoneer. There's been a lot of talks between the pros that Cannoneer might actually be the best tower troop, despite not as much versatility as the Princess Tower, just having that massive damage output. And it showed a lot of usefulness in this last game versus that Mega Knight and versus that Ram Rider. It did such a great job.
Great job indeed. And now as we take a look, or as we are take a look at the bracket here, we see our next round matchups. Sandbox will go on to face Mohamed Light, which will be a really interesting matchup for Sandbox. You know, a win there puts him right on a good path to our grand final, and of course that would give Mohamed Light his powers back if you send him down to the lower bracket. Agony and Ryley in a big elimination matchup, and you're talking about 2 players, both of whom need a golden ticket, do not have the ability to get through here on points. Of course, Ryley currently our community points leader. And Andrew, you guys have another fun one coming up here in a moment with one of our golden ticket winners.
Yeah, I mean, this one is really fascinating. I mean, the bracket in general is, when you look at how kind of stacked it is, but also in both sides of the bracket, you have our golden ticket winners, and then you have Ryley, Sandbox, and Sub, who are all just fighting for that chance to get a golden ticket. This is really interesting because it's almost like he carries this odd like reputation with him of not being as good as he actually is. Even after all the impressive things that he's done in his career, it almost feels like because he won his ticket so early on in this year, which is only a few months ago, you're like, oh, well, where's Ta been? Is he still up to fighting for him? But Juicy, he's been exceptional this year, and he's really, really impressed us. I'm actually shocked at the numbers. We are seeing a golden ticket winner be the underdog to a guy that I don't think Seb has he made it to the monthly finals at all this season?
I'm not sure either, but I'm with you on this. I think that Ta is one of the best players in the game currently, having that golden ticket. And I think that from what we've seen in that golden ticket, we know that he wants it so bad as well. I'll never forget that moment where he's won the golden ticket, but he lost to Mohamed Light to get the golden ticket, and he was still so upset because he wanted to win. He's super competitive. Yeah. He's very good. I'm sure he has lots of Japanese friends like Mugi and even Guriko that's also in this monthly finals that he practices against, that he can grind with. It's really weird for me to see that Todd not having a higher percentage with those community predictions.
Yeah, and just checking here, Seb has not made it to a monthly finals yet. And you actually make a really great point there, Juicy. With the dominance that Japan has had since the inception of CRL, it is crazy that we are looking at potentially missing the biggest names from that country, or anyone from that country, in our world finals. Ta being the one guy coming through, which was really great for all the Japanese players, because I think we were all expecting Mugi to just do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think that... Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that Mugi's been having some personal problems that we won't get into, so I don't know if he's been really grinding Clash Royale as much, but it seems Ta is really kind of taking that place for their country, and he's been practicing a lot, and as we hop into the match, we'll see how that practice has come through for fruition here. We do have LordSeb using his most used card, or his favorite card in the CRL, with the Evo Wizard. Arguably the best evolution. It seems like Evo Valkyrie might be kind of making the Wizard have a run for its money lately today, especially. I think Evo Valkyrie is the undefeated evolution today.
Yeah, Evo Valkyrie is just, I think it's one of those cards that's like, when it's wielded by the correct players, right? The best players in the world make delivery look like the best card. The lesser players make delivery a lot less impactful. I think it's very much the same thing in this conversation. Juicy, Demolisher, Magic Archer, and Wizard, all in one deck. What am I missing here?
Yeah, this is an interesting deck. I've seen something like this, but never all three. I mean, the Tornado is going to be the last card for Seb here. So the idea is just to use that drill, pair with at least one of these splash damage cards and the Tornado, get some good damage, similar to like even a Splash Art type thing. It's going to be interesting to see, though, how he can defend these World Giants, though, because he doesn't have a building, and he doesn't seem like he has a super high damage card. I mean, he does have the Monk, but if Ta's able to get that Monk in front of his RG to kind of counteract the other Monk, maybe we see that RG break through for the first time today. RGs have been some pretty hard time breaking through to their tower so far.
Yeah, they've definitely been struggling, and yeah, like you're saying about that Monk, you have to imagine that Ta is going to figure out a way to take that Monk out of the equation. So right now, Monk cycled early on, which means the Royal Giant could come down for Ta after this push is done. And there it is.
Royal Giant in the opposite lane, though, away from the opposing Monk, which is really smart. He goes for the pre-barbell plus a bomber onto the guards, and the RG is able to get 2 shots because of that. Wizard tries his best, but this is kind of what I'm talking about. Without that Monk can cycle, without a building, and only just all these, you know, I mean, kind of high damage spot cards, but not that, you know, like that mini P.E.K.K.A type of thing that you need. It might be difficult to stop these Royal Giants. And we see the Ta now up damage by about 600-700 damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of a surprising interaction there from Seb because, you know, you were talking on broadcast about like, oh, he doesn't have any building, it might be hard, we're going to use the Monk. He cycles the Monk left-hand lane, and then I think everyone in the world knows Taj is going to go RG right-hand lane because there's literally nothing you can do to stop the shot. And I think that that's something that Seb has to avoid. I mean, that's what we always try to avoid in Clash Royale is like 100% damage coming through, right? You always want to make sure that you can mitigate that damage a bit. And I think Seb set himself up to not mitigate any damage there, and he didn't get anything for it. If you're going to at least take some damage, at least get some good damage in the opposite lane, but still down by about, 1,004 HP.
Another Royal Giant plus bomber at the bridge. I'm loving these predictions. He does have the Tornado, though. Tornado is super strong. And look at this Monk on the left side, though.
Yeah.
Now both towers down to 1,200. And when you use that Tornado on the defense, then you don't have it for the offense, which is why I really would like to see Seb go same lane as his opponent here so he can use those Monks on the defense and maybe build a counter push. You have to do that with sort of the deck, but it's not that easy, especially when you're just going against that opposing Monk. Oh my gosh.
And this is also just like, you know, we talk about decksmanship, and I don't know, I feel like there's just some utility missing in this deck from Seb, and we'll see if, you know, we'll see if he's able to use NATOs and DPS effectively enough every single time, but like, Ta is barely supporting that RG and still getting a shot.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, you either have to use the drill on defense or the tornado on defense, and even with that tornado there, the RG still making through. He's going to apply some pressure on the right side here, going same lane. But look at the Bombers, really good versus the drill. So is the Barbarian Barrel. So is the E-Spirit. And other than that, I mean, everything's blocked. Even the Royal Giant prediction for that Magic Archer with the Bomber and the Bar Barrel. You see Ta kind of wiping his face there. He already knows this game is over as he sends that last Fireball in. GG's to Ta. And I think this is kind of what we expected, the casters anyways.
Yeah, I mean, you know, RG does get its first win of the day. This is what you would hope out of our golden ticket winner from earlier this year, is that he's going to continue to stay dominant. It looks like his coach is in the room with him there, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's actually really great. And a very clean game number one. Juicy, I mean, look, you do, if you guys don't know, Juicy, one of the biggest content creators in the US, one of the biggest streamers in the US, you do a thing called deck request days. I don't know which day of the week you do it, but like when you look at a deck like what we just saw from LordSeb, it does feel like a deck request deck. I know that's a little, it diminishes the experience and the skill of LordSeb, but like, I mean, look, Monk coming out, obviously the worst champion that he could have ran into, but I just don't think you should have 3 ranged glass cannons in your deck. I mean, obviously Wizard isn't really a glass cannon because of how strong it is, but otherwise, like, I just think you're really leaving yourself hamstrung to defend against, you know, something that might be a building seeking unit like a Royal Giant.
Yeah, I think that's a great call that you made there. Monk being the worst thing that he could have gone up against. All of his range units constantly just getting deflected. And it never seemed like he was able to get that push that he wanted to. He was never able to get that Monk plus Evo Wizard plus the drill, the Monk ability with a Magic Archer maybe to deflect a Fireball. It seemed like he never found that good opportunity to strike. And Ta just really was just applying pressure the entire time. And I do agree with you what you're saying also about how this deck is just a little bit cookie cutter, if you will. It doesn't seem like it's exactly the type of deck you are normally seeing in the Clash Royale League, the solid type of deck that has lots of different counters. That's the thing about these duels decks. That's the thing about what the analyst job is. It's you're not trying to snipe and try and get that best deck possible. You're really just trying to make a deck that can have a decent 50-50 matchup against anything that your opponent brings. And that is not what this deck is. It seems like this deck was more to try and snipe or maybe get a really good matchup for a very specific deck that Tom was going to use, and it just didn't seem like he hit that correctly.
Yeah, that's actually a really good call. I think you're just hoping for a little bit too much if you're LordSeb here, and then like you said, if you run into something like the Monk, then your whole deck kind of falls apart. Whereas if you look at Taw's deck, obviously it's just like a meta deck. There's E-Spirit in there, there's the spell in there, there's the champion in there. You know, there's all the things in there that you want to be in there. So we'll see if Seb can reset here in game number 2, or if our monthly champion can keep this run going. Mother Witch, first time we're seeing her today, and Firecracker. And the Goblin Evo Cage, or the whatever it's called. The Evo Goblin Cage, there we go.
Yeah, second time we've seen Evo Cage today. I think it's gonna be pretty good versus the Hog Rider, honestly.
How do you feel about Evo Cage?
I think Evo Cage is solid. It's not like super overpowered. I think it's exactly what an Evo should be. It should be something that has a unique ability, but it's not change the game in a crazy way. And I think that's what it does. You know, the Cage is going to do a great job versus the Hog Riders, but the Earthquake is still going to be able to take it out. So it kind of will act as a normal Cage in that way. But if that Earthquake is never in cycle, or if you ever get a crazy amount of value with that Cage, like right here, it has a lot of opportunity to get lots of value. Even this cannon card, you can see Seb kind of shaking his head. He knows it's a mistake, because he should just let this... Yeah, if he just lets the Cage do its thing there, right? Then that's the power of the Cage. You're gonna be able to stack up a bunch of elixir, almost like an elixir pump. Because you play a Cage, it doesn't get taken out, and the Hog Rider's gone. You can play that cannon card all the way to the back once you're full and make a huge push off of it. That's what could have happened there.
Definitely. I mean, and also when you look at what you're going up against, the cannon cards in the back is going to be a big key to victory here if you are LordSeb. The more that you can get those on the board, the more that they can kind of control the map, the fact that they cannot be spelled off the board, and then maybe you're baiting out more Firecrackers. But right there, we see a Firecracker up high from Taw getting just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're going to see a lot in this match, since Seb doesn't have, you know, a fireball, he doesn't have an arrows, he doesn't have a barbarian barrel. He's going to constantly have to use that fireball to try to clean off that Firecracker. But if you're constantly doing that, the other thing that's going to happen, especially with Taw having two elixir cards and that log too, you're going to get out cycled. That's what's happening already right here. The Firecracker's on the board, Fireball's not quite back in cycle. It's getting really good value versus the cannon card. Maybe
Taw is
King Tower, though.
dialed. I love it. He's making great predictive plays, great decks. He's playing so patiently and calm. His Firecrackers are infuriating. Like, this is exactly what I wanted to see after not seeing him a lot the last couple months.
Yeah, I mean, even the Earthquake and Log on the Mother Witch to take that out. He's using that 3-card cycle, constantly having his Evo, Firecracker, and Tesla in cycle. I mean, this is a perfect example on how you can play, or how powerful Hog EQ can be at the highest level. Wow. It's getting, I mean, and once again, look at this Firecracker. We already talked about it. You know, the log is enough to take it out.
And Taw is laughing at this point because Seb has just spent so much elixir to allow that Firecracker to connect like 3 times. Brutal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Taw's looking like Mohamed Light right now. Look, he's taking no damage on his towers. He's controlling the match completely. Wow, I mean, he's just really not giving Seb any room to do anything.
That was a nice high Mother Witch there from Seb looking for the skeletons, but again, Taw's just in the zone.
Pigs opposite lane. First time we see the wing condition from Seb, but there's a Tesla, some skillies, and the Firecracker from the off lane is helping out. Those piggies are never making it to this tower. We are into sudden death overtime. At this point, you know, Todd doesn't really need to take the tower, though. He just needs to keep having this super solid defense, and that will be enough.
Taw with a 60% win rate with Hog Rider, so definitely not his best win condition, but looking like it is right now. And still the Firecracker connects.
What? It just ignored that Cage, went straight to the Firecracker, and now the tower's down to 406. I think this Firecracker has done more damage in the Hog. I mean, I know this Firecracker has done more damage than the Hog Rider in this match. This Firecracker is almost the main win condition for Taw right now. An absolute Firecracker masterclass.
I feel like Taw is about to start his villain era with all the smiling that we're seeing here and like the absolute brutal display with the Firecracker. He is loving every second of that best of 3. 2 up, 2 down, beautifully done.
Bro, his smile is so contagious. I love that he's always snacking on something too. Do you notice that?
Yes.
Always snacking on something. He's just like, it is kind of a villain type of thing. It's like you just took out your opponent and you take a bite of a snack and you're preparing for the next match already.
Your coach comes out from behind the corner in the wings. Like, Ta's got it all working for him right now. You love to see it. Really, really well played. And, you know, I think this is, you know, we've talked so much about how great game number 3, deck number 3 was. Juicy, this is the exact opposite. This is just, I picked 2 decks. I'm good with them. I know the interactions. And as much as I'd like to just chalk it all up to that, I also think that Seb did not do a great job picking decks. And I think what I hate about this is that, like, I want decks like this to be played more often with success because they're different. It's always fun to see something different. But when you look at the way that this match went down, you're like, oh yeah, the meta's the meta for a reason, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, yeah, in both of the decks from Seb, it's just they're not really meta decks. It seems once again, he's really trying to snipe something specific instead of, you know, really trying to get that 50-50 matchup and try to play your best game. But maybe he knows that, you know, Ta is really, really good. He doesn't want to get that 50-50 matchup. Maybe he knows he might be a little bit outclassed there, so he's trying to get that snipe, but it just wasn't able to work out. And then, like you said, on the other hand, Ta, he's just using 2 really solid meta decks. I mean, really just no variation in it at all. Just RG, Fisherman Monk, and a Mighty Miner Quick Cycle Hog EQ. I mean, this is a legit ladder deck. That's how meta it is, and he just played it to a T.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Fireball's just not being able to do anything other than take care of firecrackers. The cage really just used effectively, but I think one of the biggest problems was early on when it was an overspend. AC, what are your thoughts on what you've seen? You can go, which way are you going?
This way. Final answer.
Still muted. Joshua AC Sharon, probably the greatest in history when it comes to commentating live on broadcast.
Okay, so I'd just like to say they heard me. So just, you know, I just want to say that was a disgusting set from Ta. Start to finish, it was just countless predictions, countless outplays. That was one of the prettiest sets I've seen in so long. Every time I would look up, it just felt like I was seeing another outplay, and yeah, that was an astonishing set. I was so impressed.
So brackets shaping out here as we have our 3 winners staying alive, and big surprise here, it's a world champion, a world finalist, and a golden ticket, or a monthly ticket winner in Ta, Mohamed Light, and Sandbox. Bottom of your screen, Agony King, Ryley, LordSeb, and LordSeb is waiting to see who is going to drop this next set between Sub and Guriko, and this is a huge set for Sub. I know you boys are about to take this over. One thing I want to bring up really quickly, AC, is what were your thoughts on the decks from LordSeb, and do you think that we're going to see anything like that in this set?
I did not really like them whatsoever. As interesting and as fun as those decks were, you were talking about it. The meta is the meta for the reason. It's difficult to make those decks work. And he really never had an opportunity to win. Everything, even if Ta wasn't playing lights out like he was, it still would have been Ta walking away with a victory. It just would have taken longer. And
yeah, that's a good point.
That just can't happen.
And in this matchup with Sub and Guriko, I mean, there's so much on the line here for Sub, and I think Guriko is kind of like a Hail Mary, if you will, to make it to World Finals. I feel like there's a lot more pressure on Sub here. You know, again, this is his, I think it's his 3rd or 4th. Rich Lulu and I literally just talked about this. I think it's at least his 3rd, probably I think his 4th. But he's been here a lot. He just hasn't gone very far, Juicy.
Yeah, so for all y'all back home that don't know what we're talking about, so Sub, he could win the gold ticket and qualify today, but also if he just gets 4th place, he will get enough points to be on the point leaderboard 1st place and overtake, I believe, Adriel on a tiebreaker. So really, he just needs to win this and just a few more, get that 4th place, and then he'll be in the money. I think this is I think his 3rd or 4th, I think 3rd appearance at monthly finals, but he really usually doesn't get that far. The reason Adriel has more points is because he's only been there twice, but he's done really well. He got 2nd in one of the monthly finals. So Sub needs to do a little bit better than what he has done so far this season and get a little bit further than that, 6th, 7th, 8th place.
Yeah, so you're saying this, but you also voted for Sub. So you still believe in the talents and what he's accomplished so far, that it should propel him in this matchup, correct?
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. I know that you, Josh, are one of the only people to take Guriko on the predictions here, but having it be his first monthly finals this year, I just don't think that I can, in confidence, choose him. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but talk to me again about why you think Guriko has a solid chance to beat Sub in this match.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Guriko, I've been such a massive fan of him for the longest time ever. He's one of those players where every time I would watch him, I would learn from him. Every time I would watch him, I would say, wow, I wouldn't have done that, as I watch him take the tower. And I personally would have lost that match, 9 out of 10 times or whatever it was. So I loved what I've seen from him. But even after just seeing the first 20 seconds of this match, I'm seeing him use an RG, Sub using bait, and so far it feels like RG just isn't the right deck to use. So as I'm saying all this, I'm thinking to myself that Sub probably has the advantage in this matchup just because of the decks that we've seen so far, even 4 seconds into the match.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you on Guriko's massive talent. Whenever I play him on ladder, I get destroyed. Here comes the Evo Goblin Barrel. Ooh, but he used the Barbell on the wrong side. The real barrel's on the right, getting a massive amount of damage. And I'm also going to agree with you on the matchup here. I do think that we've seen a similar matchup like this so many times already today. An RG Monk versus an Evo Valkyrie. And the Evo Valkyrie just shreds that RG push every single time. And that quick cycle is going to mean he's going to have that Valkyrie cycle very often, not to mention just the building and the quick cycle to always have something. On the other hand, what do you think that Guriko has to do to actually break through and actually win this game? Or maybe it's not possible in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm super upset that you got to it first, because I promise you, I was going to ask that same question to you.
Oh, I can answer if you want.
Okay, yeah, let's flip it. All right, you take it away. What is Guriko supposed to do in this matchup?
Okay, I think it's gonna come down to the Evo Bomber. We have seen matchups like this so far today, but usually we've even seen a harder counter where Sub would maybe even have an arrows from the Evo Bomber. I think if he can get a very solid Evo Bomber connection when that Evo Valk is not in cycle, that's important, because if the Evo Valk's in cycle, then it's just going to pull the Evo Bomber straight in and take it out. But if you can somehow get a nice Evo Bomber connection on tower without the Evo Valk in cycle, that's the way to do it. You need that Monk, RG, Evo Bomber. Other than that, I just don't think it's going to be enough to win the game. All the stars have to align here for Guriko.
Yeah, and right there, the stars almost aligned for him. He was almost able to get the Phoenix on top of the tower. I was ready to interject, say like, oh, look at this push. But instead, Sub, with brilliant defense, able to get the exact right timing, the exact right placement, a brilliant play from him. And yeah, Sub is just doing a great job of controlling this matchup. On the right side, and again, Guriko can't get it correct. I understand I would have done the exact same thing. The right side has, a lot less to go, so I would have predicted the bar barrel on the right side, but Sub doing a great job. And I mean, that's how you play log bait. You want to constantly be flipping lanes. You want the end result to say you've done 6,800 damage to the towers because you have the left tower down to 800 HP and the right tower fully taken out. So I love what he's doing. I love how he's attacking. And I mean, even right there, you are going against RG. The King Tower doesn't really mean all that much, but it's still absolutely valuable to get down. Sub putting on a clinic so far in this matchup.
Yeah, an absolute clinic. Look, we have 2 Valkyries on the defense. The Evo Gombrel's in cycle already. He mirrors. He whips out the mirror. The Barbarell is in cycle. Mirror last card is insane. This might be the first mirror we've seen in Clash Royale League and since maybe the mirror meta. Whoa. Here's a huge push though. 2 fishermen. The monkey ability's back. Deflects the Dark Orb and the tower. Bomber's dealing with the goblins. Royal Giant is full health. Fireball drop down. 11 seconds left. There's fishermen locking on the tower. What is happening, Josh?
Oh my goodness, 4 seconds left. Guriko is going to be able to take this. Why mess with success? Oh, Sub in Agony right there. The mirror in the deck. I mean, it's incredible to... I mean, it's incredible for ladder because you get to trick all your opponents, but you don't do that in competitions for that reason. You need the safe, the steady, the deck that is going to be able to withstand all the pressure at the very end. Once triple elixir hits, you have the double RG pushes, the monk in front. You need the right defense set up. I am shocked that he was willing to put mirror in this deck. You don't do that. That is a massive error. That is, having the mirror in that deck is probably the biggest error we've seen so far today.
So a lot just happened. I thought we were gonna see the first mirror dub in Clash Royale League in a freaking minute. But what happened was that the mirror barrel went through. I mean, here's the replay. No, this is a little bit earlier in the game, but we do see that Evo Gabriel doing a lot of work. We saw the Evo Valkyrie doing great on defense. We see these Valkyries. It seems like Guriko is never going to break through, right? But here comes the mistake that you're talking about. The Evo God barrel, and he immediately mirrors the barrel when the bar barrel's in cycle. And at this point, oh, you look at the right side, that push is just crazy huge. And then Guriko, he knows that once you've seen that mirror, he knows that his opponent doesn't have a big spell. He doesn't have a rocket, he doesn't have a poison. That would be great to like clean up this huge push. He doesn't have a fireball either. And he just stacks everything at the bridge. Usually in these RG matchups, you know, you need to make a dual lane pressure because your opponent will just drop that rocket and take out the entire push if you go all same lane. But as soon as that mirror dropped, Guriko knew that he can just lay everything at the bridge, all same lane, and it just wasn't able to be stopped. I don't think the Evo Valkyrie was in cycle. Maybe it was in cycle and just got obliterated so quickly. I mean, I'm rambling right now, but go ahead. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I believe what happened was with like 25 seconds left to go in the game, he placed down the Evo Valk.
Yeah.
And I think what was on the board was the monk, maybe 2 fishermen on the board, and then the Valk got 1 shot. But then the monk pushed the Evo Valk away. It got stunned, wasn't able to get off a second shot, and then it just snowballed that quickly. The Evo Valk got deleted from the map so quickly that you couldn't even remember it was placed down on the map.
Wow.
And that just can't happen. The Evo Valk has to get... I mean, just save the mirror for the Valk. A level 12 Valk is going to be able to destroy the push just as well as the Evo Valk would. You have that option. You cannot get aggressive in the final 25 seconds like that.
Yeah, I think that kind of shows the difference between Sub. Obviously, great player, but it shows the difference between him and someone like, you know, maybe Mohamed, like the best player in the world. I'll use an example. Mohamed Light in that situation, he's going full defense. We've seen him do it so many times. He'll just get that damage lead, and he'll just hold on to that damage lead with really solid defense. But Sub, on the other hand, you know, I'm not, for whatever reason, he wanted to extend that damage lead a little bit longer. Maybe even he was just trying to take that tower at the last second with the mirror barrel, but too much elixir spent because that mirror barrel costs 4 elixir instead of 3. And then, like you said, I mean, if he could have just used that mirror Valkyrie on defense, he probably could have defended. But enough talk about the last game. We're already a minute and a half into this one. You have P.E.K.K.A, Bridge Spam, mirror matchup, almost exactly. What are your thoughts on this matchup in the P.E.K.K.A mirror, Josh?
Yeah, so first of all, super interesting to have the P.E.K.K.A just even be a card that we're seeing in CRL. It's super exciting to see that. Right there, Sub getting pretty aggressive with the Ram Rider because Guriko's Ram Rider first targeted the P.E.K.K.A. Sub's Ram Rider is going to make it to the tower, so good situation for him. I mean, really, it was a 1 HP P.E.K.K.A that just got 1,000 HP worth of damage. Right there, able to sort of climb back into it. Sub gonna be running Bar Barrel as the only different card. We're still waiting to see what Guriko has in store for us. Good Ghost right there to get that down in time so that way the Bandit doesn't get the dash on top of the tower.
Yeah, normally you do see an Electro Spirit in this deck. Obviously, he used Electro Spirit last game with the Roll Giant, I think. He also would have used E-Spirit already versus some Ram Riders, so I'm also interested to see what this last card could be. Overall, I mean, I've been playing a little bit of P.E.K.K.A recently. In this mirror matchup, it's really weird. Mirror matchups are always weird, especially for me, but I think the Evil Wizard is the most valuable card, the card that you need to protect. You need to be able to predict those void spells that drop onto the Evo Wizard especially, and make sure it gets as much value as possible so you can win those bridge battles like we're seeing right here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and right there, oh, wait, oh my goodness. I think he missed the void on the first one, but then the bar barrel pushed it off to the side, so then he was going to hit, but then Sub was able to protect it with a bandit on defense. So really crazy interaction right there. Again, Sub's Ram Rider's getting to the tower. He's getting the damage that he needs, and I don't think Guriko is going to be able to get anything down in time. He's forced to use a void on defense. So Sub, coming back from game number 1, recognizes his mistakes, playing a little bit more cautiously, trying to make the right interactions constantly. And so far, Sub, we said this at the beginning of the game in the first one, again, putting on a clinic, this time in a mirror match, which is considerably more difficult.
Rammer to the left, arrows is last card, another spell. This Rammer seems like it is going to connect. The Zap does stop it though, and the Bandit and everything is cleaned up pretty well as well. Wait, no, the Bandit connects. Bandit connects, that's a massive amount of damage. We're heading into triple elixir here, and Sub is continuing the pressure on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the bar barrel is going to be very valuable in this matchup because you get to use the bar barrel on top of the ghosts, on top of the bandits. It's one card that you can consistently cycle, and it's just always going to get value. So, I mean, it makes sense. When you look at this deck on paper, you say, okay, Sub should have the matchup just because of the bar barrel. It should be great. But I feel like that takes away from how Sub played that matchup. He played a phenomenal game that entire time. Constantly, I mean, really, it comes down to the bridge Ram Riders always got damage, always got value, always forced out defensive Ram Riders. I loved how he played the Ram Rider in that mirror.
Yeah, I saw a Twitch chat from one of my mods, Laddie. He said, I think he said, what is Guriko doing? The wizard is useless if you let it get voided every time. And that's actually true. It seems like Guriko every single time just let the void take out the wizard for a positive 2 elixir trade. And that's what I was talking about earlier in that match. When it comes to the mirror, you need to predict that void. You need to protect your wizard, but most importantly, your Evo wizard. And I think that's what also Sub did a lot better. And we see a perfect replay right here. We see him predict the void with the Barbarian Barrel, stop it with the Bandit. And then on the other hand, the void for Guriko, it just goes down immediately. And that's what gave Sub this massive elixir advantage, which has allowed him to pressure at the bridge continually on both sides there. You know, just because the damage was on the left-hand side didn't mean that the best part of that play was protecting that wizard. Because that wizard protection with the void onto the wizard from Sub allowed that elixir advantage. The connection happened on both sides. And now we're 1-1 in the best of 3. We have one more match to see who will carry on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I think if you're watching at home and you're saying who's going to be able to win this game, I really think it should be heavy Sub as the heavy favorite so far. I think for 5 minutes or 4 minutes and 40 seconds of game number 1, he dominated that match. Game number 2, he just dominated that matchup throughout. It really feels like Sub is on another level compared to Guriko. And then Guriko, while he did win game number 1, he really hasn't impressed me. Even in the replay, we saw him defend with the Ghost, and then Sub went aggressive on the left side with the Bandit. But Guriko had the arrows. He could have done the arrows on top of the Ram Rider plus the Bar Barrel. It wouldn't have cleaned it up perfectly, but it wouldn't have given up, you know, the 600 damage from the Bandit dash plus forced out the Void. It just feels like in a lot of the 50-50, what do I do in this situation, Guriko's making mistakes. And that's not something we used to see from him, but it's something that we're seeing from him today.
Yeah, it seems like one thing that Guriko has done well is he's taken advantage of his opponent's mistakes, but it seems like in this game, Sub really didn't make any of those. And when it comes to 2 pros versus 2, or 1 pro versus another pro, like a lot of the time, a mistake isn't going to happen. So Guriko in this game 3, he really needs to not only take advantage of mistakes if they happen, but he also needs to play at that super high level. Like you're saying, he needs to do something to impress us if he wants to take down Sub and continue up in the upper bracket. Another call out to The motivation that Sub here has here today, though, like he really wants to win. He does not want to get sent to that lower bracket, because if he just gets this one win, he's one step closer to getting that 4th place to overtake Adriel in the point leaderboard. So you can already see he is locked in right now.
Yeah, all he needs to do is win this set and the next set. He can lose everything after that, and he's gonna be okay. He's got a top 4 locked up if he just wins the first 2 sets. If he gets knocked down, I believe he's gonna need 3 sets and maybe a 4th or something like that. The path gets so much more difficult if you lose the first round and get sent to the lower bracket. I would deem it impossible to come back, but we've seen month after month of that not being the case if you're Mohamed Light. So it's definitely possible, but it does get considerably more difficult. Game number 3, everything on the line for these players. Again, this is the last monthly finals. No more opportunities. I mean, there's a community event here or there, but basically no more opportunities. These players are fighting for their opportunities to make it to the World Finals.
Yeah, Guriko, on the other hand, he needs to get that golden ticket today.
Yeah.
So he almost needs to win this more than Sub if he's really ambitious to get that golden ticket and go to the World Finals. We see a Hog EQ versus a Miner Mortar arrows kind of bait type of deck here. I already feel like, though, with the arrows, though, that maybe that's already just a solid advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was thinking it was going to be Lava from Sub because the first 5 cards are all Lava deck, but it does appear to be the Mortar deck. Is this going to be the Skeleton King variant coming from Sub?
I would say it could be. I think that a lot of different things can fit in that spot, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Skelly King among, or maybe even just a normal tank like a Knight. But I think Skelly King makes the most sense. Skelly King is pretty interesting in the meta. It's just used in this one specific deck. I think it's mainly used, though, as a solid drill counter, since drill is fairly popular. But looking at the rest of the matchup, though, I definitely do think Sub has the advantage for sure. He has the arrows for the Firecracker, and the Skelly Drags can be very difficult to deal with. The Earthquake, he does have the, Guriko does have the Earthquake for Mortar, but the Mortar's probably one of the most tanky cards in the game, so it's gonna be hard to break through, but he has the Giant Skelly. Maybe that'll give him the opportunity, but a Bowler, Josh.
Yeah, Bowler again getting played today. This is the second time we've seen it so far. Always really entertaining to see it be played. Right there, a Hog push on the left, no Mortar in response, so Sub gonna give up 2 shots to the Mortar, I believe, and yes, we do see that. And the Tesla should also be able to clean up these Skeleton Dragons pretty easily. Skeleton Dragons are one of my favorite cards because I always feel like they do no damage whatsoever when I play them, when I play against them, and yet somehow at the end of the match, it feels like they're the MVP every single time without fail.
Yeah, very interesting card. I mean, I'm with you. Like, it seems like they have low health. They have low damage, like individual damage, but over time, the DPS can really stack up. I do like how Guriko is controlling them, though. He's using that Tesla as that air defense to try and clean those up, and Guriko up a lot of damage right now, and he's even forcing the Evil Mortar on defense. You can see Guriko kind of, you know, maybe feeling some nerves here or shifting in his seat here, because he knows that he's very close to taking Sub down right now.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to cycle quickly, potentially get off another Hog if he chooses to do so. We should see the defensive log. Will the Bomber get on top of the tower? It won't just yet, and the bomb should explode on top of the Bomber. So defense from Guriko, but he didn't get the Hog down in time to outcycle the Mortar. That's fine. Obviously, you have to protect. You got to protect the paint before you can start going in on offense. And so far we've seen Guriko start to abuse the Teslas up high, and that's something that it feels like an evolution within Clash Royale where players are starting to recognize these buildings aren't just for defense. You can use them offensively, and it's so interesting. That's like the one fresh thing from this year that it feels like it's been recently introduced.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I'm a little bit quiet right now. I'm just trying to analyze this match. It's just so fascinating. I feel like Sub needs to be going same lane past his opponents because of that boulder, so you can defend and maybe counter push. But at the same time, there's that giant skelly there, which kind of blocks that lane a lot of the time. So maybe he does have to go off lane. Either way, Sub is down a solid amount of damage, only 30 seconds left. I'm not sure if he's able to break through.
Yeah, this giant skeleton is putting in so much work, blocking the entire left lane. And right there, that is a great recognition from Sub, trying to go in with the right lane. I just don't think it's going to matter. Can he protect against this mortar? If he does, he wins the game.
Yeah, we have a minor Evo bomber at the bridge, but the Hog Rider's there to distract. Prediction arrows inbound do not hit the guards. And the time runs out, and there it is, Guriko with maybe even a bit of an upset, taking Sub down in game 3. You can see the nerves kind of flush out. He's realized that he's won, and there's the smile. Wow, I mean, imagine Guriko wins a golden ticket today. I'm rooting for him at this point. Everyone loves an underdog story.
Yeah, I mean, great defense. You could tell he was kind of panicking just a little bit. The hog on defense, placing it in the middle of the map so that way it's jumping and then the mortar can retarget, the bomber can retarget. Is something bad going to happen? Gets the guards down in time, able to lock away the victory. So a great set overall from Guriko. There's definitely, he's definitely ecstatic that he was able to win this. He didn't play a perfect set overall. He still has a lot to learn, but that game number 3, the constant pressure, the fact that he was able to get the Evo mortars on defense instead of on offense, that was a great recognition of everything, and just a really good deck. This is the deck that we're talking about when we want to see something fresh. It's the dual format. There are opportunities to make great decks, and Guriko was able to pull it out with that giant skeleton hog.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that I thought Sub had the matchup all the way through that deck until I saw that giant skeleton. That giant skeleton really was the X factor that allowed him to break through. He had that giant skeleton plus Hog Rider plus Evo Firecracker push. And I don't even think it was an Evo Firecracker. I think it was just regular Firecracker, as we saw in that replay there, where he was really able to break through. The Hog Rider was tanked for the giant skelly, and the Firecracker was able to help break through the guards with the help of the EQ. The Hog got 2 hits, and then he got that damage lead, and he stuck to it. Like we talked about, he got that damage lead, and he stuck to it with really solid defense. And you know Sub's got to be thinking about that game number 1 right now. You know, if Sub would have done that same thing that Guriko just did, got the damage lead and stuck to it, he would have won. He would have won probably just 2-0 here. But, you know, it just comes down to that mirrored Goblin Barrel yet again. And I mean, at the very least, both of these players now have a chance to really, like a solid chance to kind of break through and get maybe qualifying to the World Finals with, you know, Guriko, maybe get that golden ticket. Sub still has a chance to get 4th place or better. Rich, talk to me about this match. I mean, what did you see, bro? What did you see?
You know, one of the things I'm really enjoying, and this match gave us some more of that, is this feels like the most diverse deck pool we've seen so far this year. Right? Like you look at the places we've gone so far with the Suspicious Bush and the Golem play and RG and Miner and now some Hog Giant Skeleton. We're kind of seeing everything. We're kind of seeing all sorts of stuff in this meta. So seeing such a diverse version of Clash Royale, the most diverse of the year, here at the end of the season, for me is probably the most exciting thing. Josh, I mean, what haven't we seen yet? Maybe we get Agony King throwing some Sparky in our next game.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I mean, we've seen all the towers. It's been, I think, probably easily the first time that we've seen every tower be used in one monthly finals. A lot of different decks, Giant Skeleton finally getting used. It's just a lot of fun so far. It feels fresh. We're seeing something new, and a lot of new players too. It was a little weird seeing the lineup for this last monthly finals and not seeing the faces that we usually see. Samuel Basoto, Morton, any of those guys. So it's definitely interesting, and I really want to see Sparky. You know, when it was introduced, when he first had to play against Mohamed Light, I don't like Sparky because it's Mohamed Light. He's going to prepare for that. He's going to know what you're doing. Once you get past him, even if you lose to him, just once you're done with him, that's when you can pull out the Sparky. You can outplay any other opponent except him.
Well, let's take a look at who his matchup's going to be against as we check out our bracket, because Ryley's certainly one of the most difficult outs on this board. That'll be coming up next for Agony. After that, we'll be going to LordSeb versus Sub with the every game now. It's a do or die. Of course, that's for everybody down there, but Sub needing just getting top 4. You know he'll be disappointed if he can't make that one happen. So that LordSeb matchup will be critical. And then we'll go back to the top of our bracket and see more of that in a little bit. Taking a look at our predictions, and out to a nice lead here. 4-0 right now, Josh. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Out of my last 20 predictions, I've hit on 18 of them. This is the sun run of all sun runs. I can't miss. Whoever I lock in, that's who the crowd needs to lock in as well. I'm not missing.
Well, up next, we're going to have that Ryley matchup. And Juicy, you've been wrong on Ryley once today. How do you feel about him in this one against Agony?
I mean, I give Ryley an 85% chance to win this. Nothing against Agony. I think he's a great player. I think we were talking about how, Agony didn't play Sparky against Mohamed Light because he knew that he would be prepared for it. But because of Juicy, especially as a coach, but Alwyn is the coach for Ryley, which is also, one of the best coaches in Clash Royale. I don't think he's going to be able to play Sparky versus Ryley either. We saw Ryley play pretty good versus Sandbox. I really like that queen play at the bridge. Ryley always does a great job of kind of keeping track of his own cycle and elixir, which is able to give him damage leads in single elixir. But we do know Agony is probably going to bring out some crazy decks like we saw with like the Giant Graveyard and even Golden Night Witch in that round number 1 versus Mohamed Light. So, I mean, anything is possible, Rich.
Anything is possible indeed, and we'll be seeing them get kicked off here in just a couple of moments. The matchup for Ryley against Sandbox, game number 1 was Ryley getting frustrated against that suspicious bait deck as he played Royal Giant, got shut down, got the win back in game number 2 running Minor Valk Archer Queen to beat Royal Giant, which has had a very tough day today, the RG decks. But then it was Sandbox again with the nice pick here, Game Saver, his coach for this one, and the Mortar Bowler Minor deck countering, of course, against that Ram Rider. But you have to anticipate, Josh, Juicy mentioned the coaching situation here, and when you're looking at what Agony and Victor did in their matchup against Mohamed Light, not the same level of creativity as we saw out of Sandbox and Games going up against Ryley.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Agony's just so weird to look at because you know how talented he is with Sparky. You know that he was able to take a game off of Mohamed Light, and then arguably we all thought that he probably should have won game 2 if he didn't mess up that Evo Zap. So it feels like Agony's also kind of just in a really good spot right now and probably feeling good about his gameplay. Ryley, on the other hand, he has so much pressure. Everybody behind a screen is either rooting extremely for him or extremely against him, and that does wear on you. So Ryley definitely needs to control all his emotions, his thoughts, and make sure that he's just locked in on what he needs to accomplish in this set. He has to tune everything else out.
And that's the big question here, right? Is what can you tune out? We saw, you get back to talking about Agony King in round number 1, and it looks like he and Victor, I mean, you go back to it, put together some actual decent picks, especially in game 1 and game 2. Game 3, of course, was a little bit different, but you gotta wonder partially of I don't think there's, I mean, I guess there are some micro questions with that Zap play that activated the King Tower, but I think the bigger question is the macro question, right? We've seen so many players be quote-unquote one tricks and then be able to expand. Ryley, of course, maybe one of the best examples of that in recent memory. Both Ryley and his friend Ian, both known for bait and hog rider respectively, certainly expanded their macro understanding beyond that. The question here is, has Agony King done that as well?
Yeah, and one thing that it seems insignificant and it seems so tiny, but the fact that he's only using Dagger Duchess, if you know that it's going to be the tower of choice for your opponent, you can easily set up decks against that. And it feels like that's what Ryley's done. With a bunch of tanky cards, the Bandit is going to retain 20% health, and just a lone Bandit will take out, 1,000 HP on top of the tower if Agony King isn't able to respond. The Ghost, again, another card that's going to be able to take out a lot of the tower. So the fact that he continues to use the Dagger Duchess, it's small, but it's huge at the same time.
And avoiding against that Bandit, and that sequence could not have gone worse for Agony King, down to 13-32, and you can already see wearing some of the frustration on his face.
Yeah, right here we should see, okay, and then Ryley is going to be using the E-Spirit variant that I think Juicy was talking about it, or maybe Andrew, but yeah, the E-Spirit variant is definitely by far my favorite to watch, because it resets the Ram Rider when you don't have the zap and cycle. It's just very valuable. Right now, Agony King's deck is so funky. It's not exactly the P.E.K.K.A deck that we're used to seeing. The Evo Bomber, the arrows, I'm not sure if I love it, or I at least don't mind it. It's a very entertaining deck from him.
Goes to the right-hand side. We'll get a little bit of work done. Evo, or just the Wizard Classic, try to clean that up. Good protection there with the Royal Ghost. Arrows have to come out to do some more work behind. And now Agony has to deal with the Ram Rider on the right-hand side, chooses the Ram Rider of his own to counter.
Yeah, Ryley was in a bit of a situation. The Bomber's going to get 2 shots. Ryley's E-Spirit didn't really get the value he was looking for. The Night Witch didn't spawn the bats just yet, so it kind of flailed around, got a little bit of value, but didn't get any value at all. And Agony King able to get the game pretty close. All of these towers are damaged, hurt, but still have a decent amount of HP left.
1998 on the right-hand tower. Agony King needs to put some troops to follow that leader and try to get on there.
And so I've seen people, once the game gets down to overtime, whether it be triple elixir or double elixir, can he get the Bomber on top of that tower? He does the E-Spirit chain in time? It does. So good response from Ryley. But I've seen people just get very aggressive with the P.E.K.K.As, go right at the bridge. I'm wondering if that was an opportunity for Ryley to just win the game outright when Agony King put that P.E.K.K.A low.
Ghost working on the right-hand side. Ram Rider does get through for the connection, 708, and just like that, Agony King, with 75 seconds left, does have the lead.
Wizard in the back protected, and so Ryley has the opportunity. He has the Evo Wizard fairly healthy. He can go P.E.K.K.A bridge, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Now I want to see the Ram Rider in on the left lane. No, he's going to go to right, and so we're going to have to just see what he can accomplish with this push.
And you see Agony just choosing to eat all that damage in the left-hand lane, knowing he does have some HP to give. But that HP is beginning to dwindle here. Ram Rider in, 37 seconds left. Void on defense. Ram Rider will connect, though. That's a huge connection. 2:03 remaining, and that might be the dagger in the Duchess that gets it done for Ryley.
And right there, Ryley using the Void on top of the troop. If he can't defend this, it could be a little bit of trouble. It's not going to matter. He's going to be able to get the Void out in time. Ryley going to take game number 1. Back and forth match right there. Agony King, again, using the Dagger Duchess, and I think that's what lost him the game. If he has Princess, he might be able to walk away with a victory after game number 1.
And I think that's the question everyone wants to understand. Why is the Dagger Duchess being leaned on so heavily here? You know, we saw Sandbox to good effect varying the tower troop that he used, and we're just seeing the same thing over and over again from Agony King and not getting different results.
Yeah, I just think it's way too easy to match up well against the Dagger Duchess. All you have to do is have tanky cards, just enough tanky cards, and you can easily overwhelm the tower. We see right here, the Void, the Void put in a lot of work. It was able to get the Bandit down really quickly, but it's just a little bit too simple to just set your decks up for success against it.
And take a look at this huge lead that was built by Agony King. He was in a really good spot and then just didn't have any way to stop that Ram Rider from getting to tower and just found himself in the worst spot ever. We didn't really see a good attempt at trying to mitigate the damage from the Void as well. So Ryley taking game number 1 and experiencing some challenges on the way to that win. And now we go to game number 2, and fairly similar game 1 looks for both of these. Not a lot to discern between the two of them as we go to picking going forward from here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, it's weird to pinpoint this card because for anybody else in the world, you don't take a look at it, but the Night Witch out for Agony is actually kind of massive. It feels like a card that you can't use in this kind of deck because you need the Golem Night Witch to be a potential matchup that your opponent has to worry about. You need even the E-Giant Night Witch, even E-Golem Night Witch is something that you have to be a little bit cautious, a little bit wary of for Agony. So as interesting as it was to have in the deck, I actually just would have preferred for him to save it right there.
So looking like Hog for Ryley. Very quick cycle with Evo Skellies and Evo Ice Spirit in this one. Could be Pigs as well.
Yeah, it's looking like it's... Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the Royal Hogs delivery Tesla deck from Ryley. Agony King probably just running RG.
And should get the King Tower activation here. No, the Duchess does him dirty and can't get the King Tower activation because of it. Inexplicable. I'm very curious to see if he addresses this in some way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. Live by the dagger. Die by the dagger. Wow. That's not an interaction we see very often. Ryley making a mistake that I'm sure a lot of us at home would have made as well. I'm shocked that the towers weren't able to take it out in time. That's not something we see happen all that often.
And this is definitely a challenge for Agony King as his Monk gets shut down, takes a bunch of damage on the right-hand side. Certainly the Lightning nice for the Queen, horrific for the Piggies.
Yeah, and Lightning's such a weird card because you have the Monk for the Archer Queen. It's obviously not a direct counter. It's not like all that brilliant against it. But the Lightning, it's just too expensive. Ryley wants to go quick-paced. He wants to be fast. So the Lightning just... It feels like... I mean, this is why we see the Rage. We see the Fireballs in this deck because you need to go quick and not allow your opponent to just cycle the way that Ryley is going to be able to in this game.
And that was at least a somewhat fortuitous exchange there for Agony King as the Monk picked up the Archer Queen rather than the Phoenix. And now just a 6-5 trade for Agony King to get that Queen out of the way. And here we go, dual lane pressure. Can he make something happen?
E-Spirit does get the jump just at the very end. Another cannon in response for Ryley, so he should be able to clean this up pretty nicely. This is going to be a little bit of damage. Gets the second shot, so gets his tower down to 1870. A decent situation for him, but now that we're 47 seconds away from triple elixir, the Royal Hogs should be coming quick and heavy.
Here we go, RG down. Fishboy gonna go to that cannon. Evo Skellies, log to clear, gets them all. Monk doing some reflection work.
Very clean gameplay right there. Picture perfect with every single interaction. The Ice Spirit just quick enough to make sure that the RG doesn't get the shot. The cannon down just in time. Everything working out in Ryley's favor.
RG getting absolutely murked today in Clash Royale competition. We'll see if in the next 65 seconds can Agony King change that too. Archer Queen down, and No, goes to the Monk, not the Royal Giant. Opportunity opened up. Cannon played low to the left. That RG still has some health. Will it connect? It gets one on the left-hand side, gets two on the left-hand side. Lightning played, RG in on the right-hand lane, log to clear, and suddenly Agony King with a big-time lead. Can he hold off against the onslaught? Log prediction against the E-Spirit and the Skeletons. Damage will not be enough. 436 to 417. Hogs plus EQ log for Ryley, and that log should be enough. GG, well played, back-to-back games. Ryley survives.
Ryley finally is able to get the offensive push off. It felt like for the last 2 minutes, maybe just a minute and a half, but it was all defense, defense, defense. Agony King was doing a great job of setting up the board so that way he could consistently apply pressure. But Ryley, finally, given the opportunity to go in on offense, is able to get it down. The cannon push to make sure that the RG doesn't take out the tower. Yes, you're taking 1,000 HP worth of damage on the left side. Yes, there's an RG on top of your right tower, and it's looking like it's going down, but he didn't panic. He made sure to place everything accordingly, and he was able to lock up the victory at the very end.
A very big victory here as Ryley will stay alive in his hunt for a golden ticket today. And this is just one of those ones where you found Agony King just lacking effective responses, and then you mix in the Dagger Duchess as well. A King Tower activation early on might have been enough over the course of this game to prevent enough damage to make it potentially possible to be still in the game in those final moments. But despite the big lead, once this push got in, and you can see Agony King already reacting, knowing that he cannot keep up with the cycle he's in a face, and the log, EQ, GG, well played, and that's Ryley moving forward.
Yeah, and really, it's such a weird game to watch. Like, that was very entertaining because you could tell Ryley is very well versed in that matchup. We saw the Archer Queens consistently either cycled right at the bridge or behind the King Tower because he wanted to allow Agony to get the lightning down. And I could sing all this praise for Ryley, but I also do have to sing a lot of praise to Agony to even get that final push going where he almost took out the left side, he almost took out the right side, gave himself an opportunity to win. It was extremely impressive by Ryley, but it could have been just awe-inspiring from Agony if he was able to pull off that victory. All it comes down to, if he had potentially saved that lightning and was able to get value at the very end instead of just on top of the tower, it might have been a victory for him. Juicy, those final seconds, could he have done anything different? Would that lightning maybe have made a difference?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I think Ryley played really well. I thought Agony had it when that Monk deflected that one Archer Queen on the left side. And then, I don't know, I think Ryley had cannon to cycle. Maybe he predicted that pre-lightning and went with that Queen plus Skeletons instead, which was crazy. Because I think lightning was good by Agony King, but like I mentioned in the chat, Ryley's like a cannon one trick, bro. He knows when to play the cannon. He knows when not to play the cannon. And the Queen not only was so good on defense in that moment, but also the fact that he had that 3-card cycle to just spam those pigs in EQ. I mean, that's why he won. And
yeah, the way he was able to protect that Archer Queen at the very end was so impressive. He snuck it right in front with those Royal Hawks.
Yeah, and go ahead, Nish.
Let's go take a look as you finish your thought here, Juicy. Let's bring up this bracket and take a look at our top 7 now, with Agony gone and Ryley now moving up into our round 2 of our lower bracket, staying alive here, and we'll get to the sub-Seb matchup in a moment. But Juicy, go ahead and finish that thought there.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the protection just allowed those piggies to be able to break through, and at that point, Agony couldn't do much. So, and I mean, maybe you're right. Like, also, like, if he didn't pre-lightning for the cannon, if he had lightning for the Queen to stop the 3-card cycle from happening, could have been a much different match. But looking again at the bracket here, our next match is Seb versus Sub. I believe, I personally picked Sub. Josh, talk to me about this matchup. Give me percentage on Sub versus Seb. Who do you think's got the advantage here?
Yeah, I mean, Sub really impressed me. It just came down to that one mistake in game number 1. All he had to do was defend out, and that's going to eat at him for a while.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, Sub played a phenomenal set. Even as the loser, even with that game number 1 disaster of a finish, I still walked away really impressed from Sub, and that just does not happen. So I do have to just, I would say it's probably close to like 85-90% for Sub. I really think he's got this.
Gotta take a Sub here as well. But the big question, right, is that while they both are facing elimination and they're both feeling some of that pressure, is Sub feeling more of it because he knows just how close he is, right? He just has to get to top 4. He just needs 2 more wins. And right now, you have to imagine that he knows exactly where he is in those standings. So I'm going to take Sub here, but I am very curious to see if he's able to overcome the moment, knowing that he's right on the precipice of World Finals.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, we saw the nerves affect him in the first match. He looks locked in as always. I think most CR players are good at holding in their emotion, not letting it out. But I gotta say, like, I do think that there's gotta be a soup boiling in his soul right now. You know, he's gotta be feeling a lot of nerves and a lot of different emotions here.
Yeah, I think it's super easy for players to be quote unquote emotionless in these big things, because all these pros, and including me, and I'm sure including you, like, we've had those situations where we're top 30 on ladder, we get hard counted 6 times in a row, and we've done that 3 months in a row, so we're just kind of done. So it makes sense that they're emotionless.
So here we go. Seb and Sub, and LordSeb continuing the trend of our meta being maybe the most diverse of the year, going with a lava first play, immediate bandit opposite lane. Sub trying to elicit a response, and Seb says, go ahead, spend whatever you want over there. Here's a balloon too.
Lava balloon, the wizard is on the board. The void is going to help take this balloon as well. Before it even gets that hit, what amazing defense. And this specific wizard placement was also placed in a spot where the void couldn't take it out because the tower is ready to block. Not to mention the wizard getting the perfect timing in there to clean every single lava pup. You can't ask for a better start if you're Sub here.
Good damage on both lanes as well, as he will set up another RG, or Royal Ghost, the other RG, into the right-hand lane. Shout out Andrew Guy. 1392 on the right-hand lane. So we've seen the first exchange, Juicy.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the matchup as we get past this opening moment?
I think it really depends on what the second ground card is for Seb, and we see the guards. I think the guards give a pretty solid advantage for Seb here because, you know, you don't have much air defense, if all, really any air defense other than Wizard on Sub side. Now on the other side, you do have an Evo Valkyrie and a guards to defend everything. That being said, these Evo Wizards are doing a great job, and unless you have Evo Zap plus Void and Cycle with this placement that you're using for the Wizard, it's very hard to stop. And here comes a P.E.K.K.A plus Wizard push. I mean, I might be wrong altogether here. This looks really scary.
Evo Zap going to work on the P.E.K.K.A and the Evo Wizard, but the Zap the opposite direction. Bandit in, Void takes the Wizard off the board, but look at this. P.E.K.K.A gets to tower, and Sub is just running downhill against LordSeb. Guys, can we please get some variation in your names for this matchup?
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A connects here as well. This King Tower is looking low. The Princess Tower is looking low. Here comes a Lava Hound at the bridge, trying to protect the Wizard with the Barbarian Barrel. You need to take this Wizard down, or else you're not going to be able to break through at all. And maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe even you do break through, it doesn't really matter, because look how low the other towers are.
And Void to clean up at the bridge. Pups won't do much. Seb goes with the gamble. First time using Lava Hound in CRL this year, I believe. And the gamble does not pay off.
Yeah, I thought that Seb would have a decent chance to win this match just because, you know, only air defense being Wizard. And then, you know, you have Void for Wizard. But Sub did a great job with the micro. He always had a good wizard placement, never able to get voided off the board. And then, not to mention the Void also. The Void is a solid spell on defense versus Lava Balloon because you can really almost one-shot that balloon completely. And if the balloon doesn't make the tower, you're not going to get the tower.
Well, you saw the big lead opened up early on, and you know, I guess the one of the questions for you here, Juicy, is we saw Seb choose to eat a lot of that counter lane damage and really double down on the left-hand side. Was that a miscalculation? Should he have read that Seb was so happy to go ahead and spend on the right-hand side that maybe there was some confidence with the defense on the left-hand side?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to think of is maybe you just didn't have a Valkyrie or guards in cycle to even defend the bandit at all. It can happen, especially with Lava, especially when you play Lava on the back first play. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, what it really came down to was just the wizard and the protection of the wizard. Wizard, one of the only cards, similar to even an Executioner, that can almost solo a Lava Balloon push. Maybe you're right. Maybe he needs to also just switch up the offense too. Like at the end here, he tried doing a balloon on the other lane with the guards to try and block a void, but the Ram Rider ended up stopping that balloon and just stalling the guards, allowing the void to take that out. Very interesting match. I feel like it probably could have gone a different way, but with how Sub played that match, maybe you just win that every time, especially with the Ram Rider. I didn't think about the Ram Rider also being a great counter to balloon as well.
And a nice win here in game one for Sub. P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider. Zap Barbaro Void all out. Zap and Void gone as spells for LordSeb. Plus the Evo Valk. Evo Valk and Inferno Dragon both out. Is there a chance, Juicy, that we might see Royal Giants' first win potentially lined up here?
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, we've seen RG struggle so much today, but mostly because of that Valkyrie always being there to just take out the Monk plus RG plus everything. The Fisherman too. So maybe Royal Giant is a good option for Sub here. On the other hand, maybe, you know, I mean, what does Seb do to counter that? I mean, the Inferno Drag out too, like you said. Inferno Drag's good versus Royal Giant. Maybe he ends up bringing another quick cycle deck. We've also seen quick cycle cannon from Ryley with the piggies beating Royal Giant, even with the Monk versus Queen combo. So maybe Royal Giant just isn't as good in the meta as a lot of these pros think.
The first matchup for Seb, he played the Royal Hogs Mother Witch deck, and he also played Drill, Monk, Magic Archer. NATO still available for LordSeb. In fact, both of those decks pretty much still free for him, minus the guards. So we'll see if Seb chooses to run something back here, opens up with goblins.
We do see another Cannoneer today, and Sub the one of the Evo Valk this time. Already looking like that Valkyrie might get some good value versus the goblins and the Demolisher and a Goblin Barrel, Evo Goblin Barrel.
And Seb with the, you see him tilt the head there as he put the bar barrel on the outside rather than in the middle, take a little extra goblin spot. And hey, we're seeing Sub come out here with this sneaky bait deck that was so fun to watch in our opening match of the day.
Yeah, I hate this deck, I'm not gonna lie. It's so annoying. There's so much to deal with. There's the Princess, there's the Dark Goblin, the Evo Barrel is gonna be very annoying to deal with as well. And then that sneaky, that suspicious bush. I mean, I never thought it would be, I didn't think it would be very good when it came out, but it seems like it's always there just to be annoying and to force out something. Just kind of a nice secondary win condition. We talked about at the beginning of the day of how it's kind of like wall breakers, except you can't use on defense at all because it's always invisible. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can use it on defense. Really very good defense versus the drill. I'd never thought about that.
Yeah, so we see the deck that Seb ran in his first game today. Guards out, goblins in. But as you mentioned, just as we saw that, the suspicious bush working against that drill, giving Sub now a few different options between the bush, the goblins, and the Valk.
Yeah, and also on Seb's side, you know, this isn't a normal log, poison, drill cycle deck. This is a drill deck where Tornado is your only option for a spell. So especially those goblins and that suspicious bush, they're gonna do a great job of defending. And even when you don't have those, the Valkyrie is one of the best counters as well. At this point, Seb really needs a Magic Archer connection. I think a Magic Archer connection is the only way he wins this.
Has to go defensive against this Dark Goblin and Valk instead. Does have the lead at the moment, 18-17 to 23-18. Uses the NATO to clear some leaves out and get the Demolisher going to work.
Valkyrie connects on the left, get a little bit of damage. Here comes the suspicious bush at the bridge. And
now,
once again,
this is interesting.
Just so annoying. Look at it, it's so annoying.
Goblins do turn around to pick it up after the cover does go away. Drill in on the right-hand side. Plus Monk, plus Evo Wizard. Evo Wizard pops. Gets a little bit of room here. Look at the damage down on the bottom right-hand side as that Evo Drill starts moving around. 1262 and a connection for the Demolisher on the left. Here we go. Evo Barrel.
Wow. Evo Barrel perfectly picked up here. Barbara one side, Goblins the other. The Wizard even helped out. And the Wizard helps versus Suspicious Bush as well. So all this splash damage from Seb is actually giving a nice advantage for him. We talked about how Sub has good counters to that drill. But on the other hand, I mean, how do you break through with these barrels and with these bushes versus a Demolisher, a Wizard, a Barb Barrel, and the Tornado?
Does take one from the Goblin on the left-hand lane. Final minute, triple elixir lead is only about 400 HP right now for LordSeb. And of course, you know that any sort of bait deck can stretch you thin in the late moments. Keep in mind, no direct damage available for Sub here. He does have to get on tower in order to do damage.
Wow, I mean, it seems like Seb, after missing that first bar barrel versus the Goblin Barrel at the beginning, is now fully keeping track of where every little Goblin is. Even versus the double barrels, he has not missed a single Goblin, either having the Goblins, the bar barrel, or a splash damage card to hit every one.
So these last few minutes here, we're continuing to see Seb only play defensive Magic Archers, not a single one trying to punctuate the offense. Do you think we see him do something like that at the end, or does he just play defense until the very final seconds?
I mean, he's in the damage lead at this point. I think he's just going to defend. Here comes the bar barrel down. He's got the Goblins ready in case another barrel's in cycle, also to block that Princess, and that is enough. Goblin Barrel Evo comes out, but it's not in time. LordSeb clapping his hands, and that is going to be 1-1 in this best of 3, giving Seb a chance to continue on in this tournament.
Phenomenal control from Seb the entire way through. You were talking about the difficulty of getting damage on tower early on for him, but Magic Archer playing defense the entire time, trusting his ability to get some work from those drills plus, and LordSeb evens things up after 2 games. So we go from a fairly heavy, slow matchup in game number 1, the Lava Loon against the P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider, to a much faster pairing of decks, but one that actually played fairly slow, Juicy.
Yeah, it was a weird game. It seemed like it went by quick, but because it was just so methodical the entire time. I think that the biggest thing for Seb that ended up getting damage was not the Magic Archer like I thought it would need to be, but ended up being that Wizard. Look at that Wizard, got a little splash damage there. And then the Evo Drill, of course. The Evo Drill plus Evo Wizard Monk push. This did a great job of getting damage. It's so hard to stop those Goblins from the Goblin Drill from connecting to the tower. And then the other thing to mention in this matchup is neither of them have a big spell. So if you're not connecting with these Goblin Barrels, if you're Sub, and you're not connecting with your Suspicious Bush, you're not getting any damage. I think the other thing, last thing I'll say, is that Seb did a great job of always preventing a Princess at the bridge. It seemed like he always had something on the map to prevent that from happening.
Most certainly did. As we look at these decks, you're talking about it, right? Not a lot of spell play here. Seb burning his Barb Barrel and NATO, but we'll still have log, zap, arrows, and a whole bunch of stuff going on. Sub, though, a no spell deck here, has only used the Barb Barrel, Zap, and Void. So traditional spells, especially traditional big spells, still available for him. NATO out for LordSeb. P.E.K.K.A, let's see, NATO out for LordSeb. Valk, Evo Valk out for LordSeb as well. Thoughts on Sub here? We know that historically, Sub has been a bit more cycly in the past.
Yeah.
Where do you see him going here?
Maybe Sub goes for some Hog EQ. We saw him do very well the Hog EQ previously. We talked about how Roll Giant could have been good here versus, you know, with no Evo Valk and no Inferno Dragon and now no Monk and no Tornado. I think RG could be a solid option as well, even though RG doesn't have the best track record today specifically. It's still a deck that all of these pros know exactly how to play.
And now Seb has to figure out what he wants to do. And interestingly enough, you know, the two decks he's played so far, Lava Loon and this Drill Magic Archer deck, they leave him quite a lot of options, and it's Drill for Sub, and Bowler comes out in response.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see. Bowler is probably the best counter in the game to the Evo Drill. It does a great job of cleaning up each wave of the attack. And a Roll Giant. So Seb actually running the Roll Giant. Bowler here, and we have Sub. Like you said, he's comfortable with the quick cycle. But like we've said, he does not have Valkyrie as an option. And Valkyrie been a really good crutch versus these Roll Giants today, not having that option in this match.
And we saw the little tilt of the head from Seb when he saw the AQ come out. Got to imagine that he's maybe not running the counters he had hoped for here. Probably Fireball in this deck rather than the Lightning.
Yeah, no Void, no Monk options for him. And then you're right. I mean, no Lightning for the Queen. That could be annoying to go against. Fireball Log does not clean the Queen off the board.
First half of regulation gameplay ticking away. And so far, just dinks and dunks from these two. What's Seb's plan going to have to be against the Archer Queen, given what he does have to play with?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to dual lane RG pressure as per usual when you go against these quick cycle control decks. If Sub plays perfect, especially with the Evo Tesla, he will probably just win. But if Seb can give himself chances by getting an RG on one side and Evo RG on the other with a spell like his Fireball of some sort onto a Tesla or maybe a Queen or something to try and break through, it's not impossible. But it's gonna come down to a mistake from Sub here if he wants to win.
So gonna be the Bowler does not quite get its roll off early enough. So you saw what Seb was going for there against the Archer Queen.
Yeah.
But perfect timing of the ability to avoid that problem.
Okay.
Log will get this close with 30 seconds left in regulation.
Yeah, that was a really important interaction. If he could have protected that Queen to get a second Queen ability, that could have gotten a lot of value, but Log does clean up very well. And here comes that double RG that we're talking about. I really like this RG from Seb, actually sniping one of the Teslas over the river already. But look at this poison plus delivery combo on the right. That's why you need that dual lane pressure. And it's gonna work. He gets at least one shot, but you need some support in the other lane as well.
26-13, 25-92, very tight. 21 HP separating these. The Log will make that gap a little wider.
So here comes another Tesla from Sub. He's trying to get back to the Evo Tesla. That's why I tried to mention earlier the Evo Tesla is very important because it can actually kind of do a great job of stunning everything on both sides. And yeah, that will allow really good defenses. And Seb, on the other hand, it seems like he's just trying to go the same lane route though. And we talked about it already though, you can't do this. You can't do the same lane because that delivery plus poison and also the Queen being in that lane just prevents anything and everything.
Seb starting to trail further and further in each of these exchanges. It was 21 HP, but now we're getting close to 200. That poison will certainly make it so.
Here's the bowler we're talking about, doing a great job. He does get the Royal Giant with that bowler. He splits the Evo Skeletons. He's going to be trying to cycle back to another Royal Giant. The problem, though, once again, is that Evo Tesla is in cycle here. And the poison plus clean ability on the right side cleans up everything. This left side push is the push that he will try to break through with. The bowler going on the offense as well. The poison dropping down. The fireball is here, like we talked about, for the Tesla. But at this point, the Royal Giant's already gone. You see Seb shaking his head.
Bowler does get a connection, makes that side his stronger tower, so double downtime for LordSeb. Log to disrupt the queen a little bit. Fireball trying to get her just a little bit more off, but cannot seem to get a Royal Giant on. Poison cycle in for Sub. Looking more and more like he has got game number 3 fully locked down. And barring something insane happening right here, that's going to be it. Seb has to give the applause. Sub continuing to make Adriel sweat as he watches from home to see if Sub can make top 4.
GG's all around. Sub stays alive. I'm not sure how many more games or best of 3s he needs to win to get that top 4, but I'm sure Sub knows exactly how much as he counts each best of 3. But I think if he's gonna get that top 4, we need to see even better gameplay here. I mean, you played well, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that match should have been that close. I think Seb did a great job of getting himself chances, but the defense needed to be even more cleaner.
Yeah, tremendous chances from Seb. And Sub, though, you know, I think you have to give that little extra understanding here with he knows how close he is to World Finals, right? I think that the closer you get, the more stressful it becomes. So I even though he did let that one be a little bit closer than you'd hope, a dub's a dub. Getting it done in game number 3, not making a massive error there and locking things down. Big win for Sub, and I do believe it's just one more match. We are down to our top 6 now. So we'll take a look at our bracket in a little bit, but let's first take a look at the replay from this one as, again, Royal Giant continues to just struggle in CRL today.
Yeah, it seems like there's just so many defensive options. I mean, we see Royal Giant this season overall be pretty good, getting some consistent wins, kind of in the absence of Hog Rider during the Dagger Duchess meta. But as we see these more consistent kind of tower troops like the Cannoneer and the Princess Tower, it seems like these RGs really have a hard time breaking through. Like, for example, versus a Dagger Duchess, a Royal Giant will tank that first clip of the Dagger Duchess, and then eventually that Dagger Duchess can be out of daggers and the RG can walk forward and get some hits on tower. But these Princesses and these Cannoneers, they just do so much damage over long periods of time, whereas the RG is not able to really break through because the damage is just so consistent.
Drill doing a great job in this matchup, in this match overall for these guys, and you saw two variations of it getting things done, but Royal Giant still hurting. Andrew, obviously Royal Giant stock down. Are we seeing Drill stock up here, or is the Bush your favorite of the day?
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Giant thing is fascinating, right? It's like one of those things, we always talk about the meta kind of evolving as the tournament goes on, the weekend goes on, what have you, and it really feels like people are not listening. They just really want to play Royal Giant, which I'm surprised about, I feel like. I mean, I know it's been really popular on ladder and UC, but to see it in the competitive scene kind of struggle all day, what really stood out to me, though, is that and I'm going to do this. I think it's SCL. Is that right? SCL. No offense to SCL, but maybe LordSeb just needs another person on his team to help him in-game, right? When you have someone in-game that can call out these macro calls, we already saw him adjust his decks from his first set to this set, and it was already so much better. It was so much better. Now, if he just had someone in his ear kind of helping him with the macro understanding of matchups, I really think he could have a great 2025. I think what we saw a lot of today was kind of a little bit of hard-headedness and then maybe not being able to recognize the macro matchup in a really intense situation, which is a lot easier to do from the booth.
Yeah, certainly easier to do, and not the story that Seb wanted as we take a look at our top 6 We'll be getting to Mohamed Light and Sandbox next, then Ta and Guriko as they are fighting for a spot in the upper finals. But lower bracket, Ryley and Sub both awaiting their opponents. A win in lower round 2 would be top 4, enough for Sub to clinch a spot at World Finals via the CRL points leaderboard. Ryley, of course, needs to get a golden ticket today, or he is currently the leader on our community points leaderboard. So both those guys certainly in the hunt. Whereas on the top side of things, Sandbox and Guriko, both of them have almost a do or die situation today to see if they can make it to World Finals. Of course, if Ryley gets a golden ticket, that changes everything for those leaderboard points at home. Let's take a look at our caster predictions. And we have not just a deviation, a fascinating one, as it has been Joshua, AC, Sharon picking Sandbox a bunch, but you're picking Sandbox today, Andrew, against Mohamed Light.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things whenever you kind of vote against the greatest to ever play, you don't ever feel good about it. But look, he's my countryman. I love Sandbox. I would love to see him back at World Finals. I thought he played it in an incredible first set against Ryley. I loved what we saw in game number 3 with the deck that came out. Obviously now going up against Mohamed Light, who was the other person that I was gushing about their game number 3 deck choice. Fascinating. Both of them coming. Sandbox is definitely coming off of more momentum, taking down Ryley. Mohamed Light is always expected to win, right? So I'm sure he has some momentum, but it was maybe a little bit harder of a set than he would have thought initially. But this is a fascinating one. I mean, I think this is one of the best matchups we're going to get all day long. I'm not going to go ahead and say it's the best matchup, but this is definitely a premier match between two of the best that have ever done it. The biggest thing, it goes all the way back to what we talked about before and what Rich on his channel talked to Mo about, and what I've talked to him about in interviews before, is Sandbox cannot get in his head. That's what we saw him do in his first set, is he was dialed, he was ready to go, great deck choices, clean gameplay. Now he just needs to imagine he's playing the same person in Ryley again, because Ryley is an exceptional player. He's not Mohamed Light, but you cannot have the shine of Mohamed Light get to you. And you see here, this was the first time that we saw that the Suspicious Bush being played really well, Juicy. I mean, we saw it play well against the Drill, so maybe there are a bit more defensive capabilities out there for the Bush than we initially, I mean, that's one of the fun things about new cards. We're still kind of figuring it out. But seen it a couple times today, and I'll be honest, I'm actually pretty surprised we saw the Bush twice today already.
Yeah, another thing about Sandbox is, as he kind of had his hiatus of, you know, kind of being a pro, I mean, he was being a coach. I believe he was at last year's World Finals coaching one of the players, I forget who, but he's almost a great analyst on his own, and we've seen that today too, especially in that match, that last match versus Ryley. He got a fantastic matchup with a very interesting Recruits Mortar Bowler deck, which almost sniped that Mega Knight Ram Rider deck for a fairly easy win. So, you know, I mean, if you are going to be the best in the game, you do need to get at least a 50-50 matchup, and I'm pretty confident in Sandbox's ability to do that. It's just going to come down once again if he can bring that gameplay as well.
And I'm so curious if he's going to play Royal Giant, right? I mean, Royal Giant, his best win condition, we've seen it struggle a lot today, but, you know, wielded by the right person, we've seen it have a little bit more success. But do you do it against Momo? Because, you know, looking at that first set that we saw against Agony King, is he kind of always had Sparky covered in all 3 games. He had Rocket in game number 3. You're looking here in game number 2 where he has Evo Tesla, he has Goblins, he has Delivery, right? There's so many ways that he was still covering his bases. And here it is in game number 3. He never used the Rocket, but he also had the Skellies there to help distract and soak up that initial shot. So, you know, if anyone is going to do it, Mohamed Light is going to. The numbers today have been wild, dude. I mean, 92-8 feels crazy to me. I know that Mo's the best to ever do it, but this is Sandbox we're talking about. This is me that we're talking about. I mean, legitimately, I think I would probably have a 2% on just because people would vote for me, but the fact that Sandbox only has 8 is shocking. You know, like, people would vote for me for fun, but for him only getting 8% is kind of crazy here.
Yeah, I don't know. It goes back to what you were saying earlier, though. It's like, whenever I vote against the best player of all time, I don't feel great about it. And I think that's coming into factor here for these votes. You know, I think that it's very, very, very difficult for people to vote against Mohamed Light, even though maybe the matchup, actual win percentage chances here are maybe more like an 80-20 or even a 70-30 for Mo. It's just when it comes down to betting on a 70-30 matchup, most of the time, 90% of people will bet on a 70-30 matchup. It's not going to be a clear-cut percentage match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like when you sit there and you ask 100 people who's going to win in this matchup, it's not a surprise that 92 of them would say Mohamed Light. So as these two are figuring out what decks they want to bring out here for match number 7, halfway through our day, how are you guys doing? Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale with your predictions. Remember to keep following along with that website. I'm sure as we get into World Finals, we will have a lot more predictions for you guys. And talking about World Finals, I can't announce it yet, but keep watching closely on the Esports Royale Twitter.
Hopping straight to the match, we have Mohamed Light with the mortar and a bomb tower from Sandbox immediately to counter. I actually really like the pick from Sandbox to use Cannoneer again. He's already got 2 wins under his belt with Cannoneer yet today, and does really good versus Mohamed Light, because Mohamed Light usually likes to use stuff like Hog Rider, Miner, stuff like that, where the Cannoneer gets good value. But maybe Mohamed Light has predicted that Cannoneer here. Look at this mortar bait with the bats. That's one of the best ways to counter Cannoneer. And even the arrows can be super good versus the Princess, the Dark Ops, stuff like that.
Definitely, and the guards are really frustrating when you're playing Cannoneer as well. Just that shield, the amount of time, their speed, they always demand a pretty big response. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good call if you're Momo, going with a good way to counter Cannoneer, since Sandbox did lean into Cannoneer more than anyone else has so far. I think, I mean, this this is funny because I'm literally contradicting myself, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if playing this deck against Mohamed Light is going to work, but then that's the exact same mentality of like, I'm not going to play the deck that worked well because now I'm playing against Mohamed Light. But for some reason, when I see Suspicious Bush, I just don't feel great about it when you're talking about one card just not being able to provide defensive prowess against someone as good as Mo. Can it still work with Sandbox? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I even agree too, because like the other thing to think about is, I mean, Mohamed Light's using mortar here, and versus mortar, that Suspicious Bush will not even be able to distract it. That's just one other card in your deck that won't be able to distract it.
Yeah.
And the mortar also does pretty good versus Suspicious Bush as well. Going to play in the middle or even up high to attack while defending at the same time. And the other thing, I'm kind of rambling here, but another thing I want to mention is, I think that, even speaking personally for myself, that Suspicious Bush is such an odd and new card that I think that a lot of people that have been playing the game for a really long time don't really know exactly how to deal with it perfectly yet. But Mohamed Light, on the other hand, we all know that he's one of the grinders of this game. No matter how far to the top he gets, no matter how good he is, he never stops practicing. He never stops practicing, so I'm sure he has practiced a lot of games versus Suspicious Bush to be prepared for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, even that timing on the Suspicious Bush with the Miner, it's very simple. It's nothing flashy. It's not even that hard to pull off, but it just shows that he's put in his time to figure out the exact timing, placement with, Miner, one of his favorite cards in the game. 1465, 2545. Suspicious Bush going to get taken out by some bats after it gets a little bit of damage over there. But this is really never the spot you want to be in against Mohamed Light, where you're down several hundred HP. He is already getting comfortable with sitting back and kind of defending, but a great job. I still think Evo Barrel is shockingly good. Is it the best Evo? No, me too.
It's so good.
Me too. It's so good. It can literally turn the entire game in a split second, like what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. The arrows here, wait, this is a good push from Mo Light now, though. Arrows getting lots of value, hitting the Dark Ops and the Princess. The Miner's getting lots of chip, but he is able to defend. Damage lead back in Mohamed Light's favor, just barely though. And it's just going to come down to that yet again. How quickly can Sandbox get back to that Evo Barrel to make another massive play happen? I think that is going to be the X factor in this match to give Sandbox a chance versus this very solid mortar deck, that mortar bowler deck that historically will 100% beat a bait deck like this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the only thing that you have here for Sandbox is that most traditionally mortar decks will run log as well instead of just one spell, but right now. Mo doing a really, really good job. Does get the mortar connection, does get the goblin on tower, and that's going to do it. And as much as I was trying to pull something fancy with my predictions, Mohamed Light, a dominant game number 1.
Yeah, very nice deck pick. Like I said at the very beginning of this match, you know, Sandbox is a good analyst. He's got a good coach too. But if you're gonna want to have a chance to beat Mohamed Light, you need to get a 50-50 matchup or better, and that is not what happened here. I think that Mohamed Light's matchup here is at least 60 or 40, 70-30 here.
And Mohamed Light, Julesy, and even with Jebez, there was never a moment where something happened and they didn't clock it, right? Sandbox ran this deck already, right? So what does Mo think is, okay, well, this is something the same way that he protected against Sparky in all 3 games against Agony King, I guarantee you Mohamed Light is thinking about, all right, well, that deck was incredibly dominant, kind of a weird one, and he's one of the best RG players in the game. So let me see if I can maybe make it hard to play against with that Suspicious Butch deck, and then also counter RG very, very well, which he did, right? You've got the bats there. You know, if they're not running the E-Spirit version, those bats are going to do a great work. The Monk, the Inferno, the Guards, the Mortar. Like, there's so many things there. And then when you talk about this, just like what you were saying, Juice, Mortar bait really does match up against traditional bait. 90% of the time, it's always been really, really well. I think that in this specific situation, you're going to see things like this happen where a ton of damage is going to come in because Mo's deck is a little expensive, right? Yeah. So it's like, all right, we got to go bowler one side and then guards or arrows on the other side. Oh, wait, no, I can't really use my arrows defensively there because I need to be able to take care of the princesses. So much was going on in Mohamed Light's mind about how to control this game. And for as great as Sandbox is, Momo just shows there are absolute levels, and there always will be.
Yeah, and you can see at the end there, Mohamed Light exclaiming, just as I did during the match, when that bowler took out that bomb tower before it got the last shot on the Evil Mortar, Mohamed Light immediately knew the game was over. Because one Evil Mortar shot, especially with a Miner tanking for the Goblin that got in that tower, I mean, it made the game over completely. And it goes to show maybe one of the weaknesses of this Sandbox decks once again is there's no spell. There's no spell, there's no log, there's no arrows, there's no poison, there's no consistent way to get damage. We're also on defense versus these guards, that Evil Mortar, the bats. It's not easy. He did a pretty good job of using the Princess and the Dark Op to kind of, you know, make up for that fact. And in the moment that Sandbox did take the damage lead, that's what happened. He had multiple Princesses on the board. His opponent didn't have the arrows in cycle. He went for the Evil Barrel. But as soon as that moment was over and the double, triple elixir comes through, this bowler and monk and this mortar Evo is going to work together way too well to be stopped.
I mean, if you go to Royale API right now and you look at the best Clash Royale decks in UC for the last 3 days, there is not one deck in there that doesn't have 2 spells other than the mortar deck with just the arrows. But it has Evo Bomber, you know, and it has Skeleton King to help with splash damage. But otherwise, every single deck has at least 2 spells. And so, you know, I think having just one is doable. But I think when you have 0 spells at the highest level competitively, you really are kind of praying for a good matchup. Like what you've been saying all day long is that you just want to give yourself a 50-50, right? That's it. And I don't think you're really putting yourself in that great of a spot when you have 0 spells. I mean, it worked out great earlier, but this is Mohamed Light we're talking about. Game number 2 coming your way, and this is one that LordSeb, no, excuse me, Cal, now I see why Rich was saying that. That Sub is watching very, very closely because the person who loses this set will go down and face off against him. So honestly, if you're Sub, you're really hoping that Momo just closes this out in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Phoenix and Knight and Arrows. I don't know if I really recognize either of these decks. Okay, we have a Electro Giant from Mohamed Light, a Prince and a Bomber on the defense. This is a weird matchup. I don't really know what to make of this.
Oh, and it looks like we're actually getting the change here that the loser here faces Ryley, excuse me. So the other set is going to be who Sub faces off against, which is actually, I think, in my opinion, is better for Sub. I mean, Ta is still in there. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty tough either way.
Yeah, the best player is definitely in the upper bracket here.
There's been a lot of giant prints out there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, on the other hand, Mohamed Light already won a golden ticket here. So, you know, if you're other than, you know, anyone here, we're also kind of rooting for Mohamed Light, because if he does get first place, then second place is going to end up getting that golden ticket, which makes some things easier. But obviously, Sandbox really needs to win this match. He does have an Evo Knight Giant Prince deck now that we've seen more of it. I just don't know if this matches up very well versus E-Giant. Maybe Mohamed Light even kind of sniping this deck a bit. I really like this deck because you don't really have a great way to stop the E-Giant. You do have the Prince, but you'd rather have a Mini P.E.K.K.A. or a Fisherman or a Building or really anything. On the other hand, Mohamed Light has Zappies, Tesla, and Phoenix.
Okay, well, at least he has Arrow's Void to be able to help take all that out. That's one positive thing that Sandbox has. This is just like a classic beatdown deck, Juice. That, I mean, I think you're really hoping for connections with your bomber, but you have no way to stop this E-Giant at all.
Yeah, and wow, that's what we're seeing right now. I mean, the E-Giant's on the tower, the Evo Bomber's on the tower. There's just so much damage. And then on the other hand, this thing again. Yeah, look, it's just Zappies. There's gonna be a Tesla. There's probably gonna be a Golden Knight to block the Void with this Tesla. Maybe Sandbox doesn't even go for the Void at all because maybe it's just all futile at this point.
I feel like Zappies are the most frustrating card to play against in the game. Like when they're actually really effective, it means you have zero way to break through them. And like when you watch a great player use Zappies, I mean, similar to what we were saying before about, you know, the Royal Delivery is like they're just so frustrating to deal with. And you can see, I mean, Mo, I was just gonna say, Mo is just having the time of his life here because I feel like this deck is playing itself right now.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. I mean, it's just E-Giant Bridge with a little bit of support. The Void is forced on defense to stop that. And then, you know, Tesla middle, Zappies middle. And then, I mean, at that point, what do you do? I mean, Sandbox, the only way he maybe breaks through is, like you said, he needs an Evo Bomber, he needs an Arrows, plus Void on Zappies. That's a -2 trade. It is very tough.
And I can't read, Juicy, so maybe I should leave the reading up to you. But the loser of this match will face off against Sub. So it's looking like it's going to be a Sub Sandbox setup here in our lower bracket as Mohamed Light just cruises on through in this set. I mean, is it over yet? No, there's 39 seconds left. But like you said, let's see the Tesla. Let's see the Zappies. Let's see Golden Knight to block, whatever it might be. No, he doesn't. He always changes things up, right? So what is the way he's defended time and time again? It's that way. He's going to sacrifice a little bit of damage. Will this work opposite lane? Desperation.
The in the defense. It's going to dash through and take out everything, and you can see Mohamed Light's face. Yeah, he loves that dash value. E-Giant connects, and that is going to be a Mohamed Light victory yet again.
I mean, it's just been years, dude. It's just been years of this guy putting these types of things together. He is so clean. Absolutely so clean. I love the decks. I love his unpredictability. I love the variation in it, and obviously the play style. I mean, this was the other thing I was thinking about, or what I was kind of saying before about Sandbox is, you know, obviously I talked about that deck not having a spell in it. That's neither here or there. The deck won, but it was that, like I said, they never let anything pass. You've seen it played. Mo has played 5 different decks today, completely different. You know, and the way that he plays that, I mean, E-Giant. Juicy, you love E-Giant, and it's barely viable right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I did say at the beginning, Mohamed Light is just so good. He can play anything, literally anything. And, you know, you see Sandbox, you know, come out with the bait deck, a very interesting bait deck, and Mohamed Light hard counters it. And then we see, you know, Mohamed Light play the first E-Giant in CRL in a minute. And he just wins completely because he gets that good matchup. It just seems like he always knows when the right time is to pull out something that's unexpected. You know, usually you see Mo play the expected, play the meta, play Hoggy Q, Minor Poison, Drill Poison, some RG here and there. But when he rolls out something that you don't expect, it's at the perfect moment. And that's exactly what he did here. Sandbox was very, very ill-equipped to deal with the E-Giant here, and E-Giant's one of those polarizing cards that can do just that.
Yeah, and I know I'm definitely getting ahead of myself right now, but when you look at our World Finals picture and the players that we have already, and the players that are not going to be in the conversation, right? Mugi is not in the conversation. Morton is not in the conversation. Samuel Basoto is not in the conversation. So when you look at who is actually out there right now and the way Mo is playing, I mean, I think a big part of it is thinking, all right, Lucas, what are you going to do on that World Finals stage? But last year, Mohamed Light took the wrong piece of paper up there, and that's a big part. Yeah, perfect, Josh. Just keep going over there. Don't turn on your microphone. It's going to be a great start to this broadcast.
The microphone's
I don't know. I mean, like I said, AC, I am getting ahead of myself, but what is this guy doing right now? Is Mohamed Light, has he done anything wrong, like at all today?
I didn't see it personally. The entire time I was watching his gameplay, I mean, obviously I was smiling because he's smiling, and him smiling makes me smile. But I got to think about it. He's such a perfect face for the game, because every time we finish one of these monthly finals, I hop on Clash Royale because I see the decks that he uses, and it's like, oh, this is how you play Clash Royale at the highest level. I don't even need to emulate it. I'll try to emulate it as best as I can, but I'm gonna emulate the joy that he has, and that's how I want to play Clash. So I was playing Clash while I was watching those games because of how much fun he was having while competing.
Let's take a look here at the bracket. Momo smiles, all smiles and juicy. He's going to continue smiling through. Talk to me about how our bracket is shaping up as we are getting closer to the end of our day. We're only about 66% of the way through, though, guys. A lot of time left.
All right, we have Mohamed Light, the only player in the upper finals now. And Ta and Guriko is going to be our next matchup here. The loser of which will go to play Ryley. Two Japanese players. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys practice a lot together. But I would have to give Ta the advantage. So I assume Guriko got him to play Ryley, but one of the most, if not the most important match on the board there would have been Sub there, because Sub, if he does win this next match, will actually qualify for the World Finals, I believe, through a numerous amount of tiebreakers to take the point leaderboard from Adrio. But Josh, talk to me more about this next upcoming match. Ta and Guriko already gave the advantage to Ta, but I know you picked Guriko earlier in the predictions, and you were the only one to pick him, and you were right. So what do you think on the chances of Guriko making another upset here?
Yeah, when I was watching the set, I was impressed by a few things, but overall, I was a little not necessarily disappointed because he was able to win the set. He did exactly what he needed to do to win, but it didn't bode well for the future. I thought Ta's gameplay was incredible, eerily similar to how Mohamed Light plays, and that's not something that we get to see all that often. Guriko, on the other hand, there were several mistakes. He did enough to win, but I didn't watch it and say, wow, he's gonna go on to win everything like I originally thought that I might think. So yeah, I've got Ta winning this one for sure.
I think that's a really good call. And Juicy, I know that we're about to say goodbye to you. Do you have anything else to add or to change that discussion, or do you think that AC kind of hit the nail on the head?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Josh said exactly what I was thinking. I think that Guriko, he did win his set. I saw certain spurts of moments where his gameplay was really good, but I think that Ta's gameplay was just on another level, and you can tell he's been really grinding lately. I can't wait for him to win this set and take another bite of a snack. That's what my prediction is, and I'll let you guys take this cast.
Do you watch the Oceans movies at all, AC? Have you ever seen any of those?
I haven't. I haven't seen any of them.
there's a great thing, and it's actually not just those movies, but that's where it really came to real fruition, is that Brad Pitt is always eating. He's always eating in every single scene that he is in, and it's very similar to our friend here. Every time he wins, he's taking a bite of something, taking a sip of something. We'll see here if Guriko can pull off the upset, running the deck that we saw Sandbox have a lot of fun with. Not a lot of success with, though, in the last set. And Ice Spirit plus Skelly's nice little counter there.
Yep, nice little 2 for 2. Something that is pretty difficult to do against the Suspicious Bush. Such an enjoyable card. Even the name is just really
it's
fun
hilarious.
to say out. Yeah.
It's like stupid in the best way possible, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah, absolutely.
Bit of a waste there on the drill from Ta, but a great prediction from Ta, sniping off that princess, which I think goes back to what we were talking about. He's playing so clean and so safe. I mean, that, I guess technically was maybe a bit of a small misplay because he didn't think his Tesla would pop because of the Valkyrie opposite lane, but he's got every princess on lockdown so far, and these suspicious bushes have not caused a whole lot of problems.
I almost called it the unsuspecting bush, so like don't worry about any struggles with the pronunciation. And yes, the drill clearly a misplay, and Ta's not going to argue that. But the other thing is, I think it's because he recognizes my opponent doesn't have any spell whatsoever. If I just defend, and then wait till triple elixir and then start throwing Evo drills plus log plus the poison, if that's what he has, he really can just wait out the next 4.5 minutes and then win at the very end of this game.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a really good point that you make. So that's why you can see so much attention being spent to catching these princesses, which is, I think, is a really nice adjustment here from Guriko to go and play his princess in the back. Now we're going to have to see either a log or a poison come out or deal with her as she gets up at the bridge. So good to change things up just a bit.
And really, those goblins are pretty healthy. Every single time any interaction happens with them, I expect them to get deleted from the game just immediately. And they always survive, whether it be the bomber, the Ice Spirit plus Skellies was a great defense against it. But it also almost survived against it. It just seems like a very healthy card in this meta.
What are they called? Do we know what kind of goblins they are? I think they have a different name. I just can't remember.
Yeah.
So here we go, double barrel. Defended very nicely here from Ta. 2310, the lowest tower for him. 1889, the lowest tower on the board for Guriko. And that is definitely not what you want, AC, when you're talking about what you were saying just a little bit ago. No spell power, obviously, in Guriko's hands. And Ta just going to be able to do exactly what we're seeing. Overspend on defense, and then just poison every now and then. Could have maybe even gotten the ability off there from the Mighty Miner, but I also like that Ta's not trying to make things happen. He's just letting them happen.
Yeah, I really like how he's played this so far. This could spell a little bit of trouble. I would have liked to see the Goblin Barrel just placed on top of the tower.
Yeah,
no log
same.
and cycle. Although, really, I'm saying that, and I'm kind of thinking back, it probably was placed at the exact same time. I don't think I'm the better player of any of these guys playing. So I would assume it's not as simple as I'm making it sound.
And a double suspicious bush push that really didn't do anything. I know, there's a lot of fun with that card name. See, but this is kind of what I'm talking about, is there's literally just 3 suspicious bushes on the board and they did absolutely nothing. Now, yes, it's just 2 elixir 3 times, but at the end of the day, that's still 6 elixir spent that really did nothing. So I don't know. While it was super fun to see Sandbox start his day with it, I don't actually think it's very viable right now. This deck. And it looks like Juicy agrees. He just said this bait deck has got to go. Yeah, I mean, you need to be able to control and pace the game more than you can do with that deck. And if you talk about just pace, the Suspicious Bush is just not enough.
Yeah, I think really what it is it's a YouTube video deck. You
Yeah.
shouldn't be using it in any competition whatsoever unless you're absolutely trying to surprise your opponent. Nobody's played it for the last week and a half in any major competition. Oh, my opponent thinks that I run heavy decks, I can pull this out and trick them and get a free victory against something that I usually would lose against. That's the only reason you should be using it. You can't be using it the way these pros are running it.
Yeah, and when you go back and you watch that game, really not a lot happened for the entirety of it. Even when I have the replay on this other screen here. The one thing I will say, though, is with the chat open, everyone is talking about how great Ta is. And a lot of people are saying he's the second best in the world, which cracks me up, how quickly these narratives change with players. They can change from day to day, from week to week, from match to match. And right now, though, Ta getting a lot of love from the gallery here. About over 4,000 people watching on YouTube, and a lot of people saying and being very impressed by Ta's gameplay, which I couldn't agree with more. I mean, he did a great job of catching princesses. He did a great job of not using his log to counter barrels every single time. He used his Mighty Miner a lot. He used his skeletons plus bomber plus ice spirit. You know, there was just a lot of different things that we saw him, or different ways we saw him defend. And, you know, Evo Tesla got obviously nerfed, and we did that thing here in the States where we overcorrect, and now it feels like people are like, oh yeah, the Evo Tesla was just broken strong, and now it's still incredibly strong. What are your thoughts on Evo Tesla and where it might land in the evolution discussion?
Yeah, I don't think it's the strongest so far from today. I think that I'm kind of learning that the Evo Valk probably is quite a bit stronger. I think the Evo Goblin Barrel, which is super exciting to see, that's definitely a card. It's level 14, and I'm getting ready to max it. Like, it is a very solid card overall.
Evo Valk?
No, the Evo Goblin Barrel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by the Evo Goblin Barrel. And then I think it might be third, so I think I'd probably place it about third or fourth strongest in terms of the Evos.
I'm telling you, dude, Ta is truly in his villain era. He keeps doing these like looks where he's like, oh, nice try, and then he like takes a drink of his soda or whatever, and then he like kind of smiles. I'm here for it. I cannot wait to see him at World Finals, because he's got a great swagger and confidence about him right now, and his gameplay is so clean. And also he's doing that thing that Mo does, where it's like the gameplay is so clean that you're like I said, like eating or drinking in the middle of your, because we see Mo do that all the time, where he picks up the mug and takes a big sip after he dominates someone. There it is. I mean, he just took a hit, but 1991 to 25-23 is Ta just continues to flex here, although not doing a great job early in this game.
Yeah, and that happens with Mohamed Light as well sometimes, where it's like, yo, there's still a push on the board. Like, this isn't time
it's not over.
to relax with us. Yeah. I don't know why you're having so much fun just yet.
So Evo Archer's in the back and get cleaned up by the arrows. Giant does not get to tower, but the skeletons will. Shockingly, those Larrys around the tower, there's only 3 or 4 of them getting a decent amount of damage, but now a pretty formidable sized counter push coming in here for Ta.
Yeah, and that was a really lucky scenario for Ta to get the snowball on top of the Goblin Gang as well.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to get a little bit of a huge counter push, as crazy as it seems, but that 500 HP worth of damage is massive for these giant graveyard decks, because now that it's down to 1300, we could be seeing him just go all in, because you don't have to worry about a counter push if you can get 1,000 HP worth of damage and just take the tower.
This mortar is gonna lock unless they're, wow, I saw it. I saw the perfect little window. Giant a second late, Knight, or Dark Prince a second late, and the Knight just stepped up a little too high. So 680 now to a couple archers on the board. Missed. Giant on the tower though with the snowball. That's gonna take it. That's gonna take it, AC. Arrows.
Down to 53 HP. He just needs to place anything on the board. It's going to be game over. Evo Archers are going to clean up everything real easily, real nicely. And Ta, 2-0. He's having himself a day. Having himself a year, maybe 2 years now.
I knew that mortar was going to lock, so maybe I'm better than him, but really having a great job throughout this entire tournament. I mean, You know, I think the only thing that you can say as a negative about Ta, and it's really not even that bad, is that we've seen him overspend on defense a couple times when it was unnecessary, but he's never putting himself in the spot of overspending to the point of losing the game. I mean, I guess that snowball was like so lucky that it was able to hit everything, or else that Dark Prince would have not been enough DPS. But otherwise, we've seen him overspend just a couple times, and that's the only flaw I found in his game. And like I said, it's not overspending defensively to the fact where he cannot control what's about to come next. It's just, all right, maybe you could just find yourself cleaning up your gameplay by 5%. Really, really exceptional stuff from Ta.
Yeah, and honestly, over defending is massive when you're going against the best players in the world. When you're going against Mo, if you over defend over the course of the game, even just twice, well, you're gonna lose by 300 HP because he didn't over defend those 2 times. But it's not the end of the world. Over defending is obviously much better than under defending, and we saw that from Guriko because he allowed the Dark Prince to get to the tower when he shouldn't have. He should have placed something down. Something should have happened. So it's obviously it's something that he wants to clean up if he's going to be competing for the World Finals trophy. But he's only competing for the World Finals trophy because that's really the only knock on his gameplay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're anyone out there that is going to World Finals, and obviously Mo in this tournament, he's probably looking at Ta going, wow, this guy's the real deal. I mean, yes, Mo did give him a ticket earlier, but what we're seeing from him this monthly final has been very, very exciting. That's going to do it for Guriko. A fun little run that he had. He's going to go down to that lower bracket where he's going to face off against Ryley, and Sandbox will be going up against Sub. Rich, how'd you feel about that set? I mean, Ta is looking, S tier right now.
Yeah, I mean, the level of calm and confidence that comes when you've got your golden ticket locked up, and I made it in Discord one more time. Yeah, I was saying the level of calm and confidence that comes with having your golden ticket, and of course, just kind of being in your element and feeling like you're peaking at the right time. All that stuff together for Ta is huge. And not only that, but Ta just completely changed the tenor of this entire competition, because Ta and Mo are now in the upper bracket final. They both already have golden tickets. So now our lower bracket is a 4-man tournament for a golden ticket. And Sub just needs 1 win to get it by going ahead and taking that next step forward, making top 4, and getting into the points category. So then that makes things even more complicated, right? But the winner of these 4 gets a golden ticket from going through, from winning this monthly. If Sub wins that golden ticket, then he vacates his points golden ticket, and that goes back to Adriel. So now Adriel's in this really funky spot where he needs to root against Sub to win here, and then for Sub to win in the next game. It's bonkers right now, guys.
Yeah, that is crazy. And also, who doesn't want Adriel at World Finals? I mean, he did such a great job last year. I'm sure Mohamed Light would like a little bit of revenge against Adriel at World Finals, but his hands completely, or his fate completely in other players' hands. Yeah, the fact that Mo and Ta are in the upper finals is absolutely crazy, and I wish I didn't. I wish I just went with Mo Light, because I'd be in such a better spot right now. But here we go. Next up, 2 for Sub, 2 for Sandbox, and we've luckily got both of our Sub people here on broadcast. Guys, why do you think Sub is going to take it over Sandbox? I mean, Sandbox obviously just lost a set against Mo pretty dominantly in fact, but I still think he's played a really great day.
Josh, I'll leave this one to you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it has nothing to do with gameplay. It has everything to do with the decks, and it comes down to, I don't think you should be running that Suspicious Bush deck, and then I also don't think you should be running RG. And we've seen that. We saw RG in set number 1 against Ryley. We saw the Bush deck in the previous set going against Mohamed Light. I think gameplay-wise, he's playing better. I think he's the better player overall. But so far today, I've been much more impressed with Sub's overall gameplay and overall decks.
Rich, do you think pressure comes in here for Sub, or do you think that Sandbox, I mean, because we know Sandbox has struggled with pressure in the past. Who do you think feels it more right now?
You know, if there's any difference, it's got to be Sub, because he knows he just needs to win 2 games. Sandbox has more runway in front of him, right? He has to win this and has to win the next one. So I think that specific match, the qualifier match, the one that decides whether you're in or not, I think that one holds more weight than the one that's 2 away. But I don't think there's that much difference between these two. I'm mostly picking Sub here for the drama of this story, right? Because if Sub gets in, suddenly now Adriel's sitting there waiting with bated breath, and then our final matchup, whoever Sub ends up facing, has so many golden tickets on the line, right? If Sub loses here, we know 1 golden ticket is locked for Adriel. But if he wins here, our next match will still decide 2 golden tickets, which is bonkers.
Yeah, it is so exciting. I don't know if this is, I'm sure it has happened, and I'm sure it happens every single year, but the fact that there is so much on the line for all these different players, even players like, I was watching one of Ian's videos and he said that he needed a very specific instance of happening, and I think it can still happen if he qualifies. It's just insane that so many different players need exact scenarios to happen. It's riveting. It's super exciting. I love these. The final monthly finals of the year is always just brilliant cinema every single time.
Well, starting off the story, it's Sandbox with Zap Bandit, Fisherman in response for Sub.
And Pekka's had quite a bit of success so far today, so I really like what I'm seeing from Sandbox. But that activation from the Monk, that is also quite brilliant, getting 300 HP worth of chip damage because of that activation.
Yeah, perfect timing there to get the Wizard Reflect. I know it's been talked about a fair bit here on the show, but what a turnaround for Wizard. Was a bottom of the barrel. You really don't use it past your first 4 or 5 months of playing Clash Royale card. Certainly, I think you could count the number of CRL appearances of Wizard on one hand before you got to the Evo Wizard, and the turnaround where this card is now central to the competitive meta is just wild.
Yeah, it was so bad that even players who would go out of their way to run like 2 or 3 different cards that were just off meta completely, Wizard was still scoffed at by them. It was such a terrible, terrible card.
Here we go into the double elixir portion approaching, and so far no one's really broken it open. Slight lead for Sub.
And a really cool interaction right there. The Wizard taking out the Ghost before the Ghost can even get a hit because the opposing Wizard took out the shield. Just a fun interaction right there.
So, Josh, what in the world does Sub do to get his, and a really nice Evo Zap there to continue the damage for the Ram Rider? No King Tower activation either, as the Ram Rider went down pretty significantly in damage from that. Pekka neither. Nobody is willing to touch this King Tower. And Sub, it's not just, I was talking about Sub's difficulty on offense trying to break through against a Pekka and Ram Rider here, but the defensive woes beginning as well.
Yeah, it really just depends if he can defend this. If the Fisherman gets the next fish slap and the RG can get another shot, that is just very detrimental to that. And right there, Sub, a brilliant attempt, but it just doesn't work out for him. Sandbox being very patient, going to be able to stop that beautifully. And no Zap coming out in time for Sandbox this time. So King Tower activation for Sub. I love that Sub was trying to pull off that interaction though. He was trying to have the Pekka walk back so the Ram Rider goes in front. That's a brilliant pro play. It just didn't work out for him.
Evo Zap not available that time, and now we're starting to see the situation for Royal Giant as the Ram Rider can slow it down, but without the Pekka available at the moment, and this Fisherman's going to be huge, not going to get blocked. Good Evo Zap. But the Bar Barrel looks like it's tanking for the RG against the Princess Tower. And there you go, Sub taking game 1. Royal Giant finally getting a dub on the day.
Yeah, finally, and really, I can't fault Sandbox for running P.E.K.K.A. P.E.K.K.A has been pretty good, and it has just consistently have like at least 50-50 matchups. It really just comes down to these players are so stubborn that even a correct decision, an intelligent decision to run the P.E.K.K.A, is sometimes they're gonna still run into those RGs. I don't know why these players are so in love with the RG.
Well, we saw the love there working out for Sub as he takes the 1-0 lead and one step closer. Now just a single game between Sub and a World Finals berth, which would be massive for him. And this was the big moment early on from Sandbox. The Evo Zap just causing fits and starts, but then the Royal Giant goes the opposite direction in Evo form. And once that Bandit got pulled, this was just bad to worse for Sandbox.
Yeah, it has to come down to the P.E.K.K.A in the back was just, it had to have been a mistake. But overall, this is a very difficult matchup, so it's really hard to pinpoint. Once the P.E.K.K.A is on Sub's side, he just has so many responses. The guards, the fisherman, the barbell attempt was also very nice. And even the wizard, because the P.E.K.K.A can take it out, but by the time the Evo Wizard is done on top of the P.E.K.K.A's 30% health. The Evo Wizard has gotten splash damage and taken out the ghost behind it. So Sub just had every answer he could potentially ask for. This is one of those matchups that you draw up and it's like, all right, if I get this, I don't even need to practice this matchup because this is just game over once it starts.
And you were talking about the difference in your pick for Sub versus Sandbox. You said it's the decks, and so far, so good for that concept as Sub gets a really good situation here. And now we get ready for game number 2. And in Sub's arsenal so far on the day, of course, we just saw the Royal Giant, but he's been reliant on Drill a bit. Got a nice win over Seb with that one. He did play the Bush Bait deck, although I know you guys are saying that one needs to go away. He's had some success with that one. In fact, both these guys have. And of course, some P.E.K.K.A Ram Rider and some of that Mortar Miner Bowler deck that we saw at the top of show for Sub. So lots of different stuff coming out for the Brazilian today as he's looking to put Sandbox away in 2.
Wow. And he is now, he now has 2 opportunities to walk away with $23,000 in cash. Minimum. This is so massive for Sub. The pay jump from today is obviously going to be incredible. It's going to be, you know, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, but then X amount of money from the World Finals. There is so much on the line, and he has 2 chances.
And Sub might be going Drill here. He ran a Drill deck that looked a lot like this earlier on, although it had Fire Spirit rather than the Ice Spirit. And Sandbox maybe taking a page from Sub's deck, running that same Miner deck earlier. Evo Archers in here, though. Haven't seen a lot of them.
Right there, Bowler gets the right timing, going to be able to take out the Drill pretty easily. So Sandbox going to be running this really good Mortar deck. I really like this deck choice from Sandbox. The only time I struggled was against that Hog Giant Skeleton deck, but you just got to hope your opponent isn't going to run it that time. Overall, I think it's a very, very strong deck, and I like this for game number 2 for him.
Taking care of the Bowler push on the left-hand side. Also note Cannoneer for Sandbox another time on the day.
Yeah, this is actually his 3rd time running Cannoneer. I've made a mental note every single time he's ran it because he's the only competitor that's been willing to run it. And so far, he's had varied success. He's 1-1 on the day so far.
Slow technical start to this game. And just as I say that, a pressure pair of Skelly Drag to the right-hand lane.
That's one of the funniest caster, not curses, because you know it's just skeleton dragons, but that is hilarious because you were absolutely correct, and he just had to prove you wrong.
Miner into the back. Skeletons do get the pickup. Arrows to support, and that is a lot to spend to clear the Skeletons, but not only do you get the damage, but then you also fill up that Skelly King ability just a little bit more, but doesn't matter as the Archer Queen throws her cloak on.
And really nice skillies from Sub. It forced out 3 elixir in response with the guards. I really like that he took that opportunity to put the skellies in front.
And Drill just not able to get a lot, but the chip damage there, 2156 to 2455. Mortar down, Skelly King, Bowler both working in the middle. Evo Tesla will control the Evo Mortar here, at least for a moment. Miner down to the back. Ice Spirit goes to the wrong side. Skellies come out, arrows clear, and that's going to be some good chip damage as Sandbox forces out the Tesla to cover that last bit of damage.
And so the HP difference between the Cannoneer and the Princess Tower is all but caught up. Sandbox with the matchup advantage overall. The Bowler always going to be incredible in response for those drills. He's it looks super close, but so far through this 3.5 minute period, Sandbox has played relatively, I mean, pretty much a perfect game so far.
Final minute 15. Big breath from Sub. A win here is a trip to World Finals. Sandbox could force a game 3.
Using the Ice Spirit offensively instead of defensively is going to allow the Miner to get a couple shots. And right here, this Evo Drill putting in work, getting the tower down to sub 1500 HP.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the Bowler stops shooting, and that's going to get the tower down to A79. A massive, I don't even know if it's a misplay. That's just unfortunate for Sandbox.
And now Sandbox has a lot on the board, but a lot to do as well. Delivery shutting things down. Sandbox might be going in hard on the left-hand lane. Tesla down, Ice Spirit in. Defensive poison up high. Sandbox has to pretty much ignore this Archer Queen. Doesn't matter. Cannoneer will take care of it. Goes into the right-hand lane. The dual lane pressure here from Sandbox, but is that going to be much of anything? And this is going to be a win for Sub, and we have our 6th Clash Royale League World Finalist of 2024. Sub makes the top 4 and gets it done.
Come on. No smiley. There we go. Sub finally smiling, the 6th competitor for the World Finals. Congratulations to Sub. Oh my goodness. So much on the line. Goes against an incredibly difficult matchup. It's so hard to get damage. You're just hoping, you're begging for one Evo Drill to somehow leave your opponent's cards confused, and it actually happens. The Bowler stops shooting, somehow isn't able to do its job. I really don't think Sandbox made a mistake with the place. Maybe he should have put it on the inside or something like that, but Sub walking away with a victory in a 2-0 fashion. Congratulations to him.
And I don't even know if Sub realizes quite yet that he qualified for World Finals, right? I mean, we saw some smiles, some sense of relief there, so maybe he gets it. But that is absolutely huge. And now this really makes the next couple of games fascinating here, as a Sub win would again vacate a golden ticket from the points leaderboard and have him get the golden ticket from the monthly final. We'll get in all those scenarios later. Right now, just this very, very clean 1-2 win from Sub has to stand on its own.
Yeah, and that is just heartbreaking for Sandbox. I really think I'm just watching the replay, and it's just shooting the wrong things. The Bowler goes, I believe, for the Royal Delivery or the Royal Recruit, then it goes for something else. Just really unfortunate. And yeah, I'm wondering, because you mentioned it, that he wasn't like totally ecstatic just yet because he's not sure. If I'm Sub, I don't look at the implications of what do I need to finish in order to make the World Finals, even if I don't get the golden ticket. And I'm wondering if that's what he did. so that way he wouldn't get as nervous for these games. Because if you think you have to win a golden ticket, this is just another set, let me try and advance further on, I think that would be really smart from him to not have known what the implications of winning that set would be.
What do you think there, Andrew? We have our 6th world finalist here locked in for sub. Do you think he was putting the blinders on and not actually trying to learn what was happening, or do you think he knew what the stakes were there?
I don't think he knew. I think you're right. I think he probably was like, wow, I won this. I'm still alive. I'm still in the running. This is going to put me closer than it was before. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the chat also are wondering what on earth happened. There's Ryley's still in the tournament. There's still so much more to be played. So, you know, this is all about our leaderboard points and where sub is based off of how many times he's been to monthly finals and who he had to kind of usurp there. Now, he could still win the golden ticket, which would obviously change the conversation back to who is going to get those leaderboard points. But no matter what, like Rich said, sub is going to world finals, whether it's with the golden ticket or leaderboard points golden ticket. He has made it. So I would not be surprised if he did not know, because I also think that the legacy tiebreaker rules that the 4 of us were learning about before the show, I'd be surprised if sub knew those.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket as it stands right now. And we're going to see if we can get that leaderboard for you to look at here in just a minute. But you see Sub has now made the top 4. He was 50 points behind Adriel going into today. Top 4 gets you 50 points, and tiebreakers put Sub over. So win or lose from here, Sub has qualified for World Finals. Now he awaits his opponent, either Guriko or Ryley, and the winner of that lower semi bracket will also, that lower semifinal match, will also get a golden ticket. And just the question is, will Sub get it and then relinquish his points standings and give it back to Adriel? Or will it be Guriko or Ryley who beats Sub and takes the month of August golden ticket for themselves? So a lot of complications here, but right now it's all about these two. And some more context for Guriko and Ryley. Guriko really wants the win here because he is not at the top of our community point standing, our 8th and final golden ticket. Ryley currently leads the community points, so if he doesn't win this golden ticket, he's still in a great spot to qualify for Worlds for our final spot, but getting it locked down here would be phenomenal for him, and then of course would create so much more drama for our community events. Andrew, there's so much going on, I'm beginning to get a little overwhelmed.
I know, and it's funny because I'm reading along with the chat and everyone's like, is Mohamed Light still going to play? What about Ryley? What's going on? Nothing has really changed with the tournament that you guys were presented at the beginning of the day, other than that we know who else is going to World Finals. All the rest of the matches are still going to get played. Ryley, Guriko still have a chance, Sub, they all have a chance to win the golden ticket outright, get the $17,000 and get that golden ticket. What we are just telling you guys at home is that Sub has secured his place to World Finals based off of points. So this is a huge matchup for Guriko and Ryley. I mean, the fact that Guriko just kind of came out of nowhere at the end of the season is now in this top little mix of players, with 2 of those players not really even counting for the golden ticket, is, yeah, there's just a lot going on here. I will say though, when you look at how that last set went for Guriko, I'm happy to see that he's a little bit more smiles and not feeling too beaten down after that quick 2-0. Ryley, on the other hand of it, you know, he lost his first match of the day 2-1. It was a really good best of 3 with him and Sandbox, and then he went to Agony King. So I do think that this is going to be, you know, along with his very first match of the day, a lot more challenging than maybe he saw in lower round 1.
Certainly challenging, and you know, you talk about these 2 guys. Guriko has been one of those players in the mix competitively for a long time, and you know, he has a lot of older brothers, if you will, in the Japanese pro scene. Would love to make his own stamp on it with being one of only 8 world finalists in 2024, but the guy in front of him, Ryley, maybe one of the, if not the most popular content creator who's in the competitive scene in the West. This would be a big one for him to get it done right here, right now.
So it looks like Guriko is going to go to this popular mortar deck, while Ryley on the other side of it is going to a version of a suspicious bush deck with bats, Evo bats, which I still am a big fan of Evo bats. Obviously not in the conversation for the best evolution in the game, but I still think they're really good and very fun when they go off.
This is fun, and I really wonder if part of the game plan here for Ryley is you have had this slow but still tankable by a minor card in the Suspicious Bush, and then you have the fast one for the bats. I wonder if we're going to see some double layering here with minor bats, but then Suspicious Bush behind that, or pressuring both lanes. Very curious to see how he works all these together.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the other cool thing about this deck, this very odd deck from Ryley, is that you have the two invisible threat cards in the Royal Ghost and the Suspicious Bush that you can kind of just cycle opposite lane for relentless pressure. I mean, we've talked about the Royal Ghost for years and how annoying it can be opposite lane. Now you add in the Suspicious Bush, and it's kind of fascinating what you can do dual lane-wise here. So we'll see what this beatdown push is going to look like here from Ryley. Guriko, not a lot of elixir left in the tank, does have to play that miner right up next to the Prince.
And the difference in this and older variations of this MK Prince miner deck, right, because we've seen this overall idea for a long time, is you typically have a little bit more speed pressure in the opposite lane from that big tanky push. Suspicious Bush doesn't give you that same kind of pressure. So I'm very curious to see how all these work together. But look, this is some of the most fun I've had seeing the actual, to take your word, decksmanship in quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, love that word. I do love where we're at in our meta. You know, I like that we're seeing different tower troops. They're all viable. They've all had varied success. Obviously, Dagger Duchess is the weakest, but she was the most dominant for so long. I agree with what AC said, where it's like, it's refreshing to see her back again and not just in every single game. And I think we've seen almost, I mean, I don't know about every evolution, but we've seen most of the evolutions today, which has also been really, really cool.
You saw that Ghost went real hard on the right-hand side, down to 1291. That's a pretty significant lead here that a Mortar Miner deck will have to try to make up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially because Ryley's doing such a good job of, well, as it happens, I was saying, he's just not allowing these mortars to connect. It feels like Guriko just doesn't have a great way to get on offense other than the miners, and after that big chunk of damage early on, yeah, you have to do a lot more than just miner chip.
And Miner will turn the cannon away. Evo Wizard not going to be able to do much other than shut that down in the backfield, but maybe more than happy is Ryley right now to just continue to get Guriko to spend elixir near and behind his tower rather than turn into something offensive.
Yeah, I mean, Ryley just needs to play cool, calm, collected, and get miners in. That's really it. He doesn't need to do anything else. And you can see right now taking a little bit of damage on the left-hand side, but paying attention to the task at hand, which is really distracting that mortar. Now the miner's going to distract the mortar so the Prince can connect. And this has just all been really clean from Ryley top to bottom.
And cannon breaks down on Guriko's side. 65 seconds left. Guriko trying to find some way to create some significant damage. But one also nice piece about this deck is, you know, even when you see Ryley drop a lot of elixir on one lane, he has those fairly inexpensive bats to do some of the cleanup on the opposite lane.
Yeah, he's got a lot of really great defensive cards in terms of the Prince, the MK, and the Bats that have just put in so much work. And again, with that lead that he got early on, he's just able to only go for damage when he has absolutely every green light in the book. Mega
Knight comes to clean up some of those skeletons. Pressure cannon cart on the left-hand lane. Miner comes out to hold. Arrows clean the right. This is a lot. This is not easy.
On tower. Cannon cart's on tower.
Nope.
And defending for that goblin. Goblin's on tower. Wow. And that is a huge damage lead. Now he just needs to defend out. Miner can stay on the tower. He's gonna
arrows.
453.
And the arrows don't come fast enough.
Oh my word, to take one of yours if you're going to take decksmanship. What a crazy turn of events there. I mean, you saw Ryley overspend on that right-hand lane. He just kind of dumped so many things on that right-hand lane. The only thing he could have done defensively is either play a miner defensively, I think, or as you saw, that Royal Ghost late. And that was really clean from Guriko at the end. I mean, he just recognizes, yo, you spent everything you have on the ground. The Royal Ghost needs to attack something before he's clear. I'm just going to go sell out 8 elixir at the bridge. Boom. GG, well played. Game number 2 coming your way.
Well, and you see, I mean, one of the big differences here is what the arrows did late game. And I think we're going to look at it in just a moment, where Guriko hits these great arrows to get the bats out. A bit of a pre-arrows here against them. I think we're going to see that in a moment. And then at the end, the arrows for Ryley not fast enough to protect. So here we go. Here's the defense on the left-hand side, where you see the goblins coming down, you see the cannon there, and boom, the pre-arrows get the bats off.
Wow.
And that gives the cannon cart more connection. But then the opposite direction, Ryley throws the miner, arrows not there quick enough to wipe out the goblin gang. Miner goes down early, and that right there at that very end, did the arrows get there in 1 second or in 2 seconds? And that's the difference in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those things where you feel like this is a big conversation about experience at the highest level, right? Ryley is a content creator first and foremost. And I think when you see things like that happen, I mean, look, it happens to all of us. We all sell games at the end. But there was so much control for so much of that game that was just a big misstep. I mean, literally, he could have just MK'd on top of that if he didn't spend so much a minute ago on the MK right lane.
I'm fascinated by how quickly we're back into this game, right? With what's at stake. I would have thought we'd been taking a long time to deck pick here.
So
and here with some
out.
reflection off the monk, yeah.
And that E-Spirit, wow, that's going to put in a lot of work in this matchup.
Log to clear, but pretty good damage, pretty significant. Wow, those skeletons just hanging. That felt like it was Dagger Duchess level damage, not a Princess level damage.
Yeah, I think maybe the log came out just a step early from Ryley, just allowing 3 or 4 Larrys to stay alive and still get tanked for. And yeah, I mean, it's wild that Guriko could win a golden ticket right now, dude. It's like, even just saying that out loud is wild to me. It's a name I haven't said in all of 2024.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. He has to win. He has to beat Ryley, and then the question is, what does Sub come with? Does Sub come with fire to really lock things down, or does Sub get that? Does he finally realize that he won a golden ticket, and that adrenaline dump means he plays a little bit loose? So we'll see what happens there. But right here,
I know this is crazy to say, but I, as a competitor, would rather have Guriko there than Adriel.
I feel you. I feel you on that.
You know what I mean? And all Sub needs to do is throw then. I don't think anyone would ever do that, but I would rather play Guriko than Adriel.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might share that opinion.
So
here we go.
We'll
593 left-hand lane. Wow, but Ryley's making his case though.
Yep.
Ryley is certainly making his case.
And Evo Archer is just a little high. That monk going to get a lot of value right now. The second Archer does sneak away. And nice E-Spirit.
A lot of control needed here.
There's a lot of health
Dark
on
Prince,
that giant.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, and that Dark Prince just engaging the fisherman.
Gosh,
Look at
Rich.
that graveyard all over it.
Ryley is done.
Wow. 8 seconds. Ryley needs to throw everything, but he cannot get enough. He fireballs the King Tower, and Guriko needs one more match win to secure World Finals as he makes it to our lower bracket semis.
Man, what is happening today? What an exciting final monthly final with Guriko, the OG, coming through. And honestly, he's had a rocky day. It's been up and down, but he just has a clean 2-0 over Ryley. And all the Americans right now screaming in the chat. Definitely bummed to see their guy go down.
Canadians a little frustrated there as well. And man, those of you who are Ryley fans in the chat, Ryley is still the leader in community points by a fairly solid margin. So he still has a great chance to win our 8th monthly final, our eighth golden ticket, our last spot to World Finals. Still a very good, he's in the lead there, and some good performances down the stretch for community events could get him in there. But his dreams of getting it done today are gone. And Guriko just absolutely shutting down this Royal Giant today. And man, just a couple. I said in an earlier exchange that it felt like Dagger Duchess level damage being done by the graveyard push, and that last graveyard, this is the one. You see this Dark Prince get into the middle, and the Fisherman can't do anything about the Giant. The log comes down, kind of comes down maybe a little early because it has to for that Giant, and those skeletons just stack up. Nothing there for Ryley, and that's it. GG's.
Man, and this becomes a very, very fascinating lower bracket semis with Guriko and Sub and who you go for. And oh man, I mean, that was a tough set from Ryley, you know. I think game number 1 probably tilted him pretty rough at the end there. Yeah. And then game number 2, you could tell he was kind of still wearing that, which, you know, he's a younger dude. He is not as experienced in the competitive scene. I still think there is so much more in Ryley's story, whether it is just content creation, but competitively, he's still a very fascinating player. Juice, what do you feel about what we just saw? And also, I saw you losing it a little bit over, do you play Guriko or do you play Adriel? What does Sub do? What are all your thoughts for what has happened over the last 10 minutes?
I don't know. This is just getting crazy as the last monthly finals here with the different point leaderboards. There's so much happening. Like you guys said, I mean, Ryley, not a great set. I feel like we didn't see Ryley play like he normally does, but he still has chances to qualify from the community leaderboard. Sub now is guaranteed to be the regular point leaderboard winner over Adriel unless he wins the golden ticket. And that's what we have next for our next match. It's Guriko versus Sub. So the question is, does Sub win, continue on? Maybe Adriel gets that golden ticket, or maybe Guriko goes on, maybe gets the golden ticket, and then we have Adriel out because of that. It's very interesting, very fascinating. There's so much happening.
Well, let's look at the bracket, and I'll clarify a couple of things though for you guys at home who are going, what the heck is going on? Mohamed Light and Ta, we still have a lot of Clash Royale to be played. Mohamed Light and Ta are undefeated and in the upper bracket finals. Both of them already have golden tickets to World Finals, so no matter if one of them wins, it doesn't matter. They already have a golden ticket, so the golden ticket will go for today's competition to either Guriko or Sub. One of those two is guaranteed to win today's golden ticket from the August monthly final. If Guriko wins, he goes through on the golden ticket, and Sub, having accumulated enough points to tie and then win the tiebreak against Adriel, will be in for World Finals. But if Sub beats Guriko in this next upcoming match, he will win the August golden ticket, and the priority is given to a monthly final. So if he wins the August golden ticket, he, like Mohamed Light and like Ta, is essentially removed from the CRL points leaderboard, which would put Adriel back in charge of that CRL points leaderboard, and that would be 7 of our 8 world finalists, and then it would all come down to our community points. So a lot of complications here. Guriko, win or go for community. Sub already in, but how are you getting it done is the question.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we just because we were having fun, we don't throw in the conversation, is obviously 4th and 3rd place, they get $5,000 and $8,000 respectively, whereas 1st and 2nd get $17,000 and $11,000. So as much as, you know, someone might think ahead about World Finals, they're probably also thinking about what's right in front of them. And $10,000 more from 4th to 1st sounds pretty good on my end. All of us were wrong on Ryley's, so AC still holding strong in 1st place. Just because we feel bad for AC, we will let everyone know that he did win the predictions last month. We just would never show it on broadcast, and he has to do it 2 months in a row for it to ever be on broadcast. So we'll see if he can pull that out here. All of us going Sub. I gotta say, I'm not surprised that we're all going Sub, just because I feel like he has definitely played better than Guriko today. But, you know, Guriko riding a high after that great set over Ryley, which is, you know, again, Ryley is one of the best in the world. So I think this is going to be a little bit closer than our predictions might let on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Sub just had those great deck picks that Josh pointed out, and I think that's part of the reason I picked him here. It seemed like Guriko, I feel like he was a little bit shakier than Sub. It seemed like Sub had a tough start, a little bit of nerves, and he lost the beginning, but he's really locked down the gameplay. So I think that's why I go Sub here. Rich, what you got for me?
You know, I think that we don't know what Sub's going to come out, right? Does Sub come out with the adrenaline dump, knowing that he's secure World Finals?
True.
Does he have the blinders on and he's still dialed in? So we just don't know what's coming out. I do know that $10,000 on the line is no joke.
Yeah.
And look, you make World Finals, you might make World Finals, but then not win a single match and just walk away with that first round prize money, right? So this $10,000 is no chump change here. My expectation is that Sub comes out really ready to rock, and that Guriko maybe feels more pressure. You know, in the past, when we've talked about that adrenaline dump, it's been someone who just won a golden ticket because Mohamed Light won, and then they go play Mohamed Light. So you have these two features where they've already won the golden ticket, and then they're playing against Mohamed Light, and the person they're playing against is also not feeling the pressure. But in this one, yes, Sub won a golden ticket, but there's still money on the line, and Guriko, his opponent, still has pressure on him. Right, so I think that changes the math here a lot, hence my Sub pick.
Yeah, you can see right there. It definitely looks like Guriko is feeling the pressure, and the community going up against Guriko here. 36% of the people out there think that Guriko is going to win this. So the community is with us here, Juicy. Sub bottom of your screen, Guriko at the top. This game, this match, is for a golden ticket, and numerous ones at that.
Wizard
That's so
in the
crazy.
back. Eva Wizard. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, is this the first time we've had a legit lower bracket golden ticket? It may be
Well, it's
not the
crazy because
first,
it's
but
like 3 golden tickets, or 2 golden tickets all at once. You know what I mean? So I
with
feel like
all
this
the
is definitely a
leaderboards.
first ever.
Yeah, Monk here gonna deflect the firecracker. So we have probably Monk Roll Giant. Maybe it could be Monk Drill deck too, but there is the RG versus a Hog EQ. I think that's this matchup can go either way, but the guards do provide a lot of value, especially since Sub has Barbarian Barrel compared to a Log, which would be a lot better. I think that will give Guriko a bit of an advantage here.
RG not getting a shot there. Looked like it would, but clean defense there from Guriko. And yeah, Juice, this is an interesting matchup. So in your mind, I feel like they both have, you know, the guards are going to do well in both lanes.
True.
I do feel like that Monk, though, could cause a big problem here, because if you have the Monk taking care of the RG and the guards are up high for the Mighty Miner, I don't know. Is there something I'm missing here, or is this a good matchup for Sub?
I do think it's like fairly close because they kind of counter each other in a way. You know, Fisherman for Hog Rider, guards and Tesla for Roll Giant. The reason I might give it a little bit more towards Guriko is simply just because you have a little bit more outplayability with the Hog Rider, but also the Firecracker is a secondary win condition. I think also a lot does depend on this last card from Sub, though. You know, if there's like a lightning or something for lots of damage on towers, that can make a big difference. Or maybe, you know, if there's Void, maybe that doesn't get as much value. Looks like it's going to be a middle of the pack here with the Fireball. You know, it has possible value onto the towers, but it's going to make it so that the Firecracker and the Tesla might be able to get some value here.
And that E-Spirit coming in doing just enough, and while Guriko spends a lot defensively, it does seem to be very effective. 2604, 2616, pretty much neck and neck. I'm curious when we might start seeing Guriko go opposite lane, and there we go after a nice connection.
That one wizard hit, like every little bit of damage really just matters in a matchup like this. And I say that, and the Hog Rider just gets 2 hits, evening things up. That Hog Rider hit is massive, but this is that push that you were talking about. The Monk plus Roll Giant, and the Tesla doesn't pull. The Monk pushes the Roll Giant towards the left, but the Evo Tesla is in cycle for a bailout. Fascinating interaction there.
Yeah, and also fascinating interactions there at the bridge. 25-38 is what remains on that tower after what looked like was going to be a lot more coming through, and that's got to be a bit of a blow to the morale for Sub, having all of those pieces all come together and just really getting very little out of it.
And there goes that Hog Shot I'm talking about. That Hog Rider is a little bit more consistent to RG here. And then the Firecracker, maybe a little bit late place. I think if you played it earlier, could have got more damage, but overall solid. And then on the offense, on the other hand of things, there's that Tesla, there's those guards, but the Wizard wiped the guards immediately. This push is massive. 2 Roll Giant.
Monk on the tower.
Wizard. Oh, Monk. The Monk
That's game.
the Firecracker
There's
as
no
well.
way.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
The double Royal Giant push. Wow. Just wow.
I mean, it looked like Sub was going to overwhelm Guriko just a minute before that, and he was able to defend pretty well and actually take a lot less than we would have thought, right? It was like 25-38, and then just moments after that, I mean, doing a really good job building these RG pushes from the back. Just so much done right by Sub, and I think, Juice, you called it perfectly. It looked like maybe he just had nerves at the top of the show, a lot going on in his mind, and now he's really just come into full form. I mean, has it been a Mohamed Light or Ta day? No, you don't really expect that out of anyone other than maybe those two guys right now, but it's been a pretty great day for Sub all the way from top to bottom, even with the slow start.
Yeah, I want to apologize to everyone watching right now. I feel like I've been miscalling a lot of the matchups here, specifically because of one card, the Evo Wizard. Bro, this Wizard has changed so much in the meta. Like earlier with the Lava Hound matchup, it was like P.E.K.K.A versus Lava Hound. Historically, Lava Hound should always be P.E.K.K.A. Especially with guards, but the Wizard changed everything. And in this match, once again, it's that Wizard. It wiped out those guards. Usually guards are one of the best DPS cards for a Royal Giant, especially, you know, with that Tesla, with the Ice with the Log. But the Wizard, it just two shots the guards almost, and the game is over immediately. This Wizard Evo changes everything.
I know, and that is one of the reasons why that P.E.K.K.A deck has been so popular, is because a lot of people, you don't have to be that good to cycle to an Evo Wizard and then place a P.E.K.K.A in front of it. And it is so difficult to defend unless you have the exact right answers. And you saw right there, that Wizard is so strong. It is not even close to an argument of what the best evolution in the game is right now. It's definitely Evo Wizard. And yeah, Juice, I mean, you look at that right there, that one push at the end, everything kind of coming together perfectly for Sub, which is, you know, like when you look at this deck, there is the outplayability on the other side with the Hog deck, but Sub not letting him get even a lick of damage throughout, right? There was those 2 Hog hits, and then otherwise it felt like Sub was just on the offensive for the whole rest of that game.
Yeah, I agree. And we're hopping to the next game here. We have Sub coming out with the P.E.K.K.A again here, but he just used Wizard, which is interesting. So I will, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what he could have instead of an Evo Wizard in this P.E.K.K.A deck. Maybe a Magic Archer, maybe an Electro Wizard, maybe a Phoenix. I've seen some Phoenix. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see a Phoenix Battle Ram Evo P.E.K.K.A deck here.
And Juicy, you got some people in the chat here that got your back. Says, no need to apologize. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, guys. Let's see if I can call this matchup here. We have Evo Mortar spam deck that we've seen is very popular versus this Sub deck with the Evo Bataram. Usually, I would say that the Mortar would have the matchup here. And if there was Evo Wizard, then I would actually say the Evo Wizard would have the matchup. But we know the Sub doesn't have the Wizard. So I think I am going to go Mortar here, especially with that Cannon Cart. The Cannon Cart got a slight buff to its attack speed fairly recently. It's going to be really good at DPSing these P.E.K.K.As down with the help of the Skelly Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that kind of like, this is almost exactly what I was just referring to as the P.E.K.K.A Wizard matchup. And honestly, I think it is a bit more difficult when you have the Wizard, obviously, but I think this is going to be in Guriko's favor. I mean, there should be the ability for him to create a lot of problems with the Skeleton Dragons, and then he should also be able to get a good Evo Bomber connection.
Yeah, and not to mention the Evo Mortar connections that are happening already here.
And the Goblin Gang at the bridge, no splash.
Yeah, it's just no Wizard, right? Like if you have Wizard versus that Mortar there, we've seen it today. We've seen it, the Evo Wizard destroy this deck. But without it, I love the deck pick from Guriko. You know, the Evo Wizard is not in cycle. You go for this deck. On the other hand, Sub, trying to make this comeback happen. It's not impossible to get this tower trade, but it's not that easy either because Void doesn't do that much tower damage. He needs a connection of one more troop.
And I was just going to say, this is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to set up a Cannon Cart in the back. He needs to set up a Mortar defensively so that he can get back to a second Mortar. He's going to have to deal with the Evo Battle Ram is tough with this deck because there's no way to stop, stun, reset anything, right? It's just the Cannon Cart and then the Mortar is what you're really hoping on. And well played by Guriko. I mean, that's about as good as that defense can get.
Yeah, I mean, you call it. The Mortars are right in the middle, one tile up two. I really like that attention to detail. Just make sure there's no chance that Battle Ram is able to bypass in any circumstance. And the Void Spell, like I said, not enough damage. And that is going to be a very nice dub there.
So now we go to a best of one for numerous golden tickets, which is absolutely crazy. You guys are probably getting tired of it, but if Guriko wins this next game, Guriko and Sub will be going to World Finals. If Sub wins this next game, Sub and Adriel will be going to World Finals. The community leaderboards points are still up for grabs. There's still another community tournament, so that's why I was saying before, if you still want to compete or you still want to go to World Finals, there is still a chance, and you just need to go follow along with everything Clash Royale out there in the world. Esports Royale EN is the best way to do it in English on X, which I can't believe I've started to call it X instead of Twitter. Juicy, what a crazy game. I mean, I think you really hit the nail on the head. Is the second you recognize, like, oh, I would give this matchup to P.E.K.K.A if they had the Wizard, but they don't have the Wizard, so I'm going to give it to Mortar, and then that's basically exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and this was the main moment there. Without the Wizard and being able to take that Mother Witch out with a Skelly King, see Sub shake his head already. I mean, there's not much you can do when you're just spamming that Evil Mortar with that Goblin Gang and your Mother Witch and your splash cards on cycle. He did everything he could do by making this Ops lane pressure, sacking that tower and going in, using that Evo Zap to get the bandit damage. But then it just was one more push. Evo Battle Ram was his only hope of taking this tower, and the defense was solid enough to make it happen. And like you said, now it's 1-1. It's a best of one with not some marbles, not most of the marbles, but all of the marbles for so many different people involved with all these different golden tickets, as this is the last monthly finals. Like you said, the community tournament's still available, but this is the main bread and butter of who's going to be making it or not.
Well, and people have no idea, including us, what that community tournament is going to look like. You know, we don't know what the format is going to be. We don't know what the competition is going to be. We don't know when it's going to be. You know, there's so much that is up in the air that this is where you kind of want to lock things down. And, you know, when you look at these decks, it really is so crazy how much the Wizard changes that entire conversation. Because at the end of the game, if you're able to get that P.E.K.K.A, Evo Ram Rider, with the Wizard right behind an Evo Wizard, that becomes very difficult to stop, especially when you don't have a slow stun reset in that Mortar deck. So that one card for Sub being used in game one, it's one of those things, like it won him game one, right? We thought that was a tough matchup. Those guards got taken off the board, but it also lost him game number two, not having that Wizard. So that is one of the tough things when you're using the most powerful card in the game.
All right, we are in the game three. The best of one for everything. Sub with a Saigo deck, going back to what he's most comfortable with, and Guriko with what looks to be a Magic Archer Drill Wall Breakers deck as well. So it might just be Minor Poison versus Drill Tornado, a very classic matchup here.
Yeah, and it feels like usually you give the nod to Minor Poison in that situation, right?
Yeah, I would say so, just because the poison is so consistent. You know, it's just Drill Poison versus Drill Magic Archer. The poison's guaranteed to get on the tower, whereas with Guriko, you know, he still can win. It's very possible, but he needs a Magic Archer connection. And if Sub does well with his Teslas to block those Magic Archers, you know, the Tesla's a building and can't get tornadoed. So the Magic Archer won't be able to connect at that point.
Nice King Tower activation there by Guriko. Nerves are high, but the interactions are still on point. 27-29 to 28-93. Best of one for a golden ticket here. Sub already guaranteed one way or the other. Guriko, our Cinderella story from the old, I mean, the old guard, really. I mean, we haven't really talked about him since 2022, it feels like. And this is a very fascinating lower bracket semis.
Another thing about these drill matches that have also changed because of the drill Evo is just a lot of the time it's who can get more Evo drills placed. And wow, and Sub with the Goblin Demolisher connection too, though. That is another secondary win condition for Sub, giving him even more of an advantage here. It's gonna be tough.
I was just gonna say, a lot of people talk about that Demolisher like it's almost like a champion. Obviously, it doesn't give you that 3-card cycle, but the movement speed, the fact that it's also a wall breaker, the amount of damage and its attack speed, its radius, its splash damage, like all of it. It's an exceptionally strong card. But right now, it really only finds itself in Drill, which was actually played a decent amount less than I thought it was going to be played today.
Here comes the first Evo Drill. The Goblins, the Demolisher, the Tornado pulls that back, so some Goblins will connect. The Bomb Tower up high doing a great job as well, but I don't know. It just seems like it's going to be tough for, I don't know. It's going to be tough to break through here. Oh, but the tornadoes. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe these tornadoes paired with these drills are his way to connect. But even then, look at the damage like differential here.
Yeah, and I really do feel like, in general, the deck from Sub is just better than the deck from Guriko.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Sub has a 61% win rate with drill, so maybe not as high as he would have liked, but Guriko is almost 20% lower than that at 43. So both of them going pretty unpredictable in this game.
Drill inbound. Barbaril does clean up pretty well. Ice Spirit connecting the right side, forcing out Skeletons to stop these Goblins to connect, and there's that poison. That's a poison.
I was just going to say, it's so crazy with the poison nerf, Juicy. You keep talking about it today and how poison is just kind of like the end-all, be-all. And in these high-level matches where most of them go the full 5 minutes, that poison in triple elixir is insanely strong.
It also just has so much synergy with the Evo Drill. Wait, Magic Archer Tornado connection.
What a connection!
Wait, this is,
oh my god,
insane! This is so much damage. That is what Guriko needed to put himself as a chance in this match.
Oh
and
my god!
Elixir, the Evo Drill plus poison might be able to get that damage back, but that is massive.
Bro, this is crazy. Guriko is putting together the greatest monthly final run we've seen from someone that just, I mean, again, we have not talked about him almost at all in the last 2 years, and here he is. He's just 50 seconds away from a win. Defending is going to be a lot more difficult than he'd probably like, but with the Valkyrie, with the bomb tower, pretty clean. 13-16, 10-14. Narrowing that gap is Sub down to 12-24. Tick on that poison down below 1200.
Here comes that Evo Drill and Psycho though, and it does so much damage. It's very close, 30 seconds left on the clock. Poison is gonna drop. You can't stop that aim for the tower, but now it's Guriko's turn for the Evo Drill. He's trying to take that Tesla out so that maybe—
I like getting rid of the Tesla. The NATO.
The tornado, it does allow—
Where's the Magic Archer? Oh, there's the Magic Archer. Good catch by Sub. Drill going in on the left-hand side. Needs to defend this Drill. 871. I think he's gonna do it.
Oh my gosh.
I think he's gonna do it. Log is in. NATO's in. Oh my god. Guriko and Sub are going to World Finals. This is crazy.
Guriko, your golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, literally nothing to everything, making it to World Finals. And I believe this means that Adriel is now out, unfortunately. But yeah, Sub with the points leaderboard, Guriko with the golden ticket, Adriel is out. And you can see the happiness on his face, bro. Look at that smile. It's contagious.
Wow. And that is the start and end of the day for Sub. Sub starts 2-1, no, excuse me, 1-2 against Guriko to start the day, and then ends the day in the exact same place. Guriko gets the golden ticket after going 2-1 over Sub. Then he goes 0-2 against Ta, and you're like, well, maybe this is where Guriko's end runs. He's gonna go up against Ryley next. We all picked Ryley. Guriko goes 2-0 against Ryley, and then another 2-1 against Sub to lock in a golden ticket for the Japanese player who, again, we have not talked about in almost 2 years.
Wow. I mean, I knew Guriko was good. I did not know he was this good. We're looking at the replay here. This is where we thought that Sub just had in the bag. I mean, he's up a solid amount of damage. We're heading into overtime. He has the poison, but this is where Guriko proved everyone wrong. We had that Evo Drill inbound, getting some solid damage. And then that knight just got placed. He immediately takes the opportunity to go Magic Archer, NATO at the bridge, and the Tesla is not there. The Magic Archer is not predicted. And then throughout the rest of this match, towards the very end, we saw the Evo Drills come from both players. We saw the Tornadoes used with the drill to allow the Goblins to connect, to just barely outpace that poison from Sub, and Guriko takes it. I mean, that is exactly why we watch the Clash Royale League, games like that.
And he did the exact same thing against Ryley, where out of nowhere, he just makes these big swing plays that absolutely destroy your opponent. And he played very few predictable Magic Archers, but he did a great job with that one that connected for all the damage of playing it very late and playing it when he had NATO and Cycle after Sub had already played all of his defensive units, right? He'd already played the Demolisher, I think the Goblins and the Knight, so the only thing he could have done was catch the Magic Archer with a Tesla, and I don't think he had the elixir in hand or the wherewithal at that moment. And what a great connection there from Guriko, and I think that's that's 2 of all 4 of us getting it wrong, right? With Ryley and then Guriko and Sub. We rooted against Guriko twice in a row. AC, you're still in the lead predictions-wise. Guriko's going to World Finals. A lot has happened since you've been here on broadcast.
Yeah, how did that happen? It's a lot to keep up with for sure. Guriko, I mean, what a set from him. Usually it's the Magic Archer that I always take a look at, and it's like, yeah, he won because of this specific interaction, and he probably did win because of the specific interaction with the Magic Archer, but it really is the NATOs overall. I loved what he was doing. He was always keeping either, you know, the Goblins off, the Goblin Brawler, or Demolisher off of the Goblins that were spawning from the drill. It was world class right there from him.
Yeah, he was just making Sub have to go that extra step that he didn't want to do in spending defensively. Let's take a look here at the bracket. Both of these guys had exceptional runs today. And now while Sub's run does end, as we have said many times before, with this great performance here today, which is exactly what he needed, which was 4th place or better, which is exactly what he got. He will be going to World Finals. Adriel will not. Guriko has won and secured a golden ticket. As you can see, he's in the lower finals. Mohamed Light, our first monthly golden ticket winner. Ta, the second winner given to by Mohamed Light. And there you go. Golden ticket winner Guriko. That was not on my bingo card for 2024. Neither was Sub, coming to monthly finals time and time again, never making it the distance, but doing it through community points. And you know, when you talk about someone that kind of you follow in the footsteps of, for Sub, I mean, that looks a lot like Morton, right? Where you were just like consistent all year long. You always were in that, you know, you were always doing great on Path of Legends. You were always doing great in the qualifiers and the monthly finals. You just didn't get that golden ticket, but your consistency got you there. And obviously we will miss Morton at World Finals this year, but congratulations to Sub and Guriko. Guys, this is crazy. We're at the last monthly final. We've gotten all these golden tickets given away. There's just the one that remains, and now we have 3 players with really nothing to lose other than cash.
Yep. Yep. Mohamed Light and Ta, I believe, is what we have up next. The loser will go to play Guriko. Yeah, it's just cash up left, but we say just cash. I mean, we have $17,000 as a first place prize that everyone is still going to be giving it their all for. Next match, we all predicted Mohamed Light to beat Ta. Josh, I mean, we've seen Ta play a lot today. We've seen him play very well. But in the end, Mohamed Light is still the greatest to ever do it. I mean, is there any way that... I mean, I feel like every single monthly final, someone asks this question. But is there any way to actually beat Mohamed Light? Or is it just getting further and further away as a possibility?
Perchance, you know, there's definitely an opportunity to beat him. But it's just so difficult. Ta's done nothing wrong. He's done everything right, and I'm still leaning towards Mohamed Light. It's he's so special with every single thing he does. Every once in a while, every couple months, we have a knock on Mohamed Light, and it's like, you know, maybe the decks aren't really that great this month, and we can't even say that for this month. It just feels like Mohamed Light's in the zone. And I don't think he's losing this next set.
No, I mean, I think the one thing that you can say here is that both of them have been so clean all day long. I mean, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. 92 to 8%. Ta, after a perfect run today, after not losing a game yet today, has only an 8% chance to beat Momo. What I was gonna say though is that, you know, Rich talked about that adrenaline dump, right? And that's kind of what happened, I feel like, with Ta earlier this year when he faced Mo in the finals. I feel like right now, both these guys, they've secured a bag. I mean, Mo's secured like several bags, but Ta's already gotten paid. He's already gotten the golden ticket. So I think this is going to be the closest thing to a World Finals match that we've seen so far this year, right? I mean, obviously our #1 and #2 World Finalists, but also so little to lose. We've already decided who the other two golden ticket winners are. This is literally just for fun and for cash. I think that this is the time, if ever, where Ta should give us the best performance he's had against Mohamed Light. Still picking Mo to win, though.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, I honestly am kind of experiencing that adrenaline dump as well. Like, even just watching, even just talking about the games, it's like all these crazy things happened, and then I still have to lock in and recognize, hey, it's Mohamed Light and Ta going, battling each other, trying to stay in the winner's bracket. And yeah, let's do this. Juicy. Ta versus Mohamed Light, game #1.
Yes, sir. Ta versus Mohamed Light. We have a bowler and a berry. We see Ta immediately kind of cringe at the firecracker. That is because firecracker is one of the best, if not the best, counter to bowler in the game. I guess there's firecracker and fisherman. Those are the two main ones. And we actually see him lightning the firecracker because he knows how big of a deal it is, which will put him down a bit of damage. But looks like he has the counters. He has what he needs here. He's got a cage. He's gonna have a tornado for this hog rider, and he's gonna be looking very pretty off this King activation.
Yeah, really simple defense right there for Ta. Never really looked worried because, you know, he has every answer you could possibly imagine. The Goblin Cage plus the NATO are going to be really, really strong. But right there, Mohamed Light already out-cycling both responses. Oh. And is that 2 shots? I think that was 2 shots, right?
Ta had the same reaction as I did. Oh, bro, like, I cannot believe this hog rider just got 2 hits from a bowler with King activated. That's odd. I guess the bowler was just slightly placed a little bit late because he wanted to make sure the firecracker is going to lock on to the barbarian barrel first. But I mean, that's going to make a huge difference here. I'm kind of wondering what Ta's last card here. It looks like it probably is Electro Giant actually. And at this point, going against Hog EQ, with down this much damage, I don't know if E-Giant can actually come back. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Tesla, the Evo Tesla as well.
And the Goblin.
This is, yeah. Oh, and right there, the Firecracker is actually able to jump away from the Brawler, so not going to be a problem from the cage. And yeah, this spells trouble for Ta. It's going to be real tough, especially when Mohamed Light's playing like this, forcing the Brawler all the way back, not going to help out the E-Giant on the offensive push. I like that he's going opposite lane.
Interesting.
Do you not like that?
Well, no, I mean, so, okay, there's a lot going through my head. I'm going to just try and explain it. E-Giant, you always want to go the same lane, but Mohamed a monk. So it makes sense why you would bowler on the right side to bait the monk out. Because you don't want to play the bowler same lane as the monk. So he kind of baits that monk out. And now, because he's a champion, he's not able to cycle back to the monk. So maybe that's what he needs to do in order to break through to this E-Giant. The thing is, you're not breaking through this E-Giant. I'm not going to lie. There is the Tesla with a quick cycle. But most importantly, Goblins plus Ice Spear is actually one of the best counters to E-Giant because the Ice Spear will freeze everything up, which kind of just allows the Goblins to go put in the work. This is really a kind of a lightning cycle matchup, which Ta is doing. He's getting those lightnings down over and over again. And if he can continue to do that, there's a chance he wins this.
Yeah, but at this point, Mohamed Light's recognizing he's got the Earthquake, Log, offensive Firecracker, and then that's his offense at this point. There's no other offense. He's not going to get Hogs through anymore. Yeah. It's those 3 cards. Can he cycle it on the tower enough? And I really think he can. I don't think it's really going to be that difficult. But Ta's been playing well, so there's definitely a chance something crazy can happen.
Yeah, Ta's been playing very well. I really like that bowler there, that actually predicting the Firecracker. Like you said, the Firecracker is kind of one of the main win conditions now. So he predicts that and prevents it. And now another lightning is going to drop on the Firecracker yet again. Mohamed Light goes for the hog because he's starting to get a little bit desperate for damage here. Ta is playing this to a T. I've not seen really a single mistake other than I mean, I guess those early hog shots, but overall, this is some great gameplay. On the other hand, though, that firecracker, once again, did so much damage, eh?
Yeah, and right there, that could be a little bit of a problem. Looks like Mohamed Light's going to be able to take it out pretty easily. Okay. Obviously a very early Tesla, but the thing with Mohamed Light is even his mistakes can sometimes be okay, and he's gonna actually take the lead right here. I still think Mohamed Light has the advantage, but not anymore. That's gonna be game.
Oh my gosh, it's over. This might be the best Electro Giant gameplay I have seen in a minute. I am so impressed. The lightning cycle, the solid defense, and then the tornado Evo bomber at the end there gets in lightning range. That is towered down, and Todd's not even phased. He just beat the best player in the world. Andrew's right. This man's in his villain arc, bro. Yeah, all we're missing here is like a little sip from the juice or a snack bite here. Wait. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I just knew Todd was gonna come through for us. He's a villain arc, but not for us. We're his teammates in this. We're on his side.
Yeah, I mean, once again, though, great gameplay. Wow. I mean, I really didn't think it was possible for Todd to win that match. The damage lead, as well as just the quick cycle, the Godwin's Ice Spirit, the Tesla, but he got the Evo Bomber connections when in the cycle. He got the lightning cycle down, and he had really good defense. He predicted the firecracker multiple times. That was a really great match from both players, but Todd, like I said, really impressing me here.
So I don't get it, because I thought this matchup was advantageous for the Hog.
Yeah.
And that's not even counting the 1200 HP worth of chip damage that he got early on. Is this not Hog's matchup?
I 100% think this is Hog's matchup. But that just goes to tell you how well Ta actually played this. I mean, the only difference between like old school, it's like old school Hog EQ before evolutions versus E-Giant. Hog should win majority of the time. The only way you win is with really solid lightning cycle and perfect defense, like literally perfect. And that's what Todd did, though. He lightning cycled. He literally lightning a firecracker in the tower probably 2, 3, or 4 times that match. Other lightnings were just on top of the Teslas. He was constantly predicting the firecracker. The barbarian barrel was great. Even that boulder play on the right to pull, like, basically force out the monk on the right. It was all great. The thing that really allowed him to have the chance to come back when he was down that much damage was the use of the Evo Bomber. He used the Evo Bomber basically as the main win condition apart from the lightning cycle in order to just get barely enough damage. And at the end there as well, the Evo Bomber somehow, some way connected on the tower directly for a double hit, which put that in lightning range.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed, and it's crazy to talk about misplays, mistakes, and then mention Mohamed Light, but I feel like I've seen it happen maybe twice, maybe 3 times so far today, but the Hogs over the middle where they jump and then the troops retarget. I feel like it should be ingrained in these players' minds. I have a Hog, it's going to jump, I need to place it directly where it can cross without jumping. That should be what these players are doing, but I keep seeing players make the mistake of having it jump and having the opponent's cards lock onto the tower instead.
No way. Are we going to see a reverse matchup here? Mohamed Light did play E-Giant Golden Knight once today. I think it is. We have a Hog EQ versus Electro Giant yet again. The Golden Knight here, though, is interesting. That is a little bit different, which... Oh, and the bowler, though. The bowler is still here. So... I don't know. This is going to be really wild because I think that Mohamed Light might also win this if he plays perfectly, because Ta is not going to get that early damage advantage that we saw in the previous match. I don't think. I mean, maybe out cycles right now.
Yeah, so what do you remember what the Evo was for Ta in the previous game?
Yeah, it was that Evo Bomber.
Yeah, sorry, not the Evo, the champion from him.
He didn't have a champion. He just had, he just had a bowler, basically.
Wow, great firecracker from Ta. Yeah, because I'm wondering I'm thinking that the Mighty Miner, even though it's obviously not the greatest response. Oh, and it's not even E-Giant. Okay, it's Drill. Okay.
Wow, okay, so he's using Goblin Drill. He's using an E-Giant deck with a Goblin Drill instead of E-Giant. I swear this is an E-Giant deck. He's got Golden Knight, he's got the Bowler. This is very interesting. I think this changes things like pretty solidly, honestly, because you know, before the E-Giant was really never making the tower. Now the Drill, it always will make it the tower, at least a little bit. But we do see the early damage lead here from Ta. It's gonna be double elixir time. Mohamed Light has more advantage in double elixir. He needs to lock down this defense. And the other thing though is now the last card's not lightning, I just realized. So maybe the spell cycle is maybe not really as viable anymore. This is very interesting. Very dynamic.
Yeah. Wow, right there, the Firecracker gets 2 shots where the remnants of the shot get on top of the tower. He also is able to get a hog shot on top of the tower. And this is just Ta. I mean, are we really gonna see? I mean, not a complete flipping of the matchup, because obviously it's gonna be Drill instead of the E-Giant, but they're somewhat similar in deck styles. And I don't know what it is about Ta's Firecrackers, but these are the greatest Firecrackers I've seen. They always take out every single goblin from the Drill.
We've seen this and him do this once already today. We see Mohamed Light, he's exclaiming already, Tom might have already won this. The Firecrackers are getting so much value. The Earthquake cycle is here. The Drill has done almost no damage. This might be the first time I've seen Mohamed Light get outplayed this year. This is actually clinical. Andrew as well agreeing in the chat, he's saying this is really clean. I mean, this is very unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 games where he outplays. It's not one game where he outplays, one game he gets matchup, and then the second game he loses. This is game 1, he outplays and wins. Game 2, he outplays and wins. All right, well, technically it's not done just yet, but it's this is not commonplace for someone like that.
And he predicts a tornado. He knows it's happening. Yeah. He goes to the Tesla Pi, blocked, and now here comes the Hog Rider. And the Hog Rider connects. Mohamed Light just gives up, and there's the sip of the juice, bro. I mean, he's in there. He's got that dub. Getting revenge for the golden tick that he won previously this year. And look at that community prediction. This is a 92 to 8 percentage that Ta upset, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh.
You know, whoever is in the graphics department, like that is brilliant to pull that up right there. I really like that they did that, because yes, yeah, you got us. We all got it wrong, and Ta might not be the greatest just yet. He still has a long way to go to take that from Mo, but this is certainly his day, certainly his year, and yeah, I think I don't even know who would be number 2, but I mean, at this point, Ta's clearly a top 3 player in the world. Is that something you would easily lock in?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the other one would be, but Mohamed Light and Ta, I am very impressed with both their gameplays, but especially Ta here. I mean, I felt like when I was watching this match, I felt like the names might have been accidentally reversed, because the gameplay from Ta reminded me of Mohamed Light a lot. Like, this was clinical. This was perfect defense, almost 0 damage taken on his towers. Hog Riders and Firecrackers cycled perfectly, managing the evolutions, timing the Firecrackers perfectly onto the drills and the Evo drills. I mean, that was perfect gameplay yet again. And yeah, it's not often that something that ever would happen like that against Mohamed Light. Wow.
Yeah, and right there, let's take a look at the decks real quick. We see that the final card that Mohamed Light never got to show off was the Zappies. Wow, Mohamed Light really is trying to abuse the Zappies. And I don't know if he's always using it in game number 2, game number 3, or if he's mixing it in with game number 1. But he's certainly, I mean, obviously it didn't work out in this game, but he's definitely seeing something that a lot of these players aren't seeing And it's pretty interesting. Rich, talk to us about what you just saw and how great Ta actually is.
Well, a little context for this one as well, because when we talk about last year, we talk about another player who got a late revenge against Mohamed Light in beating them, and that was Samuel Basoto, who looked like he was going to be the guy who comes in and or was that 2 years ago, where he got a late revenge against Mohamed Light and looked like he might have been the one who cracked the code and was coming in with all the momentum, and then of course that ended up not being the case. So that's the big question here is, are you peaking at the right time? Or the other question too is, with now 2 monthly finals in a row, now let's be clear, Mo's just going down to the lower bracket. He could still come back and win this monthly final. But with 2 lower monthly finals in a row where Mo is showing some cracks in the armor late in the tournament rather than those early round losses, does that give us a similar portent as it did last year going into our World Finals in 2023?
Juicy, do you know what portent means?
I do not, but I'll answer the question.
Omen.
I think that
What is it?
Like an omen.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
cool,
okay.
cool.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that things are similar, but I do think that, you know, like Mohamed Light said in your interview that you had with him, I think that a lot of the players, they go against him and they have this idea that he's an unbeatable, like, you know, pharaoh or whatever. And I think that Ta is kind of immune to it, similar to Samuel was last year. And I think that he knows that he's just a player like everyone else, and he made no mistakes. I think most players, when they play against Mohamed Light, they make a mistake, they get nervous. But Ta played it perfectly. He got some solid matchups. He won. Does that mean Mohamed Light's not going to win the World Finals? I don't think so. I think I would still definitely put him as my favorite to win the World Finals. I think something like the coach, like, you know, analyst, wrong paper situation is very unlikely to happen at the World Finals this year. That's a kind of mistake you only make once.
Well, and a big note that you might have seen from that same video is that Mohamed Light's been putting a lot of work into self-picking just for that potential eventuality. So we'll see how that one shakes out. Speaking of how things shake out, let's take a look at our bracket. So far today, Ta with wins over LordSeb, Guriko, and Mohamed Light. He's now into the grand finals. Of course, Ta has already punched his ticket to World Finals. So has Guriko, so has Mohamed Light. So right now, we are just playing for the cash, for the bragging rights, and maybe for a little bit of pride and getting yourself ready for Worlds, as Mo and Guriko will battle in our lower bracket finals. Next up, Mohamed Light, Guriko, and of course, as mentioned before, winner takes home $17,000. Mo's taken home most of those top prizes over the course of our last few years in CRL, the solo era. Guriko getting a Ta is also a former monthly final winner. Guriko, the only one left here, Juicy, who has never taken a monthly final championship.
Yeah, and he is really the main story of today. I mean, he is now on the golden ticket already. Maybe there's that adrenaline dump situation. He's already knows he's got that golden ticket. Maybe he's playing against Mo. Maybe that Mohamed Light effect's gonna happen to him. Or maybe the story will continue and Guriko will prove us all wrong yet again, as I think all of the casters have bet against him in the last, like, 3 predictions, including this one. And yeah, I mean, if he could make that happen, that would be wild. I would just want to say, I think this is probably the most entertaining monthly finals we've had this year. There's so many different storylines. It's not just Mohamed Light winning every single game, and so many different kind of golden tickets given out. This has been a blast to cast.
Oh yes, without question, it's been a whole lot of fun. And while most of the important details as far as our golden tickets have been sorted out on the day, we still have a bit more to play for here. And of course, go to esports.clashroyale.com to find out more about our remaining community events. Here we go. Guriko, Mohamed Light. Drill the opening for Guriko.
I feel like Guriko, even though he isn't considered one of these top players, and you know, if he can pull off a monthly finals win, he just shoots himself way up to the top and is considered a top 15, top 10 player just based off one monthly finals result, which is crazy to hear about. I think Andrew was talking about it. We just haven't mentioned his name whatsoever, and then he's able to pull off this run. But I think Guriko belongs to the category of players like Basoto, like Lucas, like Ta, where he's not going to get nervous going against Mohamed Light. He might falter because of other aspects of his gameplay, but it's not going to be because he's nervous against Mo. And I think that he belongs to the category of like 10 players where you can comfortably say that kind of statement.
Royal Giant will connect on the right-hand side for some significant early damage by Mohamed Light. 1996 for the right-hand tower remaining for Guriko. And this Mighty Miner won't present much of any problem. Just going to clean that up with the bar barrel as we pass the midway point of regulation time. Here we go. Demolisher drill push, left-hand lane.
Demolisher going to be able to take out the Wizard, and wow, did that get on tower as well, or just on top of the Wizard?
Either way, 2573. Tower does get touched.
Yeah, massive interaction right there. Kind of unfortunate for Mo Light. I really expected him to clean that up perfectly, but instead, going to give quite a bit of damage, and Mo Light still in the lead by a healthy margin, but not feeling nearly as good.
And you can see maybe a little bit of movement if you look at Mohamed Light's camera. Wondering if this is one of those moments where he's feeling it a little bit. Reflection will put some good damage back and tank for the Royal Giant. Now Guriko finds himself in a bit of trouble, has to go with the Evo Tesla. Second Royal Giant right behind that bar barrel, maybe trying to get ahead of an Ice Spear or some Skeletons.
Yeah, and right here, if he can get anything on top of these skellies, he's in a good spot, but instead, RG gets retargeted to the Tesla, still giving himself an opportunity, but you see him wince, you see him move off to the side. This is a tough ask for him because Mohamed Light can just defend super easily, it feels like.
Guards low, Log trying to make some room for the Demolisher maybe. Fisherman pulls instead. Second Royal Giant down behind the first. Bar barrel. This time all over the Mighty Miner, and Guriko has to know this is just about it. Ice Spirit comes out. Skelly's not enough to turn and get the retarget. Evo Tesla will do it. But with that fireball to the Evo Tesla rather than to the tower, that's enough to end the game. Mohamed Light up one on Guriko.
And these players, they're not listening to the casters, and that's fully okay if you're going to be able to pull off wins with RG every single time since we made the blanket statement of never use RG again in this competition. I think since I've made the comment of saying RG's lost every time, it has now gone 3-0, 4-0, something like that. It seems like a fantastic deck in this meta nowadays.
Yeah, no, I think that it's always been great, and nothing ever was wrong with it before. So, great work.
All right, just me.
Yep, just you entirely. So here we go. Keep in mind, folks, a lot to play for money-wise, and for Guriko, a chance to be a monthly champion for the first time. And, you got to wonder, with Ta kind of looking and watching, do you think he wants to go ahead and play Guriko and be done with Mo for the day? Or do you think he wants a chance to really bury Mohamed Light and make a statement on this August monthly final?
That's a great question, because obviously at the end of the day, the answer should be that you want to go against anybody but Mohamed Light. But the reason that these players are able to make it to these heights and they're able to make it to the winner's bracket of a monthly finals is because they have that confidence in themselves. I want to say that he'd rather go against Mohamed Light. I really think that he's trying to prove it to himself and to all the fans back home, all the viewers back home, that he truly is a top 5 minimum, top 3, top 2 kind of player in the world.
Well, he'll have a chance potentially to do that. If not here, of course, at World Finals. Guriko does want to preserve a chance at adding a bit more to his prize pool earnings on this one. Every one of these games now goes up in value. Drill, Tesla, Poison Log, game number 1 for Guriko. Mohamed Light with the Royal Giant Fireball Bar Barrel deck. When you think about Guriko's deck pool and Guriko's play style, Josh, what sort of things typically come to mind for you?
I mean, I always chalked him up as a quick cycle kind of player. He, alongside Mugi, it was just like these super young players know what to do in every single interaction. So it's not super shocking that he's running the quickest cycle deck in the game out there right now with the 2.3, 2.1. It's got to be at least 2.5 Elixir deck that he's using right now.
Either way, it's still amusing. And that's the best way I can put it, is the Suspicious Bush is just amusing.
Good defense right there. Snowball in the Valk away from the tower. And Light, lacking in Elixir, forced to Valkyrie the Princess Bridge. And Guriko has an opportunity to potentially go in with this counter push.
Let's see how he chooses to set up. He might just opt to take his time and bush in the back one more time. And just preventing extra damage. And that's what this deck does in its most annoying circumstances, Josh, is it forces you to make awkward plays to save weird bits of damage.
Yeah. That's, I mean, that's all this deck really is. It's forcing out Elixir constantly, trying to... I mean, it's really trying to get those 2-for-1 situations, those 3-for-2 situations, where you still have a baby counter push, where you have 2.5 goblins that one of them is going to get a stab, so it forces out some sort of response. It's always just one leftover troop that forces out something.
Princess Bridge left-hand lane, Evo barrel out, plus the snowball for Guriko, good damage. To open this up a little bit with 34 seconds left. Guriko now putting a pretty solid lead on both sides.
But again, with this deck, even if you are way ahead early on, it sometimes doesn't matter because you don't have any opportunity to get direct damage on top of the tower. And actually, Guriko is using the snowball variation instead of the no spell variation. But it's still just a snowball. It's going to be hard as the game goes on to get that final 500 HP worth of damage.
And I think I saw it in the chat earlier. I don't know if someone said it this time. But people go, hey, well, Goblin Barrel's a spell. Yeah, but. Yeah. Like, let's be honest. I know that it's categorized as a spell, but no one thinks of it as a spell. When we say spell, we mean a non-troop card that does specific, or a non-troop element at least, right? Because you have Royal Recruit, which has its drop element.
Yeah, that's right.
Or Royal Delivery.
Right there, I don't like that Valkyrie. I think he could have played it off into the on the inside of the map, so that way the Valk wouldn't have splashed on top of the Suspicious Bush. It's a small mistake, but it can definitely create some problems because of it.
You know, part of me thinks they named it Suspicious Bush just to make it hard for casters.
What can we get away with? Yeah, that's certainly their thought process right there.
Final minute. No one's broken this thing open. 89 HP separating crosswise, bottom right to top left. Guriko with the lead, does have dual lane pressure as well. Mohamed Light has not really started putting a significant bit of offense together. Have to imagine that some minor poison plays are going to start coming on the right-hand side with haste.
And right there, great defense, 2182, 2011, the lowest tower. So Mohamed Light in the lead by 95 HP with 22 seconds left. But that is going to be something on top of the tower. No, not quite.
9:57, poison ticking away on the bottom right-hand side. Guriko has to get on tower and get on tower quick. Maybe a snowball plus barrel here. Snowball goes to the, barrel goes to the inside. Log more than up to the task. And Mohamed Light shuts it down here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, a very quick, clean 2-0 victory. Mohamed Light forcing his way back up into the Grand Championship, going for it all in this monthly final. There really wasn't a lot to talk about in that game number 2. It's not like Guriko really made any mistakes necessarily. I mean, there was a couple times where he gave a little bit too much spell value, but even when he was technically outplaying Mohamed Light, there was a couple times where Mohamed Light logged the wrong lane when the Evo barrel was coming down. It didn't really matter. He still defended the opposite side with the goblins plus the ice spirit, gave up 0 damage, and it really meant nothing at the end of the day. It just, you can't use that deck.
Yeah, I mean, that was, personally, I like it. I can't wait to get off stream and go give it a try myself.
Exactly. Yep.
But unfortunately, not the moment here for Guriko. And you see some of the barrel snowball play early on was getting some of the job done for Guriko. But we got into some of the later moments, and I think this is one that I saw Juicy, there you go, this is one that Juicy and Andrew were mentioning in the chat, as the Goblin Barrel comes out and pops the Tesla when the Bush was trying to sneak on past, which obviously did him 0 favors in that moment.
Yeah, yeah, and you just get such awkward cycles because all the praise that we give for having 2 princesses on the board, a Dark Goblin coming down the lane, an Evo Valk, sometimes you just have too many troops. I'm pretty sure there might be a tip inside the game where it's like, it's okay to leak Elixir or something, and sometimes you're forced to leak because you don't want that Evo Tesla popping up and creating too much value on defense. So overall, let's take a look at the decks. Mohamed Light running the Miner Poison to perfection. It's beautiful seeing Miner back in the meta just because we get to watch Mohamed Light play it. And no mistakes from Guriko, but also no mistakes from Mohamed Light. He just does what he needs to every single time.
Andrew, here we go. A story as old as CRL at this point. Mohamed Light, not a full-on lower bracket run, but coming from the lower bracket to face a champion. Although, here's the rarity. It's Mohamed Light with a golden ticket facing somebody who also has a golden ticket. Thoughts on our villain era up against our Pharaoh?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you look back at our second monthly final, Mohamed Light was sent down to the lower bracket final. Actually, he was down in the lower bracket for the entire thing, but he came out of the lower bracket finals over Mugi. Ta was perfect on the day, just like he's been today. He has not dropped a game yet, did not drop a game in that monthly final. The only difference is that they played each other beforehand today, right? Ta has already gone 2-0 against Mo, whereas in the previous monthly final, the second monthly final, Mo then just went on a tear. I mean, him and Ta, they did a grand final reset. Mo went 4-1, right? He lost 1 game that entire time. But what we saw out of Ta just now was really impressive. I mean, it's very, I mean, even last month when Lucas won, it didn't feel as dominant. Obviously, Lucas had to do it the hard way, which was really, really impressive. But when you talk about that last set between Ta, that was some exceptional stuff. I picked Ta, and I know we're going to get to bracket predictions in a minute, but do I actually think he's going to beat Mo? Maybe, but he at least has that one thing of Mo not having that extra life to give.
The extra life is important. Let's take a look at the bracket so we understand why that's the case. For those of you new here, this is a double elimination bracket, meaning that you have to lose twice to be knocked out. Notice who's lost once, Mohamed Light, but who has not lost at all, Ta. So if Ta wins our grand final, it's all over. If Mohamed Light wins, we reset and do it again because Ta has that life to give, and then we'll see a second best of 3 for our August champion. And looking at our predictions, well, it's been fairly close here, and AC opened the door but none of us went the opposite direction. And so going to this final one, we can call it now. AC has 1 predictions on the day, as we are all 2 or 3 behind him. So congratulate. You know what? We'll do your congratulations now, AC. You know, no need for anything later. But Josh has taken it as we go
We can do it
into
twice.
to our grand final. Now I see Andrew. I do like the top pick on the day, and you know, you talk about that villain era. How much do you, so I guess my question for you here is, do you think that the eating and the drinking is a cause or an effect of the mentality and villain era of Ta here?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's go the cause, because I feel like it has really helped ground him, right? We're seeing him go into his cup, take a drink, go into the French fries for a little bit of victory food. I think it's given him a little... People that have really bad like anxiety in public, they tell them to like, you know, look at things and be like, say all the colors in the room, or like say what noises you hear to yourself, and they like helps calm you down. I think that's what Ta's doing in this situation, where he's like kind of distracting himself with eating and drinking, and then he's just playing absolute clean, perfect top to bottom Clash Royale. I mean, again, he has not lost a game yet today. He went 2-0 against Mo. He has just been absolutely astonishing, and I think the villain era is because of the food.
Josh, are you still here with us?
Yeah.
So question for you. I mean, you know, maybe this is a coping mechanism, and hopefully for Ta, I guess if it is, they'll let him eat on stage at World Finals. My guess is they would put the kibosh on that. Did you or anyone that you know have any interesting grounding methodologies for live play during your CRL era?
Oh man,
That's a good question.
Yeah, you're killing it with the questions.
Kind of the job.
I don't think so. A lot of the times...
That good of a question, that's your answer? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's... all right, my final answer is I don't think so. I'll let you know if I come up with something better.
Fair enough.
And
you know, I mean,
after a 2-0 win over Mo Light, Ta only gets 10% of the predictions in his favor, now from 8 to 18%. So that 2-0 win didn't do him a lot of favors.
well, I guess a question here for the booth, maybe someone on the research side can find out. What is the best percentage someone has had in the voting against Mohamed Light this year at CRL? There has to be someone who has that information somewhere. I'd love to know the answer on that one. Because, you know, the 18% has got to be up there in top 3 or top 5 at least.
That's actually this has been an insightful in between games with the questions and now this. Yeah, I'm trying to think if anyone has had, because even Lucas didn't have high numbers last month, you know. Like early this year.
Yeah, maybe he had like a 28% or something because people forgot just how good Mohamed Light actually was.
And that is to put in context that Mo and Mugi did meet in the lower bracket final of our second monthly. So there is some data there. Of course, Mohamed Light won that one 2-0.
As he does. That was crazy. I mean, that month was stacked. He beat Pedro, Ian, Dominic, and Mugi and Ta and didn't drop a game. Like, that was wild once he got sent down to the lower bracket from Faust. So here we are talking about our second monthly final. Here is our last monthly final. Golden tickets already up, given away, and now this is a $6,000, well, yeah, kind of a $6,000 best of 3 if Ta wins.
Very possible. Demolisher does touch something, which I feel like the Demolisher kind of rarely actually makes contact anywhere.
Yeah, Demolisher is really just such a fascinating card. I don't know if it's too strong, but I do think it's just been a really interesting card to bring into the game.
Yeah, it's like, what if a bomber went wacky?
Yeah, and like you talked about it having like such good defensive capabilities even after it dies, which is, you know, even after it stops putting out its own DPS, which is really interesting. And Mo going with this, or excuse me, Ta going with this deck that I am a big fan of. Should match up pretty well against this deck. Prince not the greatest cover for Drill, but you have the Skeleton King, the Bomber, and the Goblin Gang. Prince, though, will do good against the Monk, which is kind of nice.
Nice bit of reflection here, and the Prince picking up some help from the Bomber against those Goblins. Here we go. Miner into the front. Ice Spirit controls the Prince. Prince doing a nice job tanking for that Miner. Will get it some extra damage. Not enough to put Ta back in, but at least closing the gap a bit. 25-62, add that down. Now that Bomber gets away. 23-32 to 21-22. Quite close at the moment.
And I like that placement on the Demolisher there from Mo. Now going to help out with the Skeleton King. Skeleton Dragon's going to come in, and that's really what I think, you know, Ta's going to have to focus on is these Skeleton Dragons and making sure that he's baiting out the Teslas, right? Because there's really not a great way to get up top of those Skelly Drags, so they should be really impactful in dealing with, you know, every Demolisher that comes down the lane, you know, the Goblin Gangs plus, or excuse me, the Goblins plus. I feel like those Skelly Drags are going to be really nice.
And a little reflection against the Cannoneer. Have we seen Mo play non-Princess Tower today?
I do not believe so. And from what most people are saying, I know there was a minute there, and Cannoneer still played a decent amount, but it felt like there was a moment there where everyone thought Cannoneer was going to just be the new Dagger Duchess, and that kind of came and went pretty quickly.
2 minutes left as we enter sudden death overtime. Ta has battled back into this one. Evo Drill out, and that Prince is being sent all over the board.
Yeah, and that high Tesla to take out those Skelly Drags is going to be interesting, because when he's not in triple, it's going to be harder to get back around to another Tesla. As you see, there's this overwhelm coming at the bridge. That Demolisher, though, that's what I'm talking about defensively. What a great job cleaning up all of that spam.
And Ta now with the lead with 80 seconds left in the game. Monk Reflection trying to change that tune. 1606 to 1563. Ta still maintains.
Yeah, the Monk Reflection is something that's kind of fascinating for Ta as this game has gone on, to have to recognize, like, this is a problem. If that's 200 damage every time that Monk comes across the bridge, how much do I need to spend on keeping that Monk from getting across the bridge? Or what do I need to do to make that Monk less impactful? Because as of right now, Monk's been doing a pretty good job for Mo. Bomber on tower.
Wow.
No, Bomber back.
Wow.
Oh, the Reflection. I did not see it come off in time. Really nice there from Mo.
That Reflection just saved an opportunity. Still Ta with a pretty big lead. It would have been GG well played, though, had that Bomber and Mortar both not been reflected. Mohamed Light trying to find a way to claw back in this one.
Yeah, this kind of just goes back to what we were saying earlier about, like, you know, miners get on towers. That is what miners do. Even the drill is having a very difficult time getting on tower. Right here, Ta gets the miner on once again. Mo has to spend the Ice Spirit there. Evo Drill is going to come in, but Skeleton King does a great job. Although Skeleton King, there you go. Prince does have to come down.
And the Monk you saw didn't get that 200 damage reflection. So a huge problem for Mohamed Light. Arrows should be enough to keep the gap, and game one for Ta.
3-0.
Oh boy.
That's, I mean, this is pretty wild. Like, it has been a very long time since we've seen someone give Mohamed Light this much of a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, the only one person I can think of would be last year in non-CRL competition would be Clown, who was doing it in all the community events last year, and who had kind of proven to be the kryptonite. But inside of CRL, doing it consistently, you know, I guess we had that moment where Samuel Basoto seemed like he kind of did put together a similar story, but Ta just looking like he is completely clicking and ready. You know, I bet if you told Ta, hey, we're going to do World Finals next week, he'd say, yes, please, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he's ready. And I think on the other side of that, Guriko is probably like, whoa, I'm going to World Finals. I need to start grinding like crazy, because, I mean, look, he had a great run here today. I think he's going to have to step up his competition as he gets to World Finals. But Ta, on the other side of it, is just like, I'm ready. I'm ready today. Take me to World Finals right now. He's playing clean. He's playing smart. He is picking really good decks. I like the Prince here. I think the Prince is a great pick here. It really helped against that Monk. It made it so that, you know, you have two really tanky cards in the Skeleton King and the Prince that do completely different jobs, right? You've got splash damage as opposed to really high single target damage. You've got the champion in there. I mean, this is just really, really nice stuff from Todd. Of course, you know, there's always the matchup conversation. Mo's not going to want to poison those Skeleton Dragons a ton, and there's all these great ways to stop the drill. And then for Mo, there's really only the Monk or the Demolisher. Everything else is going to give you good arrows value.
And you see doing some cleanup work here with that Demolisher on the back end. But the big story, two big stories, right? Miners get on tower, which we were seeing a whole bunch. But then there's this Monk that stops just a half step early. And if that Monk gets in range, not only does it preserve that drill a little bit longer, but it gets that big reflection damage. And look at the difference here. This is a less than 200 HP difference, right?
Yeah. And look at Mo. I mean, a little tilted. I mean, as I'm sure he feels, you know, it's not often that he's losing. Like, he knows he picked up that quick 2-0 over Guriko, but at the end of the day, he's the GOAT for a reason. He's thinking about now Ta is 3-0 on him for the day, and he's going to have to play that guy at World Finals. So really interesting stuff here as we go into game number 2. Obviously, this is all just for cash, and a lot of cash at that. First place and second place is separated by $6,000. And obviously second and third place separated by, I think, 3,000. So a lot of money changing as we get higher up in those rungs. And Ta just putting it all together today.
And these deck selections very different from last time. Mo did run Drill in the last set, but it was that Bowler Golden Knight NATO variation versus this Monk Tesla Poison version. And the other deck for Mohamed Light last time was Monk Hog. So Monk Hog EQ versus the E-Giant of Ta. So we're kind of seeing both these guys pulling out all the stops. No one's really concerned. I mean, we are far enough away that no one's trying to hide decks at this stage, right? We still have a couple of months before World Finals. So both guys just going all out. Let's see if Ta can make it a clean sweep. 4-0 against Mohamed Light this August.
A good classic Mo fan. Mo isn't trying and Ta is cheating. So that's everything coming together for Ta there in that sense.
Sounds.
This has been.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a different content creators fan than.
Yeah. I do think what was really interesting about that last game, and this is, wow, again, then Mohamed Light decides to bring out the Suspicious Bush, is that Mo really had a hard time finding good places for his poison in game number 1, right? Like, it just felt like the Skeleton Dragons were never in the right place. The Prince and the Skeleton King are not good to poison off. There was just so much going on there. Yeah, Mo just had a really difficult time finding a place for all of his cards. So here we go. Game number 2. This could do it for our monthly finals.
I feel like the Suspicious Bush. Thank you, devs. I feel like the Suspicious Bush needs a theme song, right? There needs to be some sort of song that plays. I don't know if it's like a do 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 do, or if it's something more ominous. But either way, it needs one.
I feel like with the way that Clash is, it would probably be the prior, but I think an ominous sound would actually be incredible for the Suspicious Bush, because it is already a hilarious card that Mohamed Light is cycling like mad right now.
Yeah, I mean, also today's got me thinking of, has anyone gone full meme on this and run like a under 2.0 Suspicious Bush mirror cycle and just tried to fill the board with these things?
I'm sure it's happened, but I do want to see the content.
Yep. I'll watch your video, people. Get it done. And RG in front of the Evo Wizard. Cannon's low.
Mo doing a good job with this deck that a lot of other people have struggled with. I like the Little Prince in the deck, though. I think it does a good job of kind of adding a spell, right, because of the dash. And apparently AC is saying that Ryley on YouTube did a 1.9 cycle with Suspicious Bush.
Well, now I have to go watch it. That sounds fun.
Yeah, same.
How many can you, with how slow it goes, how many can you get on the board at the same time?
Nice E-Spirit there to retarget that Royal Giant, but it feels like Ta should already be back around to another Royal Giant very, very soon, and does have a slight Elixir lead. And the double pull here going to be really nice.
2 minutes left.
And that bush, the opposite lane, I feel like unless Mo really supports it, it's going to be completely ignored by Ta, and he's going to just pour everything into this right-hand side. And that is what we are seeing at the moment. But
and these bushes do an
hour to get across the board.
Oh my word! Are we there yet?
Seriously. And he does respond to it an hour later.
And maybe Ta certainly way ahead here, but there has to be some frustration where you're like, can you get where I need you to be so I can respond to you, please?
I mean, that's how, honestly, that is one of the most unique things about that card, is because that does happen, where you drop something because you figure it's on your tower and it's still like 4 tiles away somehow. And also, can we just talk about how Mo had a massive lead, being the only tower on the board damaged was like Ta's at 2033, and since then, nothing has really happened to that tower, and now Mo's tower is down to 914, and you can see him smiling. I think this is the smile of Mo going, what is happening here today? Like, I need to figure out this code behind Ta, because he is putting me to work.
Yeah, this is certainly fascinating. And you know what we're seeing here is the battle of 2 decks that have either been dominant or dominated, right? And I think that's a fascinating part of this too, is trying to figure out, well, both of these certainly have their uses, but how and when do you pick them?
Mo's got so much on the board, and now actually gets a pretty good damage on that left-hand side. 20 seconds remain. Now goes barrel to the right since the towers are pretty even. He's trying to support this suspicious bush, but I actually think that maybe should have went to the left if he wanted to narrow things down. Not gonna matter. Ta with an incredible final performance in our monthly finals.
Absolutely wow. And you see how pumped he is.
Yeah.
And after so long, the winner of our second ever monthly final years ago, back in 2021, questions. We said, don't worry, to the production back then, you'll never see this guy again. And boy, were we wrong.
Absolutely. And man, I really want them to hug right now, or like high five. I feel like they need to do something, because what an incredible day for Ta. 2-0 over Seb, 2-0 over Guriko, 2-0 over Mohamed Light, 2-0 over Mohamed Light, 4-0, which is almost the exact opposite of what we saw before, which was that we saw a 1-4 performance in those grand finals and grand finals reset in the second month of the year. And both those guys have clearly put in a ton of work, but it's Ta's work that pays off here today. And I think a big part of it, Rich, I love what you said there. These are the 2 most volatile decks on the day, and it was the Royal Giant that was able to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, huge on top. And this was, you can see Ta there going, yep, got it locked down, and just a feel of relief, a feel of vindication. And we might get another look at it here, as I'm 95% sure that that's legendary Japanese coach Tight in the room with him. I could be wrong on that one, but I'm fairly sure that's who it is. And Tight has been the top tier coach for Japanese players for a couple of years now. And working with a guy like Ta, who is just peaking, you know that this duo is coming out ready for World Finals.
I mean, Tight, just because he's coaching Guriko and Ta, he had a really good day today. He got a golden ticket secured and a big bag from Ta, getting his second massive monthly final payoff. That is $28,000 on the year for him, first and second place, I believe. Not bad.
Not too bad at all. Josh, we'll start with you. This is, reminiscent of what we saw out of Samuel last year, but somehow it feels more impressive, more dominant. Thoughts for you on what we saw from Ta today?
Yeah, I mean, start to finish, he was phenomenal. I did wonder if he was going to be able to pull off just the win again against Mohamed Light, and he actually was able to do it. I feel really disappointed that I wasn't able to predict that. But overall, I mean, he was brilliant. It was really fun to watch.
Juicy, you know, you've been vocal in our chats behind the scene on a lot of these deck choices. You know, we saw Royal Giant struggle earlier on in the day. We talked about this, that these were too volatile. We saw the Bush Bait deck do well earlier on, and then they flipped roles. Thoughts on these two mainstays after a full day of competition?
I think that Royal Giant's always going to be good. I think that early on, it was just always getting matched up against that Evil Valkyrie, which you're just not breaking through. I think that Sandbox had one pretty solid, maybe surprise factor victory with the bait Bush deck. But it's just like, I just don't see it. I just don't see at the highest level how this Bush deck could win you the game. Maybe if there's a rocket in it where you can add, double and triple elixir, start to rock cycle a little bit after getting some solid damage in single with your cheap bait type of deck, maybe it works. But on its own, without a rocket and without a solid, even just a fireball or poison or even lightning, solid big spell to close out the game, you're just not going to compete with that minor poison that we saw. That minor poison just constantly chipping away throughout the entire match, and I just don't think the bait deck is that good.
Well, it got its job done some early on, but getting it done late is the key. Andrew, one last look at our bracket on the day. Some impressive runs here.
I mean, what an incredible day for Ta. You just heard me talk through it. 8-0 on the day. 4 of those wins coming over Mohamed Light. Guriko and Seb were the first to fall. But talking about Guriko and talking about Seb, as you can see in our lower bracket semis, that was a huge match for us here today. Guriko secures the golden ticket from our monthly final. Seb going to lock it down from our leaderboard points. Remember, there is still our community event out there. I'm sure there'll be predictions at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. And of course, I think it's esports.clashroyale.com or Esports Royale EN to go follow along with all things to figure out when that community tournament will take place and how you can get involved. But, I gotta say, as much as I love Mohamed Light, and I do love me some Mohamed Light, it is really nice to be able, the last couple months, to be able to talk about players that are showing that they can be just as good as him in these tournaments on their given day.
And speaking of just as good, it's been a battle all season. But these last couple of months have really shown that one man has a bead, has a thumb on the pulse of competitive Clash Royale. Let's look at our final talent predictions of the regular season. And Andrew can hope that Josh has used up all of his smarts these last couple of months, as Josh now will go back to back in taking those. Hey. Josh, here's your chance for your victory lap.
At least give me the light ups on the Ta.
Oh, that's true.
Come on.
That's fair.
Sorry. Go ahead, Josh. No.
Yeah, that's cool. Make it about yourself. Yeah, back to back feels pretty good. At one point, I was 23 of 25 in my last 25 predictions. It was, it felt good. It made sense that I lost the next 3. But yeah, feel pretty good about it.
You know what feels even better? A trip to Clash Royale League World Finals. And we have 7 of our 8 World Finalists determined. Mohamed Light, wow. Ta, Pedro, and Lucas all winning monthly finals alongside Guriko, who ends up getting our golden ticket here as our 5th monthly final winner. Seb will take the CRL points leaderboard, which means he is in, and Adriel, for the moment, is out. Elsiop, the legend, representing China at World Finals. Super excited to see him on stage once more. But then we still have our community tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at our leaderboards. We've got a couple leaderboards to cover here, I believe. Let's take a look at those as we... No leaderboard. Okay, so we don't have a leaderboard. I don't know if we have the community leaderboard to review since we're pulling some players out, but keep in mind, when you do look at that community leaderboard when it's reposted online, that Guriko is now pulled off that leaderboard. Seb is pulled off that leaderboard. So those of you who are rooting for Ryley, he's in the lead on that. Here we go. So yeah. Mohamed Light, Lucas, Ta, all off of that. Ryley currently 205 above Ali, Firkin, Sandbox, and Adriel, but a great performance could overtake Ryley if he falls out early enough. So still one more trip to World Finals to be played for, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the fact that you can get 100 points in those community events means that there's still a lot of people that are in the mix. The other thing, Rich, Robert Wells. Rich, the answer to your question of who had the best prediction percentage against Mo, it was Mugi. It was back in April, and he got all the way up to 37%. I know you're a stats guy, so I thought that'd be a fun way to close that out as we get ready for our community leaderboard tournament down the line.
Well, it's been a fun regular season for this one. We still have, of course, one more non-CRL ticket to award. You'll be able to keep up with that at events.supercell.com/Clash Royale for all that information. It's been a fun season here. Let's go down the line. Juicy, final thoughts as we wrap up our 2024 campaign.
I still cannot believe that Sub made it on a third tiebreaker because he had better placement in Path of Legends than Adriel. Like, that is mind-boggling to me.
It's super razor thin. Josh, how about you?
I don't know. I'm just super excited for these World Finals. It feels like we've been gearing up towards it this entire time. I'm ready to go. I'm so excited to do this live again with you guys.
Absolutely. Andrew, it's going to be our 7th CRL World Finals now, I think. Is that right? That's a lot
That's right.
Right? 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20. Yes, 7. I can count 7 World Finals. What are you looking forward to most about Lucky 7?
Oh man, we used to be such young men back when we started doing this show. You know what? I always say this. You and I, we've done World Finals literally all over the world. It's my favorite event of the entire year. I think, you know, full transparency, when we knew how many players were going to be at World Finals at the beginning of the year, we were all a little bit like, oh wow, that's different. That's a little interesting. But the way that it's shaken out throughout our monthly finals, the way that today went with the leaderboard points and Guriko coming out of nowhere, I am so thrilled. I am so excited. And also when you look at the people that made it, you can't be that mad. There's so many of the biggest names and the most talented players in Clash Royale that are still going to our World Finals. I cannot wait. It's going to be so exciting to see. And also the last thing is that what you mentioned at the top of the show, Rich, is that Elsiop and Momo have a chance to join Mugi as as 2-time world champions.
Well, we'll see if either one of them can pull it off. And of course, that will be giving you more information later. So keep an eye here on this YouTube channel. Keep an eye inside your Clash Royale app and on all the different social media channels, because information coming out as soon as it's ready for our 2024 Clash Royale League World Championship. On behalf of everybody here, Jackson Juicy J Wall, Joshua AC Sharon, Andrew Guy, and the entire production team who's made this possible throughout the year, thank you very much for your hard work. I am Rich Slayton. We'll see you not next time, but in a couple of months at World Finals.
Huge push though, 2 fishermen. The monkey ability's back. The flex, the dark off, and the tower. Bomber's dealing with the goblins. Royal Giant is full health. Fireball drop down. 11 seconds left. There's fishermen's locking on the tower. What is happening, Josh?
Oh my goodness. 2 on the left-hand side. Lightning play. Archie on the right-hand lane. Log to clear. And suddenly Agony King with a big-time lead. Can he hold off against the onslaught? Control needed here. There's a lot of health on that giant. Boy. Yeah. Oh, that Dark Prince just engaging the fisherman. Look at that graveyard all over it.
Ryley.
Oh, wow.
2 roll giant
on the tower.
Wizard. Oh, Monk. The monkey of
That's game.
firecrackers.
There's no way.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I mean, that's how, honestly, that is one of the most unique things about that card, is because that does happen. Not gonna matter. Tom with an incredible final performance in our monthly finals.
Obviously, I was smiling because he's smiling, and him smiling makes me smile.